Highlander's Scars. Highland Heartbeats, Book 11. Aileen Adams. Prologue. Help me. Somebody help me. Donnan Ross ignored the shouts, unmindful whether they were from one of his own men or a Norwegian. He could not risk stopping to find out. They were on the run, advancing on the enemy. Perhaps days from ending the entire war, God's willing. It couldn't end too soon for Donnan's liking. He was sick of the stench of blood, death, men soiling themselves in the final moments of their lives or the moments after their death. Flies swarmed all about him. The blood of another man whose name he'd never know coated his tunic, crusted his sword. Smoke rose in the air from dozens of small fires, dark haze dimming the sun and leaving him gulping for a breath of clean air he knew would never come. Not until he got out of there. Would he ever? He doubted it just then, slipping and sliding his way across the field of battle. The dirt beneath his feet turned to mud thanks to so much blood soaking into it. He fell to one knee, rose up, continued along with those of his group still alive. The few of them that actually remained. So many fewer. But just as many dead Norwegians littered the ground, their bodies hacked to pieces, their eyes wide open and staring up at that hazy sky. Eyes that would soon be food for the buzzards. A group of Norwegians was visible on the other side of a cluster of trees, moving further back from the skirmish line. Donnan led his small group, dodging and weaving among the trees and low-lying brush. Always knowing there may be a man lurking behind the next stately ash, waiting to slice his head off if given a chance. He would not give them a chance. His feet were swift and light, his body taking over for his mind as it tended to do when he was in a state of utter panic. Which he was, make no mistake. There was no shame in that panic. A man would have to be out of his mind not to feel some strong emotion. He'd seen men like that, the ones who'd gone clear unaware of anything around them. Lost in their broken minds. He would rather hear the blood rushing in his ears, feel the pit of cold panic in his stomach. It meant he was aware of what happened around him. And it meant he was still alive to feel something. He kept running, a sword in his right hand, a scarred wooden shield in his left. There were footfalls ahead, the sounds of movement through shrubs, the breaking of twigs. He followed the sound, willing himself not to look back to see how many of his men were behind him. It would only serve as a reminder of how many they'd lost. Ahead, one of the men closest to him shouted, and that shout flushed out a handful of the enemy. Donnan's blood ran hotter than ever. He raised his sword, letting out a cry of rage and fury, rushing toward the closest of the men who turned and raised his own weapon in response. Metal on metal. Grunting, the cries of exertion as 24 men struck blow after blow. Donnan slashed with the sword, driving his opponent back. Sweat-soaked hair hung in his eyes as he swung and swung, his shoulder aching, his arm screaming in protest each time the sword struck metal or wood, the shock running up from his hand and through his body. That screaming mingled with the yelling all around him, men falling on both sides. He could not stop. He could not look to see who'd fallen, for it would mean looking away from the man before him, and he could not risk such a thing. Not until a man, one of his, fell at his feet and caused him to pitch forward. So many thoughts all at once. How pitiful it was to go through years of fighting, to live through battle after battle only to fall this way. How he would never see home again. His father would find out. Would he know that his son had died simply because he'd stumbled over another man at the wrong moment? Would he be ashamed, or proud that Donnan had at least fought bravely for so long? He would never have a wife, a family. The children he'd imagined for himself, heirs to the Ross name, gone before they had the chance to live. He hit the ground with a thud and a groan, rolling away from the downward slicing sword of his opponent, determined not to die easily. Thrusting upward with his own sword all the while. Because he rolled, the Norwegian sword did not slice through his throat as had been intended. Instead, the sharpest, most soul-searing pain Donnan had ever known burst forth across his face, as the blade carved a ravine from one temple to the jaw. It was over in a moment, the blink of an eye. As was the sinking of his sword in the Norwegian's stomach. The man fell in a heap at his side, but Donnan could not see it for the blood which poured into his eye. And still, the fighting raged on, and the screaming and the groaning and the cries for mothers who would never see their sons again. Chapter 1. A fine rain fell. The morning the man with the scar running down his face left the cottage in which he'd lived out the last 2 years. He glared at the rain itself as though daring it to avoid falling on him, the way those who looked upon his ruined face avoided looking twice. Rain did not think, it did not fear. It fell upon the wealthy, the beautiful, the broken and the whole alike. Which meant it hung in drops on his hair, on his skin, as he loaded the last of his food and homespun garments onto the back of his saddle. Not truly his saddle. Hers. She gave it to him, along with the garments she'd made so slowly with so much care. She'd done everything slowly. There had been no choice but for her to do so, as her sight had faded with each passing day. A blessing, as far as Donnan was concerned. The less the old woman had looked upon him, the better for her. He took one final glance about the place, not that there was much to see. The round stone cottage with its straw roof, one he'd sweat over many a hot summer's day in order to prepare it to keep out the winter snow. The fire pit against one wall where he'd learned to cook as his companion, the woman who'd saved his worthless life had lost her eyesight. It seemed a fair enough trade at that. Maintaining the cottage for her, working the small patch of ground she used for gardening, cooking. She would talk all the while, giving instruction in her throaty voice. She'd been able to smell when a stew was ready, or when he'd added too many turnips or too much water. There were times when he'd been nearly certain of her sight being better than she claimed it was. His eyes grazed the only new thing about the place he'd come to know so well in 2 long years. The only bit that had changed. The mound of earth behind the garden. He'd buried her deep enough to keep away those animals that might disturb her rest, and had been certain to bind dried herbs within the layers of linen in which he'd wrapped her. She'd instructed him on which ones to use. Old Bronwen had never been one to leave things to chance. Which was why, when he'd first awoken in her cottage, he'd found himself tied down. Tight. Because she'd known he would do his best to run once he realized where he was and what it meant. He might have mounted the horse just then and been on his way, but it seemed only fair to pay one last visit to her grave. The flowers he'd tossed on top of the pile of earth the night before still sat, untouched, a handful of wildflowers he'd not be able to name if given 100 years in which to do so. One thing she'd never been able to do was teach him the names of the flowers that grew wild in great swaths of color around the cottage. Knowing their names was unmanly, and it was enough that he'd already turned his hand to so many domestic tasks. Even so, the handful he'd chosen to decorate Bronwen's grave were of a pretty sort, the type she had sometimes left around the cottage. Their blue and white blossoms would always remind him of her. As would so many things. Such as the scar from the wound she'd closed and healed. There would be no peering into a looking-glass or seeing his reflection in a still pool of water, without memories of the old woman stirring to life in his mind. Better to think on her, he supposed, than to reflect on his destruction. "I do not know what to say that I haven't already said," he murmured, hands clasped before him. "I wish I could remember if I ever thanked ye before, when ye could hear me. I know I didna thank ye when I first awoke, that's for certain." He looked away, tilting his face upward that the rain might hit his skin. "Ye must have thought me quite the ungrateful wretch. Cursing ye, refusing to speak to ye for I canna remember how many days. How ye managed to stand it is a question I will never know the answer to, I suppose. You were always a far better person than I." He lowered his head this time, staring at his hands. There was still soil beneath his nails, which he'd not been able to scrub clean after the burial was complete. He'd been tired after all, having dug the hole deep for her sake, and had given up so that he might not fall asleep in the act of washing. "I thank ye," he murmured. "I do thank ye. I know not how I shall live in the world as I am. I would have stayed here with ye for as long as ye needed me, and ye left me the cottage that I might use it for my own. But I'm a man, and a man canna hide behind the skirts of a dead woman. There's no longer any reason for me to be here." Taking a knee, he placed his palm on the mound, closing his eyes. "I thank ye, and I wish ye peace. You deserve it. No man or woman deserves it more." With that he stood and turned away. He could linger no longer, not with the rain picking up in strength and such a distance to ride. It would be at least 5 days before he reached his father's land he'd not stepped foot upon since the day he rode away from it to join his friends and begin their soldier training. Quite a lot could happen in 7 years. Would that his father was still alive. And his brother. What would they think when he arrived? Alive and nearly whole. It had been for the best that they believe him dead. He reminded himself of this very thing as he turned the horse to the south. Best for himself as well as for them. Desertion was not an offense taken lightly. If he could only remember deserting. All he knew was the battle, the searing pain, the way the blood had blinded his right eye and left it useless. The tent in which the wounded and dying soldiers lay shoulder to shoulder, the dead bodies sometimes unnoticed for days. And the haze of fever. He supposed he must have wandered from the tent then, while at the worst of the fever and delusions had taken hold. The next clear memory he possessed was of waking in Bronwen's cottage. She told him at the time, and every other time he'd asked her to explain it, that she'd found him delirious in her garden, dirt smeared around his mouth and caked under his nails. He'd foraged for food, it seemed, still while deep in a fever-induced confusion. The survival instinct had not failed him. Perhaps he might be excused for his desertion, seeing as how he'd been so ill. Had anyone come looking for him, Bronwen might have been able to explain on his behalf. She would have told them in that no-nonsense solid way of hers that she'd found her charge babbling incoherently, while in the act of digging up potatoes with his bare hands and eating them raw, unwashed. She would have explained in great detail the ragged slash across his face, the way his right eye had crusted shut under layers of dried blood, the infection which would have rendered him dead had she not come to his aid. Another day, she'd reminded him more than once, and the results of that poorly treated, exposed, filthy wound would have reached his blood, his organs. And nothing could have saved him. Not that he had wanted saving. Not that he hadn't cursed her up and down for putting him back together as well as she had. Still, she would have spoken for him, just as she'd always accepted that early, misdirected scorn with little more than a sad half-smile which had only served to infuriate him further. He hadn't wanted her understanding. He'd wanted her to let him die. He had not died. In fact, as the months wore on, their positions had reversed, and he'd been the one caring for her. He could not have moved on if he wanted to. Duty had held him in place. No one had ever come looking, like as not, because the cottage was so remote, hidden in the thickest part of the woods in which it sat. Just what Donnan most needed: solitude. Away from those who might ask questions. Away from prying eyes. He pulled up the hood of his cloak, keenly aware of the effect his scar had on others. After all, he recoiled from his own reflection. Little chance of coming across anyone just yet, but he did not wish to take chances. No use upsetting anybody. No sense in giving them reason to scream in horror. He'd heard more than enough screaming to last the rest of his life, after all. Chapter 2. When Donnan reached the familiar rounded stones which composed the wall around his ancestral home, his heart betrayed him by leaping into his throat. The stone had come from the stream which cut a diagonal swath across the parcel, much like the scar cut across his face from temple to jaw, and had been worn down smooth by hundreds of years of rushing water. It all looked as though it always had, as though a single day had gone by rather than years of them. The grass was a bit tall perhaps, growing thick and wild all the way to the edge of the stream and the footbridge which crossed it then beyond. The hills behind the Ross land were as green as ever, the clouds hanging low, the air thick with the smell of rain and damp earth and life in all its forms. He breathed it in, allowed it to sink into his very soul, and told himself he was home. For better or worse. The bridge had seen better days, he noticed on closer inspection, and chose to walk his horse through the stream rather than chance it. The mortar crumbled, some of the stones had fallen back to the stream from which they'd come. All right then, work needed to be done about the place. He would get to the bottom of why it had been neglected, and see to it that things were put in their right state. Even in spite of the surface differences, the house stood in its same spot, and the same gnarled birch tree stood in silent watch over the tall stone walls and straw roof. How many times he'd climbed that very tree, including the time he'd fallen from the highest limb and through the roof, onto the table at which he, his father and brother took their meals. Lucky for him, there was no meal going on at the time. Though his backside had smarted painfully for nearly a week after, thanks to Clyde Ross's stern punishment. It was no less than he'd deserved for sure, seeing as how the hole had to be patched, and there was never an end to the work to be done around a farm. Not much of a farm, he realized when he drew nearer the house and the fields beyond. Overgrown, as the very grass through which he walked the horse. The round barn which ought to have housed the stock was empty, the gate standing open. No cows to eat the grass. No one working in the fields. No one seeing to the horses. No horses in the stable, just beyond the empty barn. Cold dismay gripped his heart. His father was dead, that was it, and the place was deserted. Terrible times had befallen the family, while he'd sat in relative peace and comfort, 5 days' ride from his home. He might have helped somehow. He might have eased the burden. But where was Ewan? He ought to be around, taking care of the place. Unless... had illness taken them both? It was nearly too much to believe. He dismounted, his eyes darting around and taking in the weeds, the vines which crept along the walls and tangled underfoot. What would he find when he stepped inside the house? Did he even wish to? He was suddenly certain that he would open the door to find his father's dead body, rotted until it was nothing more than parchment skin over bone. He'd left the scene of one death, only to enter the scene of another. Halt! The rasping bark stopped him in his tracks, his arm extended, his hand nearly touching the door. Who do ye think ye are, riding up to a man's home in such a fashion? It may as well have been the growl of a dog, one starved and beaten and ill, but fierce of temper just the same. The sound caused Donnan's heart to swell. He turned his head slightly, calling back over his shoulder, "I think I am the eldest son of Clyde Ross." A wheezing scoff. "To the devil with ye, my son died in battle." He did not. He still wore the hood over his head, and as such it concealed his face from his father's view and his father from him. He was gravely injured and tended to by an old widow living alone in the woods. When she fell ill, he stayed on to care for her as a way of repaying her kindness. "I did this. I am your son." "Show me your face," Clyde demanded. "But turn slowly, and I must warn ye I'm carrying a pitchfork, and I'll happily run ye through with it." "I have no doubt," Donnan murmured as he turned, both hands visible. "But before I show ye my face, I must explain the nature of the injury I suffered." "Remove your hood." He'd heard that note in his father's voice too many times to count, and as a child his first impulse was to obey quickly and without question. "It will shock ye," he warned, raising his hands to touch the woolen hood. "I am sorry for what ye are about to see, Da. Just show me." Donnan showed him. He lowered the hood, his eyes fixed on the ground at his father's feet. Only when he lifted his chin, then his gaze, did he take in the sight of the man who was once his tall, strapping father. As his father took in what was left of the son he'd thought was dead. The old man's sunken eyes went round, filled with tears. "God's preserve me, 'tis ye, Donnan." With this his legs buckled, the pitchfork forgotten, and dropped to the ground. Donnan knelt beside him, taking him by shoulders which were much too thin. "Da, forgive me, I did not wish to upset ye so." "Upset me?" His father's eyes met his, old tired eyes, before he threw his arms around him. "My boy, I thought you dead all these years." He shook with quiet tears which Donnan allowed him to weep without comment. No man wished to have his tears commented upon. How had he shrunk so? Or was he merely taller, larger in Donnan's memory than he'd ever been in reality? Nay, that could not be the case. He'd been no child when he left home, too old for hero worship. What was it then? The man might not have been the parchment-wrapped bones he'd expected, but what he held there on the ground was not much better. What happened to ye?" he asked, still looking about the place for the household servants, the stable boys, anyone. "That's not something I can easily answer," his father replied in a voice still thick with tears. "Come in. Have some tea with me. Cook's gone out to market and will fix us a feast when she returns." At least Cook was still there. "What about Ewan?" Clyde flinched beneath the arm his eldest son slung over his shoulders. "Inside. I'll tell all once we're inside and seated." Donnan's mood darkened at this. While it could be that Ewan had married or met with some accident which left him dead or grievously injured, thus meaning he'd be no help to his father, the odds were far greater that he'd done something to make life more challenging for everyone who loved him. It had always been his greatest talent. "Has anyone else stayed on with ye?" he asked as they walked into the house through the side door which opened onto the kitchen. It was a relief to find the inside of the house in better shape than the grounds surrounding it, the hearth recently swept, and the dishwater emptied from the bucket. "Aye, old Edward is here as well." His father's oldest friend, the pair having grown up together when Edward's father served as the head of the Ross household workers. While Clyde's father, Seamus Ross, was alive, Donnan considered him akin to family, and would truly have mourned the man's leaving the house. "That is all?" he asked, sitting at the table. The same table, in the same place as ever, just beneath the spot where he'd fallen through the roof. Clyde caught the direction of his gaze. "Ye remember that?" he chuckled, shaking his head as he went about the act of boiling water for tea. "Och, I wanted to tear the hide from your bones that day, lad." "Ye didna do a poor job of it at that," Donnan snorted, then grew serious again. What happened? Where did everyone go?" Rather than answer, Clyde turned to his son once the fire blazed to life and took his chin in one gnarled hand. When Donnan moved to jerk himself away, his father showed him the iron which still existed beneath the withered body. There was no moving away from him. His old eyes were still shrewd, but they softened when he took in the fullness of his son's deformity. He released Donnan's chin and patted his cheek. "My son. What did they do to ye?" "What it looks like." He turned his face away, that his father might see the left side. He'd taken to growing his black hair out long enough that it might cover his temple, where the wound began. With a lock of hair in place, he appeared nearly normal. "You're lucky it didna touch your eye, lad," his father observed. Instead, the Norwegian sword had sliced through the eyebrow beneath the eye and across the cheek, where it had stopped at the jawline. "There have been times when I wished it had," he muttered. "It would have spared me the task of looking at myself." "Och, it's not as bad as that." Clyde placed a mug before him, steam wafting up and carrying an aroma Donnan would always associate with home. Ye dinna need to soften the blow," Donnan assured him. "I know what I look like." "Ye always were too fond of your own looks," Clyde observed with a wry smile, not entirely unkind. "I suppose there's no blame in ye, taking after your mother as ye do. With that sort of beauty, I would spend all my days admiring myself." Donnan could only chuckle. "I hardly did that." "Ye came close once or twice," Clyde grinned. "But son, in all truth, 'tis not that horrible. Ye looked as though ye thought differently when ye first saw me." "I wasna looking at an injured man then. I was looking at my son who was dead for 2 years. My son come back to life, come back to me." Clyde's voice trembled, then broke. And Donnan cursed himself for his unkindness. He'd led his father to believe he was dead, then had the gall to use a sharp tongue. "That was unfair of me," he allowed. It was the closest he'd ever come to an apology. When Clyde cleared his throat and drained half of his mug, Donnan tried again. "What happened here? Why do you insist on discussing other things, when I merely wish to know why it looks as though the place has been deserted?" "It has been deserted, or all but." "Why then?" he sputtered, shaking his head. "They loved ye, all of the people here, they would have died for ye. Why would they leave ye like this? What happened to make them do it?" "I told them to go." This time Clyde looked away, avoiding his son's stare. "I don't understand it." "Why, man?" "Because I had nothing to offer them. No wage, certainly. Not enough money to feed all of us. Donnan's mind whirled at this. Hearing his father had no money to keep his household and land running as they ought to, was akin to hearing the sun would not rise on the morrow. Explain this to me. How, when Clan Ross was one of the wealthiest this side of the Highlands, could ye lose everything? His father and grandfather had worked tirelessly to make it so. Aye, but there have been difficult times since the war ended, son. Ye dinna know, and I cannot blame ye for not knowing. Even so, it would be all right here, in the house and on the farm, were it not for. Donnan's stomach dropped, as the hair on his arms stood up at the root. Ewan. This is about Ewan, is it not? Ye mustn't think too harshly of him. Damn it all, Da. His fist slammed against the table, causing the mugs to jump and his father to cringe. Again guilt prickled him, but he ignored it. Anger felt too good. If ye hadna coddled the lad all his life and made excuses for him, such a thing might never have happened. What did he do? Run away with your gold? Rob ye blind in the night? Enough. When he was a child, his father might have shouted the walls down around their heads. He might have mimicked his son's gesture and slammed his fists against the table, perhaps breaking it in the process. Now he merely raised a hand, his head bowed. Enough, he repeated. I canna. I'm an old man, and I am ill. Do not make this worse for me, I beg ye. Donnan closed his eyes, wishing he were of better temperament. Or at least that he might have a bit more patience. What did he do? He whispered, fists balled up beneath the table. Wagered. He wagered quite a bit. I didna know the whole of it until after he was gone. He ran away. Donnan grimaced. Because he could not repay his debts. I canna call it anything else. He ran away. His debtors came calling a few days later and told me how much he owed. I paid back as much of it as I could. Da. What else could I do? Clyde asked, his eyes burning with a fierce light. He is my son. They might have killed him for it. He has his faults, I will give ye that much, but whose fault is it that he is the way he is? Who else could it be but myself? I raised ye. I would never have done such an evil to ye. Nay, Clyde whispered. Ye merely led me to believe ye were dead for 2 years. That is not the same. I stayed behind because of this. He pointed to his ruined face. And because? Well. Shame turned his tongue to stone. A heartbeat later, Cook entered the kitchen and dropped the basket she'd carried in, a look of utter horror turning her normally flushed face white as snow. Even after Clyde explained to her how Donnan had come back to them, she kept her eyes away from his face. He released a silent curse. This reaction was what he had to look forward to the rest of his life. Over the course of the following weeks, Donnan kept himself busy and away from Cook and old Edward, whose pointed avoidance of his eyes and thus his face all but made him yell in frustration. There was more than enough to do around the outside of the house, pulling the ivy from the walls and ground, patching the roof. The stable and barn needed a thorough cleaning as well, and he used the excuse of long backbreaking days to spend his nights there, rather than returning to the house and the guilty half-glances of the small group inside. When he was alone, stretched out on his back in the middle of a pile of fresh straw, looking up at the stars through the holes in the roof over the stables, he could breathe easier. There was no one to avoid, no reminder of his hideous face. It was clear he'd lived the rest of his life out on the farm, seeing to the business there, addressing the concerns of neighbors and his kinsmen only when necessary, and only in a darkened room with his face obscured. And he'd had such high hopes for his life too. None of them had involved holding himself up like a hermit and living only in the darkness. Nearly a month after he'd arrived, with the house and fields looking presentable once again, and the grass a reasonable height, he could rest. He withdrew to his bedchamber, and rarely stepped foot outside unless some chore needed his immediate attention. Or unless his father needed him, for it came to Donnan's attention that the man was not merely ill. He was dying. Each day saw him grow thinner, weaker, though neither Cook nor Edward knew exactly the cause. I swear to ye, I tried to get him to speak of it, but he would not, Cook insisted on the one occasion Donnan had forced her into conversation alone with him. I do everything I can to help, I truly do. I speak to the healer in the village every time I pass through, and she instructs me on the herbs to serve in his stews and soups. Donnan had frowned, thinking. Which herbs does she say? He eventually asked. Cook gave him the list. Then, how do you know of such things? I simply do, he'd replied gruff. And it seems as though the herbs you're using are meant to brace his appetite and assist him in sleeping. Aye, sir. And to ease any pain he shows, though ye know how rarely that is. He did, indeed. It was not in the nature of a Ross to admit weakness, and that was the worst of it all. Clyde Ross would need to admit there was something grievously wrong with him, in order for anyone to provide assistance. And so it was that when a horseman approached the farm, visible from the window of Donnan's bedchamber, his father drew upon his considerable pride, and smoothed down what tufts of white hair remained on his head after washing his face and hands. I will see him, whoever he happens to be, Clyde announced, drying his face on a linen rag beside the basin. And so will ye. I will not. Ye will so long as you're under this roof. A coughing fit overtook him for a moment, sending a knife straight to Donnan's heart. He looked away for the sake of sparing the old man's pride. Ye will, his father repeated moments later. For it will be up to ye to settle matters when they come to the threshold of this house, and now is the time for ye to learn how to deal with the lairds. I know how. Ye dinna even know who rides up to the house now, do ye? Ye need to know at a glance, lad, so ye might call the men together to defend ye if need be. What men? They faced each other, neither speaking, tension crackling in the air. Not until a knock sounded at the door downstairs did either of them move. You're coming down with me, Clyde muttered. I will not. And I will not see my son, my oldest son, my heir, sit in a dark room for the rest of his life. It's a waste of who ye are, Donnan. If that woman ye spoke of saved your life, as ye tell me she did, dinna let it be in vain. At least greet the man with me, see what he wants. Be part of life, damn it. It was not easy for Donnan to admit when another man was right, even when that man was his father. Thus he remained silent, and merely followed the old man down the stone stairs to the study, where Edward announced their guest had gone to rest from a long ride. Who is it? Clyde muttered, eyeing up the partly closed door. Alec Gordon. Clyde and Donnan exchanged a glance of surprise. Clan Gordon visiting ye? Donnan muttered, raising an eyebrow. He's alone, so he hasn't come to start a fight. Clyde snorted. A rather one-sided fight it would be. The two of them entered the room, with Donnan staying 2 paces behind his father, his head slightly bowed. While the old man made a solid argument, he would never understand what it meant to know his face inspired fear, revulsion, embarrassment from those who looked upon it. How such a reaction could cut the heart from a man. Alec Gordon stood at the window, looking out over the newly turned fields. A great improvement, he observed, turning to offer Clyde a smile and a hearty pat on the back. The last time my men and I rode past was a sad sight indeed. I had often thought of coming to call. He let his thought end there. Clyde Ross would never have accepted the offer of assistance from another man, especially not a laird as wealthy as Alec Gordon. It would be akin to admitting Clan Gordon was superior, no matter that the men had been friends since their youth. His gaze fell upon Donnan with a thud. Och. I'd heard of your return. He looked away, suddenly interested in the wall beyond Donnan's shoulder. Ye had? Aye. Your cook was speaking of it in the village. Glad to hear of it, truly. Damn cook and her loose tongue. Everyone would know of his presence, which meant they'd know of his face. Stories had already spread like as not, each more gruesome than the last. By this time there were people out there who imagined he had no eyes at all, or that he was without a nose. The 3 men sat. What brings ye here, Alec Gordon? Clyde asked, his voice stronger than Donnan had heard it since his arrival. He sat straighter too. A shadow of the man he once was, but he did his level best to display an air of authority. Alec's snapping grey eyes seemed to dim, and the friendly smile dissolved. Seemed they were getting to the heart of the matter. When I heard of young Donnan's return, he broke off with a chuckle. Not so young anymore. Forgive me. We old men tend to think of the children as staying children forever. Donnan merely nodded in understanding. When I heard of his return, I thought he might be able to provide aid in a matter that's plagued me for weeks. And it's something ye ought to be knowin' about, too. What is it? Clyde prompted. Clan Cameron, Alec snarled. They've been riding hither and yon for months, trying to build support for some fool idea of theirs. Uniting the clans, centralizing our strength. They canna be serious, Donnan grunted. They are, and ye know how Cameron's mind works, Alec continued, looking at Clyde. The man is as trustworthy as a bear with his leg in a trap. He'll tell ye anything to your face, so long as he gets his way. And once his leg is free, the claws come out, Clyde murmured. Aye, that's the truth. So you'll understand then that I don't trust him as far as I can throw him. Nor do I, Clyde agreed. There's got to be something going on behind this. I believe he intends to turn that power onto Clan Duncan, Alec asserted, his hands in fists on the tabletop. Ye remember the trouble they had several years back, trying as they did to get a foothold on Duncan land. He's never forgotten how they thwarted him, and he's not a man to forgive easily. Even if it isn't directed at the Duncans, he'll want to eventually stand at the head of this union of clans and declare the entire lot for himself. Clyde sighed, rubbing his temples. Donnan sensed he was already growing fatigued, but did not wish to show it. Have they approached ye? He asked Alec. Not directly. Not yet. The man shrugged his broad shoulders. They'd rather be friendly, like at first, behave as though nothing is out of the ordinary. Plant ideas in a man's head about how much better the Highlands would fare if we were all of the same clan, flying the same banner. No one will ever go for that idea, unless quite a lot has changed since I went to war. You're right, lad. No one wants it. But those who don't, who speak out against the notion. Alec shrugged again. What happens to them? Word is they're taken captive by the clan and carted off. And if not the men, then their women and children. Donnan's nostrils flared as he drew a deep breath. The bastards. He canna earn the support he wants, so he'll force it. And this is just my understanding of the matter, Alec was quick to add. I dinna know that he wishes to build an army to thwart Clan Duncan or any other clan, but it seems as good a reason as any. Why would he take the women and children otherwise? I believe it. And whether or not he wishes to usurp another clan, he's a brute. My daughter is with them. Clyde and Donnan gaped at him. Fenella. The only child I have, Alec murmured, eyes focused on the window behind his hosts. She's disappeared, and I've gotten word from those who know her best that she took up with that Angus Cameron. That they intend to marry. I cannot allow that to happen. I cannot align myself with Clan Cameron, and I will not. She must be brought home. I agree with ye, Clyde nodded. The Camerons know they canna bring ye into their clan by persuading ye, so they'll marry your daughter instead. He would not be a good husband to her, I'm certain of it, Alec snarled. I've seen the man, and I hold no high opinion of him. What is there to do? Is there any way we can help ye? Clyde asked with a glance at his son. The man seemed to pounce at this, and Donnan quickly understood that they'd come to the real reason he'd arrived. He had no sons to avenge his daughter's honor. Ye can find her for me, he said, his eyes trained on Donnan. I know it is a great deal to ask, but she is all I have. I will not see my clan aligned with Cameron. There must be a way ye can get her back. If she is involved with this Angus. He cast a glance his father's way, silently begging the man to step in on his behalf. How was he to convince a lovesick lass, who was a truly stubborn thing if he remembered correctly, to turn away from the man she wished to wed? Clyde appeared as much at a loss for words as his son. My old friend, I am uncertain. Alec's expression hardened. Your other son? Ewan. He incurred quite a debt, did he not? All pretense of mild-mannered pleading fell to the wayside. This was the Alec Gordon Donnan remembered. He did not wait for an answer, likely because he knew the answer when he'd asked the question. We are old friends, Clyde Ross. I wish to help ye. If my daughter is returned to me, I'll see to it that the debt is wiped clean. I shall repay anything owed. Donnan clenched his jaw shut before it could fall open. Clyde remained silent. Come on, man. Alec waved his arms about. You've all but given up here. I know how much your Ewan owes, and I know how much you've already given up in order to repay even a small part of it. If ye dinna take care, you'll lose your land, and your name will be no more. Do ye want this for your heir? He pointed to Donnan. Dinna use me to convince my father, he warned in a low voice. While I respect ye a great deal, and am sorry to hear of your situation, I willna have ye speaking this way. If I'm to be the one to fetch your daughter, I'm the one ye should be convincing. Well, what will it be? What would it be? On one hand, it would surely mean peace for his father. The man was dying, anyone could see it, and he might at least die knowing his land and his name would be intact. On the other hand, it would mean going out into the world. Seeing people, people seeing him and him seeing their looks of horror and disgust. What would it be? What meant more to him? He caught a glimpse of his father. The man tried hard to look as though the decision mattered nothing to him, but they both knew that wasn't the case. Clyde wanted him to do it. Who wouldn't? Donnan sighed. Tell me about Fenella. Everything ye can. I need to know who I'm looking for.
Chapter 3. Fenella Gordon blew out a long breath, pushing back sweat-dampened strands of dark hair as she paused in the scrubbing of the great hall floor. How anything ever managed to become so filthy, she would never know. When was the last time Cameron bothered to order the straw be cleared out and the stones scrubbed? Half the household slept there every night. It ought to be cleaner, for their sakes. At least the straw should have been swept out and replaced every week. That would have been a good start. Instead, months or even years of grime had caked itself in the gaps between the stones, forming a sort of reeking mortar no amount of work could seem to clean out. More than once did Fenella turn her face away and gag, struggling to hold back the morning meal she'd eaten in this very room. Lorna Munro scrubbed away on the other side of the room, unaware of Fenella's disgust. She was a good-natured girl, untroubled by the hardship of the work or by much at all. Fenella had never cared much for girls who giggled through life, but Lorna was a good sort, and the only friend she'd secured since arriving on the doorstep of Clan Cameron's great house. She tucked the folds of her grey kirtle more firmly under her knees and resumed scrubbing, gritting her teeth through the nastiness of it. If Lorna could work so hard without showing the slightest displeasure, so could she. It wasn't long before the truth of Lorna's pleasant mood revealed itself. Heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor just beyond the doorway in front of which the girls bent over their work. A loud, deep, strident voice followed. One they both recognized. Instantly, Lorna sat up, brushed the hair back from her face and put on a smile for the approaching man. Fenella cared not at all for such efforts, and instead bent her head over her work. She'd rather look at the grime between the stones than at Angus Cameron, who turned her stomach far worse than anything she'd seen that day. To say Lorna did not share her opinion would be an understatement. Few women did, as far as Fenella was aware. Good morning to ye. Lorna simpered on seeing the man she'd waited for all morning. Fenella kept her eyes downcast so that her friend might not see how she rolled them in disgust. Angus merely grunted, though he stopped walking and stood framed in the doorway. Fenella looked over from the corner of her eye and saw his feet, clad in leather boots, along with several other pairs of feet which she supposed belonged to his friends, or rather, the men who followed along in the much larger man's shadow. Once again she rolled her eyes. Good morning to ye, Fenella Gordon, Angus made it a point to say. She nodded, scrubbing all the harder to give the pretense of being too involved in her work to pay attention. Aye. "A good mornin' to ye," she grunted through gritted teeth, her arm moving in violent strokes across the stones. He hesitated for a moment before moving on, his friends following behind. Soon their voices mingled together and faded as they left the house. Only when she was certain he'd gone, did Fenella cease her nearly frantic scrubbing, and take a moment to shake the cramp out of her shoulder. "What was that then?" Lorna whispered, sounding stunned. "What was what?" The rude way ye greeted him. He took time out of his morning to wish ye well, and ye couldn't be bothered to lift your head. She might as well have spat upon a holy relic, it seemed. "If Angus Cameron wishes to speak to me, he might help with the scrubbing of this filthy floor," she muttered, rubbing her shoulder and upper arm. "Otherwise, I have little time for him on this or any morning at all. And he knows it well, which is why he will not cease trying to get my attention. He canna stand the fact that I do not like him." The sound of Lorna's gasp filled the hall again and again as it echoed off floor, walls, ceiling. "How can ye say such a thing?" While she considered this an overreaction, Fenella realized the folly of her boldness, and held a finger in front of her lips. "That is to be between ye and me, do ye understand?" No one dared speak out against the favorite Cameron son, and the only one left living, his brothers all having been headstrong and reckless enough to get themselves killed. Lorna nodded, eyes wide. "Do ye not at least think him handsome then?" she whispered. Fenella's nose wrinkled as she thought this over. Did she think Angus handsome? "I suppose I never really thought about it before," she admitted, sitting back on her heels. "How could ye not?" Lorna sighed, batting her long eyelashes. "He's everything a lass could want." "Was he?" Fenella brought him to mind. Yes, he was quite tall and wide of shoulder, with a broad chest and back taut with muscle. She'd seen him, stripped down to little more than his breeches, washing off in the stream after a long day's training with the Cameron men. Had she admired him then? She supposed so, but only as one would admire a sunrise or an unusual flower. She'd certainly studied his thick arms and legs, had watched intently as thin rivers ran down between his shoulders and over the sloping plane of his back, disappearing beneath the waist of the sopping breeches. And he was fair of face to be sure, finely made and everything unblemished. The sooty black of his brows made the blue eyes beneath them look bluer than the autumn sky. They seemed to jump from his face, especially when he was angered, but could just as easily pull a person to him from across the room. Yes, when summed up in such a manner, it would seem that Angus Cameron was handsome. There is more to handsome than a man's looks, she decided, dipping her brush into the bucket and returning to her work. Lorna let out a choking noise. "I would like to know what then," she demanded. "Well, there's the matter of a man's actions," Fenella explained. "Men, he's the handsome man who came through my father's house to pay call, men even handsomer than Angus." "I doubt it," Lorna whispered. Fenella went on as though she hadn't heard. "While they might have been pleasant to look at when their faces were blank, if ye see my meaning, resting, relaxed, the moment they opened their mouths to speak, they became rather ugly. As if they'd been touched by a dark spell and could change their appearance at will." When Lorna scoffed, Fenella bobbed her head in a nod. "I mean what I say." "I think you're daft." Fenella bit back a tart reply, for it was Lorna who was truly daft if she did not see Angus plainly. He may have been quite fair of face and strong of build, but he had no warmth. Those striking eyes of his never burned with anything other than anger or ambition. No kindness, no humor, no playfulness, and certainly no love. She doubted he'd ever loved anything other than himself. Perhaps it was not for her to say. Perhaps she'd gotten a poor impression of the man at their first meeting, and had allowed that impression to color every time they'd met up since then. It was more than possible. She'd always been one to set her mind about a person fairly quickly. But she'd always been gifted when it came to seeing people for who they were, right from the start. Her instincts were never off. And Angus gave her a bad feeling. He always had. She could not ignore what the pit in her stomach told her, a pit which always formed whenever he was near. She could not find a man particularly pleasing when he made her go cold inside. I simply do not care for him, she decided, scrubbing the stone floor with renewed determination. I think you ought to have yourself examined by the healer, Lorna murmured. Perhaps it's you who needs the help, Fenella laughed. It seems you're sick with love. You'll need a tincture to get you through the worst of it. Nay, Lorna whispered with a smile and a faraway look in her eye. I canna lie to ye and pretend it doesn't pain my heart terribly sometimes, feelin' as I do for the man, when he hardly knows I breathe the same air as him. But when he smiles at me, or looks me up and down in that way of his. She shrugged, beaming. My heart throbs with joy, like it might explode if I don't do something to stop it. Fenella could only smile for her friend, but it was a half-hearted smile put on merely for her benefit. There would never be happiness with Angus. No woman would ever truly find contentment with his sort, yet that was not the entire problem. Fenella had watched Angus from afar for long enough to know he had no interest in Lorna. Certainly she was a lovely sort, with curls the color of fresh honey and eyes of the clearest green, a fine figure and a lilting laugh. But he barely looked her way, even when she took pains to catch his attention. There was no way to explain this to her friend without losing that friend. Instead, she tried another tactic. What about Kenneth? Or William? They're both handsome. Perhaps not so much as Angus, but they're brave and clever, and they make everyone laugh. In her eyes they were far more attractive than the handsomer, braver cousin they followed about the place. When Lorna did not provide a quick reply, Fenella looked over her shoulder and found Lorna's green eyes narrowed to dangerous slits. What is it? Fenella asked. If I did not know better, I would say you wanted Angus for yourself. Fenella blinked rapidly, a nervous laugh bubbling up from her chest. No. No. Not at all. I don't find him pleasing in the least. I've told you 100 times, lass. Just the same, you keep tellin' me I ought to turn my sights elsewhere, which makes me wonder if you're tellin' the truth. Lorna's lower lip extended in a pout. God grant me patience. Lorna, I swear on all that's holy. I harbor no warm feelings toward the lad. It's only because of your fondness for him that I hold my tongue and keep from saying everything that comes to my head about him. Believe me, none of it is pleasant or flattering. Ye haven't given him a chance then. And I have no intention of giving him any such chance. She flung her hand in her friend's direction, flicking bits of water her way and making them both giggle. Lorna's mood lifted after that, and the two of them passed the rest of their chore chattering pleasantly on other subjects. Fenella preferred it that way. She did not wish to think of the laird's son, let alone speak of him or listen to Lorna moon about over him, as though he were nothing less than perfection set down upon Scottish soil in order that women might swoon. To her, Angus Cameron would never be anything but a bully and a liar, someone willing to smile in a man's face while sinking a blade into his back. That was the truth of the man, truth neither Lorna nor any of the lasses living in and around Clan Cameron wished to see. For they were women, and lived in a world beyond that of the gritty, bloody, dangerous world of men. They allowed their men to tell them to leave a room when clan business was being discussed, and did as they were told without speaking a word of disagreement. They allowed themselves to be spoken of as little more than property, to be traded and sold and purchased and used at a man's leisure. The thought that Lorna wished to be one of these women, and Angus's woman at that, turned Fenella's stomach. There had to be more to life than keeping a home, and pushing out squalling bairns and obeying a man's orders. Especially for a man such as him. Yet, if behaving as though she were one of these mindless women would help her learn the true purpose of Clan Cameron's sudden interest in an alliance with the other Highland clans, she would simply have to do it. She'd withstood back-breaking work ever since her arrival, all in the hopes of overhearing the true plans which Angus and his men harbored for the clans they sought to unite. Clan Gordon would thank her for it one day, and when they did, all of the scrubbing and withering beneath Angus's interested gaze would be well worthwhile.
Chapter 4. It was a fine soft day when Donnan mounted his horse to ride away once again. He did so with a heavy heart, asking himself all the while if he would return to find his father dead. The chances of it being so were high, he supposed, and he wished he had something to offer the village healer that she might pay regular visits to the house. A healer could only do so much, this Donnan had learned on the field of battle. When a body decided it was time to give up, it did just that. No matter the ministrations of outsiders. His body had decided not to give up, but Clyde Ross did not possess that strength. He looked down at his father, sealing his image in his mind's eye. The smile which lifted his wrinkled cheeks might be mistaken for a grimace of pain. The tunic hung from him, a stiff breeze making it billow like a sail. Nay, he could not remember him this way. When he thought back on his father, it would be upon the man who'd once whipped him for falling through the roof. He hadn't liked the man much at the time, but he respected him a great deal and admired him even more. "Take care of yourself out there," Clyde urged. "Especially among the Camerons." "I will that." He glanced at Cook and Edward, his father's two faithful servants. They'd promised to care for Clyde if he tried to refuse it. There were no two people Donnan would have felt safe leaving his father's care to. With one last nod he set off west. His heart was heavy, but that seemed to be the way of it as of late. No, as of the last several years. As though he would never feel happy or light-hearted again. Happiness was a fleeting thing, a useless goal. Not worth the trouble one went through to secure it. A fool's errand, as there was no way to hold on to it. Something simple could take it all away. Tripping over a man's body could result in one having their face all but sliced off. How could a man with a face such as his ever find happiness? No wife, no children, no one to carry on the family name. His father. Clyde might have been happy, had his younger son not run away, leaving him with debt which he could not hope to repay. Losing his land, his household, one piece at a time. Watching it slip away as his life slipped away. Perhaps it was the hopelessness, that having to sit and watch as the life he'd worked tirelessly to build slipped from his clenched fists, which was killing him. Damn Ewan. If only Donnan could get his hands on him. And what? Kill his own brother? No, but he'd throttle him within an inch of his life. It would change nothing, make nothing better, but at least his brother would suffer the consequences of his actions. Just once. Would that he had suffered them long ago. He might have avoided destroying his father's life, his clan's future. How could either of them provide an heir? No woman in her right mind would touch him, much less allow him to touch her. While it had been years since he'd known the pleasures of the flesh, he at least remembered the importance of that bit. Memory was all he'd ever have. A fine rain began to fall, and he raised his hood against it. He arrived in the early evening after riding several days through rain, which seemed as though it would never end. It still hung in the air, the wetness, as though he could drink it with every breath. His cloak was heavy with it. But he'd arrived in spite of the mud, the reluctance of the horse at times. He was on Cameron land, the northwest Highlands, and the grounds around the great house glowed thanks to the many fires which burned there. How many men camped before the place? Hundreds. Much of the men aligned with the clan, like as not, and any others the Camerons had managed to bring into the fold. He progressed slowly, walking the horse down the muddy road, keeping a watchful eye all the while. He came in peace, but they did not know he did. Best to take his time. A pair of lads, they looked hardly old enough to shave, approached once he came near the house with arms outstretched, palms facing out. "What brings ye here?" one of them asked, and it was clear to Donnan that he strove to lower his voice and appear more of a man. "I've come to see Angus Cameron. My name is Donnan Ross of Clan Ross." "Clan Ross?" A loud voice exploded from behind the lads. "I canna recall sending for anyone from Clan Ross, though it's glad I am you've arrived." The pair of not-quite men parted to allow the owner of the voice to approach. He extended his hand as well, though this was a gesture of friendship. Donnan shook it with what he hoped was a smile. Angus Cameron was an impressive man, tall and thick as a tree trunk. He held his head in a manner which spoke of someone who believed the world to be his. Confidence, yes, but something more. Self-assurance. Donnan disliked him instantly. So you've come from Clan Ross, is it? I take it this means ye support our plans. I only arrived home a short while ago, having been away for years. I'd heard of ye working to unite the clans, and wished to learn more for myself. Angus looked him up and down, possibly wondering if he could believe this. The light of a dozen small fires played along the sharp lines of his face, making it difficult to discern his impression of the newcomer. Then he nodded. A man who made up his mind rather quickly. Come. One of the lads will see to your horse. We were just about to gather in the great hall. It will be an honor to have ye with us. Angus strode ahead of him, not waiting to see whether his new guest would follow. He simply expected his wishes to be followed. Donnan walked behind him, entering the house through an arched doorway, eyes sweeping the wide corridor with its straw-covered stone floor. It made good sense when the weather was wet. Otherwise the stone would be too slick and dangerous, as men brought mud and rainwater in from out of doors. Women hurried back and forth all around him. They carried baskets and platters from the kitchen to the men outside, pitchers of wine and ale, buckets of water. None of them were the Fenella who Alec had described, brown hair, grey eyes, slight of build. He stepped into the great hall, the ceiling stretching far above his head. Candles and torches burned in the corners, on the surface of the long table positioned against the far wall. Men straddled stools, benches, laughing and boasting and watching the lasses hurrying in and out from a doorway beside the table. Angus clapped his hands once and the conversation stopped. All sound ceased. Donnan found it rather unnerving. He was accustomed to those around him falling silent in his presence, but never like this. "We have a new arrival," Angus announced, going straight to the table to pick up a mug. "Another clan joining our ranks." Donnan bore the weight of their stares, looking around as though daring any of them to speak a word of his appearance. Many of them had little room to speak, he noted, most bearing the scars of battles long since fought. A pair of lasses entered from the kitchen carrying pitchers. One wore her golden hair in long curls, hanging freely over her back and chest. The other. His breath caught. There she was. She'd grown, of course, having gone from a girl with freckles across her nose and cheeks, her hair always snarled and windblown, to a young woman with large striking eyes and a thick braid of shining brown hair which hung halfway down her back. She had become a woman in full measure, her body full of plumpness at the breast and hip, the roundness of her rump something which made the men around him take notice. Notice. They stood there with tongues nearly hanging from their mouths like animals. She paid them no mind, either unaware of the attention or uncaring. Perhaps she'd grown accustomed to it, so much time spent among so many men. If she was truly Angus's woman, none of them would dare touch her or even breathe a word. There was comfort in no longer being the center of attention, at the very least. What man would pay mind to his ruined face when there was something so much more pleasing nearby? Very pleasing to the eye, indeed. And to the hand, he was willing to wager. But that was not for him to ever find out, and Alec Gordon did not instruct him to explore the lass's charms. They were nothing to him. Why then did they stir something long since dead and quiet? A deep, dark well of desire he had not paid mind to in years. He was merely a man reacting as men did in the presence of lush beauty. It would pass, especially once she got a look at him and recoiled in horror. He was to bring her home. Nothing more. He reminded himself of this as she turned his way, pitcher at the ready to fill his empty mug. Even when their eyes met for the first time, and that deep awareness flickered to life again, stronger than before. He was only to bring her home.
Chapter 5. Fenella knew him, or thought she did. This stranger with his hideous scar was not entirely a stranger to her. Yet every time she looked at him to study his face, he found a way to avoid her. She knew if she had a moment to see him clearly, she would remember. A half-memory tugged at her, but she could not place him. "Why are ye staring?" Lorna whispered, her cheeks flushing as though she were embarrassed on her friend's behalf. "I feel like I know him is all." "Aye, that's all well and good, but you're making a fool of yourself." Fenella blinked, suddenly aware of her actions as she had not been before. Yes, she was behaving like a fool. The man more than likely thought she stared because of his scar. Granted, the thing was monstrous, extending from temple to the jaw, raised and bumpy as though there were pebbles beneath the skin. But the weapon which had caused it had not destroyed his eyes. They seemed to glow from beneath the heavy brow. They glowed with resentment. Hatred, even. She had not exchanged a single word with the man, but she knew it, felt it coming from him, as though she'd feel the heat from a fire without placing her hand into the flames. How would she feel about the world if she were in his place? She might come to hate it too, especially seeing as how the stranger was at that very moment surrounded by a group of handsome, strapping young men. She sensed that he'd been quite handsome once. His fine profile, the sharp jaw and strong nose, the dark hair which hung thick over his temples. If only he would smile. Why did he fascinate her so? Fenella. Lorna was already in the doorway, jerking her chin to signal Fenella to join her. She hurried along, nearly tripping over her feet in her haste to leave the room before Angus or any of the others raised a question as to her presence. "What did ye think ye were doin'?" Lorna hissed, as they scurried to the kitchen to fetch more wine, which the men would undoubtedly need if this meeting was to go as the others always did. "I canna say," Fenella replied, turning her face away so her friend might not see the flush of her cheeks. She could not say, but knew if she explained the flash of recognition and the way the man fascinated her, Lorna would misunderstand. She had a knack for that. As they waited beyond the open door for Angus or one of the others to call out, the two of them passed the time by chattering on as they normally did. While Fenella had never been overly fond of other women in general, Lorna provided an excuse to stand about. If a man were to ask why she listened to the talk going on in the great hall, she could simply pretend as though she hadn't heard a word over her friend's voice. Which would not be entirely false, as Lorna could not stop going on about how striking Angus appeared when compared to the stranger. "He might hear you," Fenella warned, casting a glance through the doorway. The men did not seem to pay them any mind, but the stranger held himself in a way which suggested he was not entirely involved in the conversation. Unlike the rest of them, he did not train his gaze on Angus and drink in every word the man spoke. Instead, he appeared to size up his surroundings and the other men in the room, observing them, rather than being part of them. He was just like her in that respect, for she was no more a part of things. What was his intention then? If he was not interested in the cause which seemed to excite the men so, why had he come? Was he like her? The notion sent her heart into her throat. It would explain his sudden appearance, the fact that none of the Cameron men had brought him along with them. He had simply arrived as though he'd been invited, and whatever his name, Angus Cameron had welcomed him gladly. The man was a bigger fool than she'd always thought him, if he had truly welcomed and trusted this stranger. For the man was dangerous. The only matter would be getting to the root of why he was such a danger. "More wine," Angus shouted, before returning to whatever it was he murmured to the men. They stared at him, some of them unblinking for lengths of time, while he explained whatever it was. Fenella kept her ear trained on his words, and the questions of the men as she poured one after another mug of wine. None of them granted her much attention, at most a grunt of acknowledgement, and she moved quickly and silently through the group. The Mackenzies, the Macintoshes, the Reeds and the Frasers. What about them? What was Angus saying? Fenella glanced at him over her shoulder, only to find him looking straight at her. She gulped, bumped into the nearest man, and splashed wine over him. "Forgive me," she gasped, lifting her apron to dab at the blood-red stain which would soon fade to the bluish purple of a bruise. "I am a clumsy fool." She looked up. He looked down. Of all the men she might have soiled, the stranger. She did not see his scar. Not when eyes of the darkest brown pierced her soul and brought her memories into the light. Oh, he was no stranger. He was Donnan Ross, eldest son of Clyde Ross, her father's oldest friend. But he was dead. Or allegedly. In the war. He had never returned, and she remembered Clyde's sorrow well. They had paid calls upon him in those days, when the treaty was signed and the ink dried, and the soldiers returned to their homes. She let out a choked yelp of surprise and disbelief. His eyes hardened. "Aye," he muttered, clenched teeth hardly allowing the words through. "Aye, forgive me." She lowered her head and scurried away, back to the kitchen, hoping the men would mistake her haste for embarrassment. When she was out of sight, she leaned against the wall with one hand over her heart and her eyes closed. He was alive. He was alive. He was horribly disfigured. But he was alive. "What is wrong with ye?" Lorna shook her on entering the kitchen, her tone reminding Fenella of a mother scolding her bairn. "I lost my senses for a moment," she shrugged, fighting to keep a light tone in her voice. "I couldna help looking at the stranger's scar." Lorna grimaced. "Ye need to get your mind together," she hissed. I know. If ye canna, Angus might move ye to some other part of the house, and I would never get to see ye." Fenella sighed as she embraced her friend. Lorna had her faults, many of them in fact, but she was not an entirely bad sort. She was merely lovesick over Angus and a bit too giggly, but she had a good heart. "I'll do better," she promised. "For working in this household would be a sorry chore if I didna have ye to pass the time with." "Aye, that is so." They shared a smile, though all the while Fenella's mind was miles away. Donnan Ross was alive and well, if not whole. She needed to be alone. She needed to take hold of herself, and such a thing would not be possible under Lorna's watchful eye. "I would like to take the air," she announced, pressing a hand to her chest. "Are ye unwell?" Lorna touched her forehead as though to feel for a fever. "Aye, my head is aching terribly. A bit of air normally helps. Please do not come with me. Please do not come with me." Lorna cast a doubtful eye toward the great hall. "Go then. I will see to their needs." "Thank ye," Fenella breathed, already turned and halfway to the door which led to the back garden and the stream beyond. She'd never been so anxious to have a moment to herself, to be away from everyone and everything. The water was cool, refreshing against her overheated skin. She splashed her face several times, then paused to catch her breath, crouching alongside the flowing stream. Moonlight shone through the trees, the shadows of the waving branches dancing with each fresh burst of the evening breeze. The air chilled the water on her cheeks, making her shiver and rub her arms. How was it possible that he'd lived? Where was he for 2 years? In hiding? How could he allow his father to believe he was dead? Or her? How could he allow her to believe so? She laughed at herself, shaking her head in disapproval. What happened to the Fenella who believed herself above such thinking? He was not just another man, and he certainly was not of the Cameron ilk. He was Donnan. The question of whether he recognized her came to mind again, but it was a question which she dismissed. Why would he? They hadn't seen each other in years, not since he'd left to join the army. Before then even, she'd been little more than a young lass. And he had not liked her very much. She was a bit of a pest, she supposed, with no other way to show him she did not care for him. The way of children, no way to tell someone how they cared, so they chose to tease and pester instead. They were no longer children. Heavy footfalls from behind caused her to spin in place, heart in her throat, and for one brief shining moment she was certain it was him. That he'd come out to speak quietly with her, to explain why he'd come, and to tell her she was not alone, in wishing to understand better what Angus and his clan had in mind. That they might exchange a few words to bridge the gap of the years between them. A foolish idea, as it wasn't Donnan at all. She lowered her eyes in the presence of Angus Cameron. "I was merely taking a bit of the air, refreshing myself," she explained, breathless. What if he'd noticed her listening in? "I had asked myself if you were well," he grunted. "You seemed out of sorts." "Aye, but I am feeling better now." She stepped aside, hoping to get around him, but he was having none of it. A sick feeling rooted itself in the pit of her stomach, as she realized they were alone. There was one thing she'd told herself from the start, weeks earlier when she'd first arrived: never be alone with the man, for every time he looked at her his eyes lingered far too long. "I had best return," she whispered with breathless words. He might mistake it for flattery at his attention, which was all well, so long as he allowed her to get away. "Ye dinna need to be in such a hurry." He would not allow her to leave. No matter how she shifted from one foot to the other, hoping to slip past, he found a way to place himself before her. A man of his size ought not be so light on his feet. "Lorna will want me to assist her in clearing the room," she pointed out as desperation spread through her body and left her shivering. "She will do well on her own," he informed her with a dismissive wave of his large claw-used hand. He might crush a man's skull with hands that large. What might he do to her? This was the height of foolishness. She'd never been one to shrink and shy away from a challenge, and that was all he was. Simply a challenge. Rather than pretending to be one of the weak, shy things around the household then, she raised her chin and looked him in the eye. "What is it you want from me, Angus Cameron?" His face went slack for the briefest moment. Her forthrightness surprised him, she could tell, before his mouth spread in a wide smile. "I like a lass with spirit. I always believed ye had it in ye. Where have ye been hidden it all this time?" She would not allow him to toy with her in such a manner. "What is it you want?" she asked again. His smile faded. "I see. 'Tis just as well, as I am a busy man and have little time to waste in niceties. I've made plans for us to wed." A laugh burst forth before she could stop it. "I'm sorry," she snickered. "Ye took me by surprise is all." "A pleasant surprise?" "Nay. Just a surprise." When he did not join her in laughing, the truth hit her. The man was serious. "I canna see why," he observed, clasping his hands behind his back. "I thought I'd made it clear to ye that I favour ye over the other lasses in the clan and the household. I'm merely one of the lasses who tends the house. You are a Gordon. No matter what you do with your hands or how you try to disguise who you truly are, you're the only child of Elect Gordon, and there is no one to contest your claim to the land, the silver and gold, all of it. Uniting our clans would be a great step toward uniting all the Highland clans." "That is what you're about then?" "I thought as much." "You ought not to have been listening. That's nothing for a woman to hear. We do not share the same opinion of what is, and is not for a woman to hear." She glowered at him. "And as for marrying ye, I have no desire to do anything of the sort." "Which is just as well," he murmured, "as I dinna recall asking whether ye had the desire to marry me or not. Ye cannot make me do it." "Can I not?" With a slight wave of his hands, he signaled the arrival of 4 familiar faces. 4 of his men who descended upon her like buzzards, taking her by the arms and tying a strip of cloth over her mouth. This could not be happening. She kicked and screamed from behind the fabric, fought until the muscles in her shoulders ached and pulled, until there was no choice but for the men to take her by the legs as well or else risk a kick in a sensitive place. As they carried her away, she caught sight of Angus's smirking face.
Chapter 6. Donnan bit back a curse. Damn the woman. She knew him. He had not expected that. He hadn't expected her to look at him at all. So few people did, and with good reason. Why did she have to be observant? Why did she have to stare up at him when anyone with sense would look away, out of discretion if not self-preservation? Who would wish to look upon his ruined face, if they did not need to do so? But she'd always been a stubborn lass, insisting on having her way. Would that she didn't ruin things for him by raising a fuss at his presence. Did she know why he was here? How could she? As far as she need know, this was a chance meeting. Nothing more. If she alerted Angus Cameron to any suspicions, he would certainly see to Donnan's removal from the place. If Donnan could speak with her, he might set her mind at ease. Would that she'd not disappeared so quickly. "Come," one of the clansmen beckoned. "I'll show ye where we bed down." He'd seen it for himself on riding up to the house, but followed just the same. It would do well to get to know some of them, he supposed, and learn what to expect in the short time he planned to stay. The camp brought to mind his army days, which were the very days he least wished to remember. He'd left it behind, had he not? He'd promised Bronwen that he'd not return to war when her illness was at its worst, and she'd spoken to him as a son. He hadn't the heart to correct the woman in her final hours. When he'd promised, he'd done so with all his heart. He was tired of war, of fighting. Walking among the tents and fires, hearing the sounds of soft laughter and the neighing of horses made so many other memories leap to life. Screaming. The stench of blood and waste. Men begging for help and crying out for their mothers. Smoke in his eyes, in his lungs. The man he'd followed, a stout fellow with a friendly smile, gestured to where he might bed down for the night. "You'll find everyone here is open to Shan whatever they have." "Thank ye," Donnan grunted, his head down. He had no intention of asking any of these men for a thing. He'd rather starve or freeze to death than think of it. Even so, he needed to speak with them. After choosing a place to lay his head for the night, he raised his hood and began walking through the camp alone. With his face in shadow, it was easier to observe unnoticed. Men laughed, told tales of their prowess both as warriors and as men. The sort of talk which always rang out over a camp or, really, anywhere young men were together. And they were young men mostly, and nearly all of Clan Cameron. They were preparing for something too. More than one of them sharpened blades on knives and swords. The few outsiders he happened to notice seemed to look about themselves in a bewildered manner. They hadn't known what they were consenting to when they'd agreed to join with the Camerons, that much was clear. Now how could they leave? Where were the ones who'd refused to join? Penned up somewhere, he reasoned, and looked further out beyond the camp to the other buildings. Stable, barn, blacksmith. Where would they be? Too much curiosity would draw attention to himself, so he could not afford to explore yet. He remained in the camp, tuning his ears to the talk around him once again. Doing what he could to stop thinking about her. How could she not see what was happening here? He'd always given her at least a bit of credit. She had good sense, even if nearly every memory had to do with her hard-headedness. It was hard-headedness which had brought her here, no doubt. Once she'd set her mind upon her goal, no amount of reason could get through to her. And she had set her mind upon the good-looking, strong, powerful Angus Cameron. What lass wouldn't? Bile rose in his throat at the memory of how she'd fallen over herself in the man's presence, how she'd been unable to take her eyes from him. If it hadn't been for her mooning about, the lass would not have ruined his cloak. The wine might wash out, though it mattered little either way. What he would not be so easily able to rid himself of was the nagging sense that the strident, over-confident Cameron was not good enough for her, or, for that matter, any woman. Donnan had seen his kind before, and his kind was never the sort capable of making a good husband. It was none of his affair. "Aye, who are ye?" "You're the one who just arrived this evening, is that right?" A voice from his left, where a trio of men sat around a low fire with bowls of stew which two men from the kitchen carried between the pair of them, going from group to group that everyone might eat. "Aye," Donnan replied with a brisk nod. "Join us," one of them suggested, waving him over. The fact that the three of them were not of the clan told him this might indeed be a worthwhile visit. Even so, he was wary. They offered him a bowl already full of meat and vegetables, which he took with another nod. The aroma made his mouth water, and he was glad to dip a piece of bread in to eat. "One thing I can say for Clan Cameron," the man nearest him grinned. "They know how to eat well." "Ye aren't of the clan?" Donnan asked, glancing around. "Nay. Nothing more than that." The three of them returned to their meal, neither looking up from the bowls they held. He weighed this carefully before continuing. "What brought ye here?" "What brought ye here?" The man seated across from him narrowed his eyes, watching from over the fire. "I suppose it was the same as what brought the three of us." Donnan refrained from offering a reply. Instead he asked, "How long since ye arrived?" "A fortnight," the third man explained. A long fortnight. What are ye waitin' for? What I mean to say is, to what end do ye make camp outside the great house? The second man, who Donnan wagered was the smartest, eyed him still. Why do ye ask? Ye are here as well, and ye must know that what brought ye here is the same as what brought us. I must admit, he murmured, deciding a bit of truth would not prove harmful, I dinna believe we are here for the same reason. I came as a favor to an old family friend and ally. He wished to ensure his daughter was safe and well. I dinna intend to stay once I know for certain how she's faring. There are a great many lasses here, the first man observed, a knowing smile touching the corners of his mouth. Aye, Angus knows how to draw them like a cat to cream, the third laughed. But the second man, the one with the sharp eyes and flame-red hair, remained silent. Who is she then? He asked. Would that he had not asked. One of the lasses who works inside the household. I saw her when I was in there. Fenella is the name. All three men bore identical looks of surprised amusement. Her. Och, she's doing fine, the third man chuckled. She'll be better once Angus has his way. It will be soon, from what I've heard, the first reported. He's made the plans final. Plans? Donnan asked. The stew lost its taste. For the wedding? Did he not speak of it? The three of them laughed. Not that I heard, he choked out. None of the men seemed to notice his disgust. So it was public knowledge that they were to wed. He had arrived at the right time then. Little chance of Alec Gordon settling Ewan's debts, if his daughter had already aligned her daft self with Clan Cameron through marriage. The thought of Angus Cameron uniting the clans in such a way, and using the Gordon name to his advantage, along with the wealth and power which came along with it, turned Donnan's stomach and set his blood to boiling. How did she not see it for what it was, this plot of his? How could she walk into such a trap with both eyes open?
Chapter 7. They carried Fenella to the stables, kicking all the way. Kicking for no reason, as the men holding her ankles seemed amused by her efforts. No matter how hard she struggled, they were stronger. All she managed to do was tire herself out. They dropped her, unceremoniously, in a dark pen filled with straw and reeking of animals. She scrambled to her hands and knees off her smarting backside, and ran for the gate, which closed and locked before she could throw her weight against it. It wouldn't have made a difference if she'd gotten to it in time, she knew, not with 4 full-grown men standing on the other side, but she wanted them to know she was not to be taken lightly. They left her there without a word, with no explanation. Their snickers of distaste and amusement faded as they strode away. The sound was soon replaced by another. More than one, many in fact. Shuffling. Coughing. Whispering. Fenella froze, eyes wide, holding her breath out of fear and the desire to better hear what was all around. She was not alone, that was for certain. But those weren't animal noises coming from the other pens, running up and down 2 walls. She'd heard them her entire life, spending too much time in the barn and stables for her father's liking. They were people. So many people. Her eyes slowly adjusted to the darkness, and when they did, she made out shapes. Men. Women. Children. Tears welled, threatening to choke her. "Hello," she whispered. "Who's here?" More noise, muffled speaking and soft weeping. She jammed the knuckles of one fist into her mouth to quell her own cries. What was Angus doing, locking these people away? "Dinna speak to her," someone said. "His woman." They were speaking of her, whoever they were. "Nay, 'tis untrue," she insisted. There were walls made of stacked logs between each pen, with gaps between the logs through which she could see into the enclosures to either side and across from her. She gripped one of the logs, pressing her face to the gap between it and the one above, searching the darkness for some idea of who she spoke to. "I've seen her," the male voice continued. "And I've heard him speak of her. He wouldn't leave her here unless he wished to use her as a spy." "That isn't true at all," she hissed. "He had them bring me here because I refused to marry him. That is why I'm here with ye. Not because I'm a spy for him. I would never do such a thing." "Ye said you wouldna marry him?" The voice came from in front of her, across the straw-covered floor and in the pen opposite. "Why would he tell everyone ye will?" "I could not say," she whispered, "but we never discussed it until this very night. We did not even discuss. He told me. I said no. That is all of it. Do ye believe ye have a choice, lass? When Angus Cameron wants something, he takes it." Whoever the man was, he made a point strong enough to bring her to her knees. She sank to the floor, not knowing what she knelt in and caring very little. Who was she to think she could stand up against a man such as him? All he'd done was wave his hand, and men had appeared to do his bidding. She was one person, alone. "Why are ye here?" She asked no one in particular, merely needed to understand, and to hear voices to remind her she was not truly alone. For what felt like 100 years, there was no answer. Finally a small voice spoke with a heavy tremble. "My man said he would not join Angus Cameron or his father. He wished to remain loyal to Clan McQueen, and couldna see how giving allegiance to the Camerons would be anything less than treason." A hitching sob. "They took me away. And told him he had no choice but to do as they said, or else he would never get me back." "Who are they that ye speak of?" "I dinna know who they were. Men. Acting under the name Angus Cameron, said they were there because he asked 'em to be. I dinna know what became of my man." Fenella closed her eyes, her forehead against the wooden wall. How could he be so cruel? How was it that she was surprised? She'd seen it in him all along. It was the reason why his presence had always left her unsettled, why his gaze made the back of her neck crawl, as though something slithered over her skin. And he was to be her husband, in his mind at least, for she bore less intention than ever of marrying the brute. What alternative was there? What could she do? These people were taken from their homes and locked away when they refused to obey Angus's wishes. How much worse would he make it for her when she continued to refuse him? "Do any of you know how long you've been here?" Confused mumbling told her they were unaware, and how could they know? There were nearly no windows. The only light came from the doorways at the far ends of the long narrow structure. It would be too easy to lose track of time. To fall into despair, surrounded as they were by stone and wooden walls where animals normally live. Squatting in the straw to relieve themselves, like as not, and fed whenever someone in the house got a mind to take food to them. Children. She heard their quiet weeping, their whispered questions. When could they go home? When would they eat? The impulse to cover her ears with her hands was nearly too strong to overcome, but she would not shut them out. She needed to hear them. For each word only fed her hatred as surely as new wood made a fire burn hotter. "Can you help us?" one of the women asked. "Please. He'll speak to ye. If ye marry him, he might soften to ye and grant us freedom." "You're daft," a man snorted. "He won't do any such thing. If we return home, we'll tell others of the way he treated us here. He canna take a chance." "All ye quiet," another man hissed. "If one of them hears us." These people. These poor frightened people. They'd done nothing but swear loyalty to their own clans. The same as their fathers and grandfathers would have done. And that loyalty had resulted in their being locked away like cattle and treated little better. She drew her knees to her chest and forced herself to breathe slowly. In. Out. Donnan was there. He might have remembered her. And if he did, he would notice she'd gone missing. He might look for her, inquire after her. Might he not? In. Out. Do not panic. Do not.
Chapter 8. Morning dawned grey and damp, mist clinging to the ground and moistening the cloak which Donnan had used to cover himself while he slept. Low clouds moved across the sky, heavy with rain which would likely fall before the day was out. And there he was sleeping out of doors. He might be at home in his bedchamber, warm and dry. Instead he'd accepted a fool's errand such as this. His back ached after sleeping in the damp chill. He'd spent the night listening to all manner of noises coming from the sleeping men, and as such was in a foul mood. Now it was time to find the lass. And quickly. If he couldn't convince her to listen to reason, he'd bind and gag her. Anything to get out of that cursed place. Just what made it cursed he could not say. It was more than being in the presence of the Camerons, which was unpleasant enough. They'd always borne the reputation of a quarrelsome lot, traitorous and best left to themselves. Perhaps it was the closeness to them which took his dislike and turned it to outright distaste. Their coarseness, their certainty that they'd be successful in something. Whatever it was they intended to do. Control the Highlands. Yes, that was the goal. That had always been the goal. To usurp the Duncans, absorb their lands and their wealth. If Angus could manage that while also marrying into Clan Gordon, he would be difficult to stop. If not impossible. He'd arrived with the sole intention of bringing Fenella home to her father. Now it was clear there was much more at stake for all of them. Not just his father or his brother. Every Highland clan. His eyes moved over the area as he walked to the stream where several men already gathered to wash their faces, some of them using their dirks to shave. They could afford to laugh among themselves, knowing what they knew, that they intended to dominate the Highlands. He grit his teeth, barely holding back the harsh words he longed to hurl their way. In his younger days, he might have let loose and faced whatever came his way. These were not his younger days, and there was more at stake than just himself. Only the memory of his father and all this meant to him kept his lips sealed as he splashed icy water on his face. He got that in the war then. His eyes were still closed against the water which dripped from his forehead. This was to be expected, was it not? Questions. Some had the sense to keep such questions to themselves, most in fact, or else they were too frightened at his appearance to breathe a word in his presence. As such, he was unaccustomed to strangers coming out and speaking of his scar. He braced himself. That I did. He dried his face on the inside of his cloak, careful to conceal the frustration he knew would be plain in the set of his jaw. The last thing he needed was to be remembered for starting a fight. A difficult thing, the man observed, as though he knew of what he spoke. A brief glance revealed a smooth face, youthful. The most he'd seen of true fighting was the training he'd received from his clan, Donnan would wager. It is indeed. He lowered the cloak, and willed himself to ignore the grunts and gasps from those who stood near. To ignore the hatred in his heart, burning with the heat of 1,000 fires. Their greedy eyes taking him in, their sneers, the way they shook their heads in what? Relief that it was him instead of them. Sorrow on his behalf? Did they ask themselves what they would have done in his place? Perhaps they would have rather been dead than spend a life wearing his face. Have you ever seen war? He asked over his stiff tongue. He'd not been one for conversing with strangers prior to his injury. But this was torture. The men shook their heads. All of them reminded him of Ewan in a way, young, brash, certain of their strength and cunning. Certain nothing could ever go wrong. As certain as he had once been. The day he rode away from home, a boy thinking he was a man. Trust me, he grunted, straightening from a crouch at the stream's edge. Ye dinna wish to see it for yourself, no matter how grand ye believe it will be, nor how certain ye are that you'll avail yourself. Some of the biggest braggarts were the first to soil themselves when it came time to attack. The men chuckled dismissively. No, they would not understand unless it came their time. Hand-to-hand combat was an entirely different matter, nothing compared to staring down hundreds of men bent on one's destruction. Fenella had better be willing to go along with him, and quickly. He was not certain how much more he could take of being out in the open, among people. It would be bad enough to be with her alone all throughout the journey home. He thought he could stand being with her. Perhaps. If she'd learned to hold her tongue in the years since he'd last seen the lass. She worked in the house. He would have to start there, for there was little time to lose if a wedding was being discussed. A wedding? How far she'd fallen. She might have made a good match with a good man from any other clan, but no, she had to choose the Camerons. Her father was wealthy enough to be sure, a great laird. Yet that wasn't enough for her. The pretty young lass carrying a basket full of bread, who happened to cross his path at that moment, jumped at the sound of his growl. She had no way of knowing he growled not at her, but at his dark, troubling thoughts of Fenella. Combined with the horror of his face, he must have made quite an impression. The lass dropped the basket with a choked squeal. "I will na harm ye," he snarled, which only seemed to make the matter worse. He bent to retrieve the fallen basket, intending to make amends, but by the time he'd risen the lass was gone. He turned in a full circle, yet there was no sign of her among the busy workers going about their morning duties outside the great house. The basket was at least an excuse to go inside and look about the place. He pulled up his hood to ward off another such overwrought reaction before stepping inside. He was looking for her in particular. That lustrous brown hair with its gentle wave. Those eyes that reminded him of storm clouds. She'd been close to him last night, near enough that he caught the scent of something sweet and musky all at once. He realized he longed to smell that again, and saw the danger in such longing. The memory of his father's sunken eyes and the tunic which had hung from his thin frame was enough to turn his thoughts back to the matter at hand. Not Fenella's comeliness. He'd have a long ride home during which to torture himself over her. A head full of golden curls caught his eye, and he raised a hand to capture the attention of the lass who'd been with Fenella the night before. She approached with a wary expression, her feet moving slowly. A pretty thing indeed. Angus chose the most pleasing lasses to tend the household. "I found this lying outside," he explained, his words coming slowly. It had been longer than he could remember since he'd spent time with a woman who was not Bronwen, at least 30 or 40 winters older than himself. This was no Bronwen standing before him. "Ah. Thank ye." She accepted the basket as he held it out to her, reaching slowly. As though he was not to be trusted. He let out a long breath, reminding himself of how he needed to earn her trust. "I wondered, there was a young woman with ye last night when I arrived. I had hoped to see her this morning, as I believe we know each other. Or we did when we were young." Her forehead creased when the corners of her mouth turned down. She did seem to remember ye," she admitted, though slowly. As though she was uncertain of whether it was wise to admit this. Did she? So she'd recognized him, even with his face as it was. How? He had no memory of the last time they saw each other, but it had been at least 7 years. Why would she remember him? The lass looked about with sharp green eyes. "I haven't seen her today, and I wish I had, as I need her. She seemed to not be herself last night, saying she needed time to take the air. I saw nothing of her after that." He swallowed against the fear her words inspired, working its way up his throat. What if she had told Angus she knew him? What if Angus had ordered her to remain hidden, knowing it was too big a coincidence for Donnan to have suddenly arrived? He was a clever man, to be sure. How would he ever find her if this was so? "Donnan Ross. A good mornin' to ye." Angus's voice rang out from far down the corridor, nearly on the other side of the house. The lass beside him all but trembled. With fear? No, with pleasure. She was in love with him, as he supposed most women would be. No distrust or hesitation from her when she looked upon Angus. Had he tried to give her a basket, she would not have reached for it, as though she feared losing her very hand. "A good mornin'," he grunted in reply, his dislike of the man growing with every minute. "I had hoped to see ye today, as we didna have a chance to speak much last night. I had other matters to attend to. Forgive me." He reached them with barely a glance at the lass, who seemed ready to fall at his feet. Her disappointment was evident. Donnan nearly felt sorry for her. "Please join me," Angus beckoned. Then, as an afterthought, "bring wine to my chambers." The blonde-haired lass jumped into service. Donnan asked himself why Angus Cameron had such a hold on unwitting lasses. Fenella this one, likely every lass in the household. He caught up with Angus, walking past the great hall to a smaller room much like the one his father used as a study. Unlike Clyde's study, it stank of the smoke of many fires, felt close and stale and filthy. For a household with so many workers, it seemed not much work got done. Donnan took it in, all the while asking himself what this meeting was about. They were alone. No one to witness what might occur. There was a dirk in his belt, which he was more than prepared to use should the need arise, but there would be the matter of escaping. Finding Fenella, and escaping before anyone discovered the body. Ye told me ye were away from home until not long ago. Angus motioned for Donnan to sit. What brought ye here? Donnan did what he could to appear relaxed, even as every muscle in his body tensed in case the need to spring should arise. I'd heard some of your men were riding the Highlands, reaching out to clan leaders. Speaking of uniting us. Aye. Angus perched upon the edge of a table, hands folded. He appeared at ease. My father wasted so many years striving, working to what? To dominate larger, wealthier clans. To take their land and their wealth for his own. Such practices go on today all throughout Scotland. Why? Why not unite under a single banner, with the leaders of each clan as they stand now, having a say in the decisions of the clan as a whole? We could come together once, twice a year. Would that not be simpler? Simpler? It would not be. It would also never work. There were far too many strong, stubborn men involved for them to ever come together and agree on a single point. Many of them had enough trouble keeping their clans intact, with so many strong opinions on all sides. Bringing them together would merely make those opinions louder, multiply them until there was nothing but noise. Yet this was not Angus's intention at all. They both knew it. What of the larger clans? I've seen no one here to represent the Duncans, for instance. What say they about this? Angus's dark brows knitted together when he frowned, but it was a frown which did not last long. It might as well have been Donnan's imagination. The blonde lass entered, bearing a tray with 2 mugs and a pitcher. They waited until she was gone to speak again. She tried to linger, bless her, but Angus ignored the poor thing until she left. At least he tried to be faithful to Fenella. Not that it was much comfort. Not that he would allow such a marriage to take place. Angus drank deep, then sighed. Ye asked about the Duncans. My hope is that once we've united enough clans and shown them this is possible as we've planned it, we can take the notion to them and allow them to decide if they wish to join us. Donnan raised his brows. What if they decide against it? I suppose we'll take care of that if the time comes. He knew what that meant, and decided to allow the subject to rest there. No sense in starting a fight he had no wish to find himself in. Were they elsewhere, alone in the woods for example, he would have loved nothing more than to challenge the man. While being outnumbered had never deterred him, the odds were not in his favor now. Not with 100 men outside. A knock at the door proved a blessed distraction. A young red-headed man Donnan remembered seeing with Angus entered, murmured into his ear. The smile which touched the corners of Angus's mouth chilled Donnan's blood, and reminded him of a wolf about to pounce on its prey. Very well, he said to the man. Then turning to Donnan, forgive me but duty calls. I have another bit of business to talk over. I understand. Thank ye for the wine. He rose and left the room, relieved for whoever had been the cause of their meeting breaking when it did. He was not certain he'd have been able to keep up the pretense of friendliness much longer.
Chapter 9. Fenella held her head high, teeth clenched, lip curled in a snarl as 2 of Angus's men led her from the stables and into the house through a rear door. It would not do to let too many of the others see her in the daylight. Carrying her off in the dark of night was another thing entirely. They led her by the arms, their hands tight and unforgiving, certain to leave bruises. She did not dare show the pain. To think, she was able to move freely through the house until last night. Now, she was a prisoner. Perhaps she'd been a prisoner all along, and simply hadn't known it. He'd already planned their wedding, after all. He'd always known what he wanted from her. And so had she. There had been more than enough time in which to think things over, during the long sleepless night. She'd heard snores, murmurings, the shifting of bodies. Some of them had slept, if not all of them. They could sleep. They were accustomed to being there. She was not. In the absence of sleep, she'd thought quite a bit. Gone back over every day since her arrival. Every time Angus had gazed upon her in that possessive manner, as if she'd been created for his enjoyment. And still she'd stayed. Knowing in her heart the type of man he was, she'd stayed. Because she'd convinced herself that she could be of service to her clan, to all of the clans the Camerons were seeking to use for their own gain. She could collect information, eavesdrop on meetings, tell her father what she'd found. Prove worthwhile. Make him proud. Show him he need not regret only having a daughter. She'd stayed, when she ought to have fled the first time he looked at her with those possessive eyes. The first time he'd lingered too long upon their crossing paths, the first time he'd stood in her way when she tried to get past him. So many warnings she'd ignored, and for what? Now as they led her to Angus at her request, she fought fatigue and rising dismay in order to think with a clear head. She would need her wits about her. He waited in his chambers, his face as smug as ever when she entered the room. Alone. Her escorts waited outside, closing the door. While she had no desire to spend time with them, their absence caused her heart to clench along with her stomach. The last thing she wanted was to be alone with this man. No witnesses. No one to make him think twice about what he might have in mind to do. Yet she'd been the one demanding to see him, which meant she had at least a bit of control over what happened. Did she not? He would wish to know why she'd demanded to see him, rather than bringing her in to see him with dark purposes in mind. This did not mean his thoughts would not take a dark turn. She was prepared to scream, to claw his precious eyes out. Whatever it took. His smug smile gave her the sense that bugs crawled over her skin. To what do I owe the pleasure? He asked, his voice light. She braced herself for what might come of this. Why do ye have so many others locked away in the stables? The smile slipped as he blinked. What makes ye think I would tell ye, or that ye have the right to ask me why I do what I do? What would the heads of the other clans think if they knew what you've done here? She continued, not bothering to answer his questions. He would not wish to hear what she had to say, that was for certain, so it mattered little. It is none of your concern. It became my concern when ye locked me up with them, she spat. And if ye think I'll wed ye just because ye tell me to, ye have no idea who I am or what you've gotten yourself into. I know exactly what I've gotten myself into, he smiled. I plan to wed the only child of one of the wealthiest clans in the Highlands. I plan to unite our clans and create something lasting. Ye intend to use my clan's wealth as a way to push the Duncans out of the land, which belongs to them, ye mean? When his eyes bulged, she nodded. Ye gave me time to speak with those you locked away, remember? And they've had time to speak with one another. They know what ye intend to do, and so do I. What do ye think you'll do? No one will listen to ye. Everyone knows your father would rather you were born a man, instead of a useless woman. She clenched her fists but let this pass. Useless? It seems ye have a use in mind for me, Angus Cameron. His shoulders rose and fell in a shrug. Until I have an heir or two, I. Beyond that, I dinna care if ye live or die. How can ye be the way ye are? She whispered, shaking her head in disbelief. This did not seem to bother him in the slightest. He cared nothing for what she thought of him. To think she'd been certain she could not dislike him more. I am the way I am because this is way marriages are arranged, lass. Do ye not know this? Or did your father never intend to wed ye to the son of another clan? Did he intend to keep ye at home for the rest of your days? His gaze fell, traveling over her body. He made her feel bare, exposed though she was fully clothed. It would have been a true shame if he did, lass. Ye have no right to speak that way to me or about me. Not yet, perhaps, even though ye are to be my wife. I will not. Ye will. He took a step closer, causing her to call upon every bit of her determination and self-control to keep from backing down. She refused to allow him the satisfaction. You will marry me, you will accept me into your bed, you will swell with my bairns. That is the way it will be. She held his gaze, her eyes wide and burning with hatred. I would rather die. That can be arranged, lass. Like the striking of a snake, his hand darted out, slapping her hard enough to pull a cry of pained surprise from her as she fell to the floor. This was no longer a matter of pride. When he took another step, then another, closing in on her, she slid across the floor on her backside, scrambling to get away from him. Survival was what mattered now. He sneered down at her. No longer feeling so brave, are ye? Just like a woman. It takes a well-timed slap to put you back in your place. She held a hand to her face gingerly as her cheek burned and throbbed. There was nothing to say to him, as nothing she'd say would matter. She knew that finally. Nothing mattered. What was she going to do? Angus went to the door. Get her out of here, he growled, then stepped aside as his men entered and pulled her up from the corner she'd crawled into. If they had not helped her, she would not have been able to stand. Her legs shook too badly. She could not look at either of them as they took her away, and certainly not at Angus. He would be smiling again, and if she cast her eye upon it while she was in such pain, it might break her. Instead, she looked straight ahead as the men took her from the room and into the corridor. The shadows were deep out there, the passage quiet, most of the household having their morning meal in the great hall. Of the three of them, only she seemed to take notice of a shifting in the shadows along the opposite wall as they left Angus's chambers. Only she saw Donnan standing there watching. Their eyes met as she was dragged away.
Chapter 10. He'd found Fenella at last. Donnan looked from her face, where a bruise already formed, to the open door. Angus was in there, and he'd struck her, and there was only one fitting punishment for a man who would strike a woman. Crushing his hands would be a fitting punishment. He'd never strike a man or woman again. Though the thought made Donnan smile, he knew there was nothing to do but hold back once again. Both his and Fenella's lives were at stake. Would that he'd been able to hear what they discussed on the other side of the closed door. What had she said to move Angus to such violence? It was no excuse. No matter what she'd said, there was never reason to hurt a defenseless woman. The fact that it happened to be Fenella made it even more unforgivable. How could she think she was in love with a man who would treat her in such a way? What was wrong with the lass? There was no choice but to follow, as the Cameron men led her away. He clung to the walls, remaining in the shadows, keeping his footfalls light as he trailed behind them. Where were they taking her? Once they left the house, using a small door along the far side of the building, there was no hiding. He raised his hood and slipped behind a woodpile, watching as the pair of men all but carried Fenella to the stables. Why there? That side of the house was less busy than the front, with only a few lads moving about as they cared for the many horses belonging to the men camping about the grounds. It was no trouble to conceal himself there, watching and listening, expecting to hear her scream. That scream never came. Instead, the men stepped outside after several minutes and returned to the house, with Donnan circling the woodpile to keep it between himself and the two of them. He took another look at the low-slung stone structure and the clearing around it. Nothing to hide behind on the way in or out. There would be no going in until dark. He could not risk being spotted, as even the cloudy grey sky was far too bright to conceal him. It would be a long day. Donnan slipped away from camp the moment it was dark enough to do so without raising questions. The men were in their normal mood, going from fire to fire, sharing stories, wishing there were women to help in passing the time. He pitied the lasses working in the household, walking among the camps to deliver food and drink. How long would it be before the men grew tired of controlling themselves? He would not be there to find out. Nor would Fenella, no matter how she felt about it. The stables were quiet. He'd watched the stone building throughout the day, waiting to find if Fenella would leave. She never had. 3 men had gone in with baskets of food, but they were the only ones who'd left afterward. Baskets. Too much food for one small lass. He began to realize there was much more to Angus's treachery than he'd first thought. Fenella was not alone in there. What did the Camerons think they were doing? He would soon find out, ducking into the building and looking about in the darkness. There was a row of pens to his right, one to his left, stretching along the length of the walls. Each looked large enough to hold a horse, but the horses were not inside. Instead of neighing, he heard whispers. Coughs. Soft weeping. "Fenella," he hissed, darting from one pen to the next. "Are ye here, lass?" "I'm here." Halfway down to the road to his left. He followed the sound of her voice, the whispers around him turning to murmured questions, exclamations of surprise. Fenella. He found her there, her face pressed to the opening between two of the thin logs which made up the pen walls. "Och, lass, when did he lock ye in here?" "Last night, after I first saw ye in the house." He nearly choked on his heart as it leapt into his throat. "Because of me?" Nay, because of something else. There isn't any time to speak of it now." "Did he hurt ye, lass?" He could not escape the memory of her swollen face, the tears still fresh on her cheeks. "Nothing I cannot stand," she whispered. "Please. If ye aren't here to help, ye must leave. Now. Before ye find yourself locked away as well." "Dinna leave," a man pleaded somewhere further down the row. "Ye must help us. We must get away from here." "How many are there?" Donnan asked her, his head spinning at the number of voices around them. The whispers overlapped, but the message was the same. They needed help. "I can tell ye about it, and I will, but please." "We must leave," Fenella insisted. "And we will." The decision was made, there would be no waiting. He would free her, and they would go that very night, as fast and as far as they could manage before dawn broke. That was likely the time when the men would return with food and drink. That was when Angus would find out he'd been betrayed. It would not be long before he found Donnan missing as well. There would be time later to talk about why she was there, why the rest of them were. Right now, he had to open the pen. It was simple enough. Just the raising of a log laid across the door, making it impossible to open from the inside. He lifted it, dropping the log to the floor, swung the door open. "Thank ye," she breathed, one hand to her chest. "Now the others." "What?" "Nay, lass. We dinna have the time." He took her by the wrist, intending to lead her from the place and out to the horse pen, but she pulled away. "I will not leave them here." She went to the closest pen and wedged her shoulder beneath the log, grunting as she hoisted it up. "We must go." He took her by the arms, pulling her around to face him. "Fenella now. Or he'll do worse to ye next time." Donnan would kill him first, of course, but it was his hope that she'd see reason through the fear of what Angus might do if he found her. It was no use. "I will not leave them." She shoved him away, went to the next pen. "Ye might help me make this go faster and we could all leave." Damn it all. Then he helped her, the two of them going from one pen to the next, raising the bars that the doors might open. He turned away at the sight of the children in their parents' arms. Some of them could not be more than a few years old. If it weren't for the lass and the need to take her home, he'd slice Angus's throat from ear to ear. "All right." He took Fenella by the arm. "We're leaving now. Unless there is someone else ye wish to free." "Come everyone," she whispered, dashing alongside him through the darkness. "Nay, lass." He shook his head when they stopped at the doorway. "They are not coming with us." "Ye cannot mean it." Seemed she insisted on telling him what he could and could not mean. "We need to move quickly, and we cannot do so with so many others," he explained, then turned to them. "Forgive me, but ye must find your own way out of here." There were more than enough men among them, that there was a good chance they would find an escape. "Ye freed us," one of them reminded him with a firm nod. "Go." "I won't leave them," she insisted, struggling against Donnan's grip. Why did she insist upon being so difficult? "If we do not leave now, we shall never get out." Ye must be silent. He led her to where the horses waited in the round pen. He ought to have asked himself why the animals were not kept indoors, yet he hadn't thought of it. There were so many men staying there after all, he'd assumed there was not enough room inside. Several of them were kept bridled and saddled, he assumed in case emergency arose and the men needed to ride out immediately. He helped her to mount a chestnut gelding, before choosing a heavily muscled black gelding of his own, and leading it to the gate. A raspy growl echoed to his right. "What do ye think you're doin'?" Instinct caused him to whirl about, his hand closed in a fist, and he knocked the man to the ground with a single blow to his jaw. There was no time to find out who he was. Donnan disarmed him, handing Fenella a dirk which she tucked into her belt without asking questions. The lass had sense after all, at least he believed so until she protested once again. "I dinna feel well about this." He mounted his horse and turned it toward the woods. "We must go before he finds ye missing. Unless ye wish for a matching bruise." He motioned to her face. She winced, her eyes moving once more toward the people quickly mounting horses behind them. "I've had enough of this." He pulled the reins from her hands and led her horse beside his, trotting into the woods in spite of her protests. To think, he'd imagined her thanking him for saving her. He ought to have known better, as nothing in his life went as planned. Chapter 11. They rode through the night, neither of them stopping to speak unless it was of a danger in their path or to suggest watering the horses. While he had more questions than he could count, they would wait. She was away from Angus. He'd never touch her again. That was all that mattered. If she was angry with him for taking her, she did not show it. She did not voice regrets over leaving her intended husband either. Donnan braced himself for this, as it was certainly coming. She saw the importance of making haste, putting road between the Camerons and themselves. It wasn't until the eastern sky began to lighten that Fenella sank to her knees beside the gelding as it drank of a bubbling stream. "I can hardly see straight," she murmured, splashing water on her face as if to rouse herself. "How much farther do ye think we need to ride, until it will be safe to make camp? I'll throw ye over the saddle and lead the horse in your stead." She cast a doleful look up at him. "All ye need say is ye feel we should ride longer. There will be no need to throw me over anything." He shrugged. "It canna hurt to make sure ye know how I feel about wasting time." "You've already made it clear enough," she muttered, jerking the reins away from him and throwing an elbow into his ribs when he made a move to assist her in mounting. He sighed, dragging his feet through dewy ankle-high grass as he went to his own horse. "How can I make it easier for ye to understand? They would have held us back, lass. Slowed us down. We needed to make haste and get as far away as we could, as quickly as we could. He'll want both of us for what we did, and he won't take our going against him lightly. They were people. Ye speak as though they were nothing more than some baggage we'd have to drag behind us." He snorted, turning the horse toward the narrow path they'd followed for hours. "A fitting description. You're no better than he is then." She spat at him and missed. "If you're going to spit at a man, you'd better at least learn how to do it. If you'll just stay still, then I'll be certain to practice on ye." "There is no time to stay still," he reminded her, serious again. "Ye can be sure your intended will be after ye, seeing as how ye had the wedding plans made and all." She snorted, bringing the horse up in front of him, holding her chin so high he asked himself how she managed to see ahead. "Dinna speak for me, Donnan Ross. I know nothing of it." He glanced at her, certain she was merely being contrary. Her face told him she was being honest, blank, stony. "How can that be?" "He told me we were to be wed. That is all I knew." "You don't mean it." "I very much do, I." She glared over her shoulder at him. "What did ye think? That I would wed a brute such as him because I wished to?" He didn't know what he thought. Looking back on the little spoken to each other before then, he realized she'd never once said it was her desire to wed Angus Cameron. She had not professed love for the man. Stop. He stared at her, covered in muck and all but exhausted, still sitting astride with her head held high. How could the lass manage to look like a queen in such a state? Yet she did. What? Ye just said we must make haste, that the others would have slowed us down. Make up your mind, man. He blew out a sharp breath. She could try the patience of a saint. I merely wished to make sense of what I was told before leaving my land to come looking for ye. Your father told me, ye ran away because ye were in love with a man of Clan Cameron. He did he? I've a piece of my mind to give him when next we see one another then. It wasn't true. Are ye daft? Or simply hard of hearing? She cupped dirt-streaked hands around her mouth. It isn't true. What would give him the idea then? A shrug. Perhaps he got word of the wedding Angus was planning, and supposed it meant I ran away to go through with it. He would never have agreed to the marriage, and with good reason. Indeed. I do wish he thought I had a bit better sense than that, but… She brought the horse about, pointing its nose back toward the south. He never thought much of my way of doing and thinking things, so I suppose it's no surprise. And I did not tell him of my plans to learn what the Camerons were really all about. I suppose he had no way of knowing. The matter-of-fact way in which she spoke was perhaps most shocking of all, along with the manner in which she continued to ride ahead of him. She guided her horse down the path without so much as a glance over her shoulder. "'Tis quite a way ye have of thanking a man," he muttered. "What do ye mean?" "Trying to spit at me, when ye ought to be thanking me for taking the trouble to come for ye, then rescue ye. It's both of our necks now." "Ye said that already." "It bears repeating. Och, this woman." She made him want to shout out every foul word he'd ever learned, which was plenty. And it still would not seem enough. It would not vent all of the ire she stirred in him. Yet there was a sense of relief he could not ignore, knowing she had no wish to be the wife of Angus Cameron. Fenella had no way of knowing how low his estimation of her had sunk when he thought she loved the brute. "What are ye laughing about?" she called back. "I didn't know I was," he admitted, still chuckling softly. She cast a scornful look over her shoulder. "I didn't know ye remembered how to laugh." "I didn't know myself," he admitted, still in a better mood than he ought to have been. He ought not to care as much as he did that the lass was not desiring a marriage with Angus, but it was clear from the lightness of his heart that he'd cared far more than he should. She was nearly a cousin to him, after all, and he had no wish to see her waste her life in an unhappy marriage. There was no chance of their union being anything but. Over time he would have worn her down until there was no spark left in her, no desire to be free to think or speak for herself. That would have been a great loss. She clicked her tongue, still scornful. "I wonder how all the people ye left in the horse pen feel right now. I wonder if they have reason to laugh." This again. And again, Donnan Ross. They needed us. I didn't care what they needed. I cared about ye, and I took ye out of there, and that is all I know or wish to know. I wish I had your gift for forgetting then. I wish ye did too, so we might stop speaking of it. There is no use. We cannot go back. Even if we could, I wouldn't have changed a thing. I had a task to manage, and I managed it." She turned away, facing forward again. "I'm nothing but a task then." "I take that one small part of what I said and forget the rest," he grumbled. "Might I at least know what you're getting in return for this task? Bringing me back to my father." The woman would drive him mad. He would simply lose his mind. "What business is it of yours?" "Ah, then there is something." "I didn't say there was." "You didn't say there wasn't, which tells me there is." "Come now. I deserve to know." "Ye do not." "Might I guess?" "Please do, as ye believe yourself to be so clever." She was quiet for a long time, with nothing but her back visible. He wished he could see her face to know what she was thinking. "He offered to pay ye, I've no doubt." "You are correct." I would be a fool to accept such a responsibility without silver in return. She nodded. I suspect it had something to do with your brother's debt. Would she ever cease to surprise him? How do ye know about that? Our fathers have been friends since they were lads, she snorted. When Ewan left, Clyde was. It was a difficult time for him. My father did what he could to offer comfort. That means quite a lot. Ye dinna need to tell me. Suddenly, she brought the horse to a stop and dismounted before he knew what was happening. She moved quickly, almost as quickly as her thoughts moved. Why did ye not come home? 2 years ago ye might have come home. Or at least sent word to say ye were alive. Instead your DA and your brother mourned ye. How could ye allow it? He opened his mouth to defend himself. She knew nothing of him or why he'd stayed away, but she continued before he had the chance. And dinna tell me it has anything to do with your scars, Donnan Ross, because I dinna want to hear it. Ye aren't the only man who came home with scars. But they came home. You did not. There were people who wanted ye to return. Who wept over ye. Her voice broke. She looked at the ground. He stared at her bowed head. He could not make sense of her. One moment she thrashed him with that sharp tongue of hers. The next her shoulders shook as though she cried. There is nothing to be done about it now, he grunted, looking away. When we have time to sit and speak of it, I shall tell ye of the woman who saved me. I do not need to know. As ye say, there is nothing to be done now. She sniffled. He caught sight of her dragging a hand across her eyes, before she turned away to mount the horse once again. Fenella. I said there is no need. She turned her head halfway, her bruised cheek a reminder of what they had left behind and were still running from. I will not lose control over myself again. He bit his tongue before he could make a fool of himself and say he wished she would. For when she did, when her emotions ran hot, when her cheeks flushed and her eyes went sharp and bright, she was the most magnificent thing he'd ever seen. Foolish it would be for him to give voice to the words in his heart. For she would never think him magnificent, or anything other than a horror. And it would do well for him to remember it.
Chapter 12. What a terrible fool Donnan must have thought she was. Bursting into tears like a child. Revealing how it had hurt to believe him dead. She'd never revealed her true feelings to anyone. She had not even known of them until that very morning. Even so, it was all a mass of confusion in her heart. It was fatigue. Hunger. Confusion over what it meant to return home, when Angus Cameron would surely send someone to retrieve her, if he did not make the trip on his own. Her father had men of his own, many of them. They would make the Camerons think twice about mounting an attack. But there were so many Camerons, and so many others had already joined their ranks. They might easily crush the Gordon men. Would Angus find it worthwhile to mount such an attack? It would surely be a lengthy endeavor, which would take time from whatever it was he planned to do, trekking north for several days, and no telling how long it would take to resolve a clash. It would also mean repaying her for having run away. She had insulted him. She'd gone against his wishes. Her cheek still ached every time she brushed so much as the tips of her fingers across it. No matter how long it would take, or how many men he might lose, he would not allow her to get away with making a fool of him, and in front of so many others who'd already heard they were supposed to be married. Even the men she'd been locked away within the stables had known about it. She shivered in spite of the early morning warmth, sunlight shining down upon the road which had widened that they might travel abreast. Are you cold? His voice set her nerves on edge. Why did he insist on sounding angry? To think she'd wept over him. It is nothing, she assured him, eyes on the road. She hadn't looked at him since they'd begun moving again, after her embarrassing show of emotion. It will be mid-morning or late, he murmured half to himself. We ought to stop soon, I suppose. I can ride longer, she said, even as she asked herself why she'd tell such a lie. She ached from head to toe, unaccustomed to such long stretches of time spent in the saddle. Her head throbbed, her eyes were dry and the lids heavy. "Nay, I dinna think it would be wise. If ye take ill, that will slow us down further." "I've never taken ill a day in my life," she sniffed. "Then you are overdue," he snorted. "All the more reason to take a few hours to rest. I would wager ye had little chance to do so in the stables." "That is true," she admitted in a soft voice, remembering the long night. "I had no sleep at all." "More reason to stop then." His voice sounded gentle now. Would that he could decide to be either kind or beastly. She could easily handle one or the other. It was never knowing which he would decide to be that would prove challenging. She offered no protest when he veered off the road and into the woods, following obediently. Now that the promise of rest was closer than before, fatigue hit her from all sides. She slumped in the saddle, fighting the need to close her eyes. Oh, for the sweet forgetfulness of sleep. Would that her dreams would allow it. They walked the horses well away from the road, deep into a thickly wooded patch, where heavy pine boughs hung nearly to the ground, and provided a natural cover. This ought to do, Donnan decided, coming to an abrupt stop and losing no time in dismounting. It was cool, the dampness of several wet days still present in the moist soil, droplets of rain clinging to the pine needles. She brushed against one of the boughs while removing her horse's saddle, and sent a shower of water into the air. To her surprise, she smiled. It seemed a strange time to smile. Then again, Donnan had a way of making her feel as though everything would be well. As disagreeable as he might be, as angry as she still was with him, he brought a sense of safety. She need not take her troubles entirely upon herself. It was the reminder that she was not alone, which helped her fall asleep easily, even before her head touched the saddle she used as a pillow. A snapping sound awoke her not a moment later. Her eyes flew open, her heart pounding wildly. Where was she? All she saw around her was darkness, blankness, with the smell of pine and moist soil heavy in the air. Another sound, and the flicker of firelight as flames leaped to life, allowing her a glimpse of a scarred face which had once been so handsome. "Och, Donnan," she groaned, a hand over her chest as though this would calm her racing heart. "I didna mean to wake ye," he murmured. "Go to sleep." She looked up at the sky, or what was visible between the towering pines surrounding them. "I slept so long?" she asked, her voice little more than a croak. Her mouth and lips were so dry. "Aye, most of the day," he chuckled. "I didna have the heart to wake ye. I set traps and snared a few hares while you slept. I am sorry. I know how important it is that we keep moving. We would need to stop sometime, and we made a great deal of progress overnight. Besides," he added, placing the already skinned rabbits over the fire, "I wouldna wish to risk making ye ill. Ye need to eat and rest, as do I. Yet ye aren't fearful of making yourself ill?" He shook his head. "I have been through much worse." She could not help her eyes moving over the long scar when he said it, as he could not help watching her trace the scar's path across his face, she supposed. "So you'll look upon me now," he observed, a corner of his mouth twisting in a wry smile. "When did I not look upon ye?" "For much of the morning. I was angry with ye. I was not avoiding ye because of your injury. It means nothing to me." He rolled his eyes. "Dinna lie to me, woman. I thought better of ye than that. I am not lying. Ye appear different than I remembered ye, that is so, but there is nothing so horrible about your face. What makes ye believe there is? How much time do ye have to listen to me explain?" He tended the rabbits, careful to avoid her gaze. She sighed as she sat up, tucking her legs beneath her. "It isn't as bad as that, I tell ye. But I know it does not help for me to insist. I do not know how ye feel." He pursed his lips. "That is so. Ye dinna know. No one does. He'd always been so handsome." She'd carried the image of his face in her young lovesick heart for so long, until she'd grown up and forgotten it was there. It had not gone away. Seeing him again in the great hall had the same effect as a lantern upon a darkened corner, lighting up the darkest places in her heart and reminding her of what she'd set aside. The shadow of that handsome face lingered in his eyes, his mouth, the sharpness of his jaw, at least the uninjured side. The scar left a deep indent on his left jaw, breaking the firm line in two. Her fingers itched to touch it, to tell him it mattered not. For he had endured such pain because of it. There was so much hatred in him now, bitterness which had hardened his heart against a world which had not treated him kindly. He looked from the fire, familiar eyes meeting hers, and her heart all but ceased to beat. She wanted to look away, to protect her thoughts, the memories which must have been written on her face. Some instinct warned her against it in time, however, reminding that he would mistake her embarrassment for dismay at his appearance. So she held his gaze instead, until it was he who looked away. "Can you tell me one thing?" he asked, stirring the fire. She'd expected questions. "Why were you there at all? Your DA was wrong about why you went, and a good thing it is, but that doesn't tell me why you did it." He glanced up from his work. "Dinna tell me you took it into your head that Angus's plan was a solid one." "Nay," she snorted. "I do not trust the man, nor any of his clan. I saw from the first the unlikeliness of what he described. To think, the Highlands uniting as he described." He smiled at this. "Ye saw through it. I did remember ye having good sense." This compliment, though it was hardly a glowing one or the sort of thing she'd wished to hear from him as a girl, made her feel warm all over. "But why were ye with them, if ye knew the plan was a lie?" "I wanted to know the truth." His face went slack. "Ye canna be serious, lass. Ye went all the way there to act as a spy?" "Aye." "Ye told no one of this?" "No one." "How could I?" she asked when he blew out a long exasperated sigh. "Ye know my father. He would never have allowed me to take such a chance. If he sent one of his men, I could not trust them to do a good job. They would have more than likely found a home in the stables, after Angus discovered their intentions. I had to do it myself. I only trust myself." She braced herself for what she was sure would be a dressing down. He surprised her by smiling, though he still shook his head as though he did not truly believe her. "I must admit, I dinna think I would have mustered the courage to take a chance such as that," he grinned. Again she warmed from her head to the tips of her toes. Her body seemed to sing with pleasure at his reaction. "You took a chance of your own, coming from me as you did." He waved one of his large hands, dismissing this. "Nay, that was nothing, lass. I can defend myself with my hands, my dirk. Ye have neither of those things." She sat taller than before. "I have myself. My wits." "That ye have." They exchanged a long look over the fire, long enough to make her heart swell until it ached. But it was a nice ache. What was it about him that made her stomach twist in knots? She was behaving no better than Lorna. Lorna. The thought of her friend turned a pleasant ache into a painful one. She closed her eyes. "What is it?" Donnan asked. "Lorna. I'd forgotten her. She's alone there without me." "The lass with the golden curls?" he asked, gesturing toward his own hair. She smirked. "I knew you would have noticed her." He shrugged, chuckling. "A man would have to be blind not to." Her mouth screwed up as though she'd tasted something bitter. "I see. You were close to her then?" "I suppose. As close as I could be to anyone there. I'm sorry to have left her behind." When Donnan drew a breath to speak, she held up a hand to stop him. "I know. It would have been folly to bring her along. She would have merely slowed us. Knowing it doesn't make it easier." She seemed rather taken with Angus Cameron, did she not? She would have preferred him demand to marry her, aye. He would not have been disappointed by her, if she were the daughter of Alec Gordon, I'll tell ye. I suppose it's for the best we did not try to bring her along. She never would have come, and she might have told Angus of our leaving. Donnan nodded. "This does not make you feel better though. Does it?" "Nay. It does not." She chuckled. "This isn't to say I don't like the company I'm in. When ye aren't grumbling and nasty. When ye aren't making me so. They exchanged another look and a smile, and passed their meal in companionable silence.
Chapter 13. It was not until the following morning that Fenella noticed what Donnan had been waiting for her to notice. She'd like as not been too tired the previous day to pay attention to the direction in which they'd been riding. "Why are we riding south?" she asked, looking over her left shoulder to where the sun rose. "We ought to be riding north." "I dinna think going straight to your father's home would be the best course of action. Ye said it yourself, if Angus knows you're there, he'll go after ye." "He shall go either way," she insisted. "I must be with my DA now." "Nay, lass, and he would see it the same way." He brought his horse up in front of hers, blocking her way, forcing her to stop and glare at him. "If ye were there, what do ye believe Angus would do to ye? If he were to go north, if I say, for there is no saying he would for certain, the last place ye need to be is where he could find ye." "My father. He will know I got ye out of there, will he not? His men will defend him." "What if they cannot?" "Then I'm glad you are with me and not there," he wanted to say, but held his tongue so as not to sound cruel. He seemed to have a knack for saying just the wrong thing, and if he was not careful, she might run from him. "Then there would be nothing for ye to do to help," Donnan reminded her instead, as gently as was possible, given the grave nature of what they discussed. Her eyes went wide, sorrowful, before hardening an instant later. Her jaw tightened, her chin lifted. "I could agree to our marriage, if it meant protecting DA. I wouldna let ye do that. You have no say in the matter. Your father would never allow it either," he continued. "Remember, he sent me after ye when he thought ye loved the man. What would he do, if he knew ye hated him? Do ye believe he would be in favor of the match then? I think not." Her chin trembled. "I cannot leave him there without me." "We are not leaving him there, just as we are not leaving the Highlands at the mercy of Clan Cameron, but ye must trust me. Do ye?" Their gazes locked, and all of the longing she'd already stirred up in his long empty heart flared brighter, hotter than before. Just then, as her eyes glistened with tears of frustration and fear, he would have moved heaven and earth to dry them. He would not allow Angus Cameron to destroy what had taken generations to build, either. She simply had to trust him. "All right then," she nodded. "I trust ye. What choice do I have?" "It would have to do." When they'd continued, she asked, "Where are we going then?" "To see a friend of mine. Perhaps ye know him. Padraig Anderson. He's the youngest son, but he might convince his brother to be of help to us." Donnan would not have admitted it even to save his life, but he was uncertain of what they could do to put an end to the Cameron plot. Alan Anderson was a strong ally in such a situation, and last Donnan had heard, it seemed Alan he'd taken over the lairdship after his father's death. "His brother?" Fenella shook her head. "I forget you have not been home in so long. Alan Anderson died years ago, and the middle brother wanted nothing to do with being laird. Padraig now leads Clan Anderson." Donnan's jaw dropped. "I had no idea. It's a wonder my father never told me, as Padraig and I were close for years." "It's a wonder ye never thought to send word to your close friend, letting him know ye were alive," she murmured. He gritted his teeth. "I told ye why I didna." "Nay, ye never told me," she snapped. "Ye said ye would, but we have not spoken of it." He heaved a sigh, knowing she had him dead to rights, and told her about Bronwyn. About the wound, the illness. The way the old woman's sight began to fail, along with her health. How he was all she had, and how it seemed only fitting that he care for her as she'd done for him. The only thing he left out was how reluctant he'd been to go out into the world. How convenient it had been, having the excuse of a feeble old woman to prevent him from leaving. "Ye did all that?" Fenella asked once he'd finished. Her voice was soft, barely a whisper. "I dinna think over much of it, lass." "How can I not? Ye made her last days sweeter." "Och, I feel I've done ye a grave misdeed by speaking so sharply." This was not what he'd expected, and not what he wished. Dinna make me out to be a better man than I am. I beg ye. She would have died alone in the dark, if it were not for ye. Fenella, I was a coward. She gasped at his admission. I was a coward, too afraid to walk among the rest of the world. I allowed her to hold me back. I used her as an excuse to stay. I might have stopped Ewan from going as far as he did, if I'd been man enough to leave her and return home. If I had not left the tent with the other wounded men, I would not have feared anyone coming to punish me for desertion. I've been nothing but a coward. And she would hate him for it, he was certain, but that was for the best. He deserved her hatred. Better for the lass to see him for who he was, than to believe him noble and fine. Her silence only confirmed how she loathed his cowardice. Perhaps it would have been better for her to remain with Angus Cameron, who had likely never known a moment of fear in his life. He dismissed this as the height of folly almost the moment he thought it. Creatures such as Angus knew nothing but fear. They merely hid it behind a face they showed the world, and the louder they boasted of their strength, the more of a coward they were. War had taught him that at least. Fenella cleared her throat. I must correct ye on something, she murmured. Please do not be angry with me for it. But ye could no more have stopped Ewan from destroying himself, as ye could reverse the river's flow. Ye must not blame yourself for that. He clenched his jaw, remaining silent. Also, she continued, a bit braver after he hadn't shouted her down, ye did not know what ye were about when ye wandered from the tent. Someone should have stopped ye, but I would wager there were simply not enough people to keep watch on every single man. And there were likely men worse off than ye. Difficult to imagine, he grumbled. For the sake of all that's holy, Donnan Ross. It came out as a roar, startling his horse and sending the hair along the back of his neck standing straight up. I have never seen war for myself, but I'm certain there were men far worse off than ye. Men who lost their arms or legs, their eyes, men trampled and unable to walk ever again. Men whose minds went, I've heard of them, the ones who lose their tether and go off into their own worlds. How many of them would wish to be in your place? With arms and legs intact, able to walk and run and sit a horse, able to use their wits. How many? He studied her flushed cheeks but remained quiet. She snarled. How many died to Donnan Ross? If there is anything to be ashamed of, let it be of the way ye pity yourself. With that she rode ahead of him, the horse at a trot. No man or woman talks to me that way, he shouted, his heels against the horse's sides that he might catch up to her. She let the horse run full out when she heard him approach, a glance over her shoulder telling her he was close to catching up. Stop. I demand it, he called out, urging the gelding on to greater speed. She merely leaned over the horse's neck, the animal running faster than ever before taking a bend in the road, vanishing from view. Donnan cursed loudly, wishing the woman were of a milder temperament before taking the bend himself. And all but crashing into the rear end of her horse. His horse reared, nearly throwing him from the saddle. It was a struggle to remain in place, while taking in the sight of several men on horseback who stared Fenella down. They were the reason she'd come to an abrupt stop. His first inclination was to believe them Camerons, and he was ready to fight to the death to protect her. He'd tell her to run while holding them off if need be. A second look at the 5 men told him they were not of the clan. They were of no clan at all, dirty, leering at her and the horse she rode, grinning nastily at each other. Thieves. Sell swords? Who are ye? He demanded, sitting tall once the horse calmed. He brought it alongside Fenella, who at a glance was shaken but unharmed. That's no affair of yours, one of the men snarled. We're far more interested in who ye are and what ye have. Thieves. Does it appear as though we have anything? He asked, eyes moving over the men. His hood allowed him to observe them without their knowing, casting him in shadow as it did. The one standing closest to Fenella chuckled. That depends on what ye mean by not having anything, as it seems to me ye have just plenty right here. Fenella spat on him. And this time she hit her mark. The man snarled, moving as though to reach up for her. Which was when Donnan dropped the hood, and allowed them to look upon his face. For once he enjoyed the expressions of horror and disgust. "Dinna touch the woman, or you'll have me to answer to," he snarled. The men fell back. All except one, who stepped forward. Like Donnan, he wore a cloak with a hood. A hood which he lowered, blinking slowly as he did. Blinking dark eyes so very like Donnan's. Fenella sounded as though she were choking, and Donnan understood why. "Ewan," he whispered, as though he were afraid to believe it.
Chapter 14. Fenella forgot how to breathe. It seemed as though the entire world had tipped on its side, ceasing to make sense. It could not be Ewan Ross who stood before them, but her eyes told her it was. As did the tears which he blinked back when he recognized his brother. "I cannot believe it," he murmured, his face twisting as confusion and surprise and relief fought for control. She would have known him anywhere, the handsome devil. So similar to what Donnan would have looked like were it not for his unfortunate scar. Ewan looked about himself. "This is my brother," he announced, then laughed before breaking out into a wild grin. "My brother is alive." Donnan did not appear quite so overjoyed. When he dismounted, handing the reins to her, the embrace he offered his brother was stilted at best. There was little warmth on his side, while Ewan clapped his older brother on the back and laughed again, deep and rich and full of joy. When they parted, Ewan held on to Donnan's shoulders, keeping him in place. "What happened to you, man? Who did it?" "Norwegian scum, no doubt." "'Twas the Norwegians I was fighting," Donnan snorted. Ewan's wide, bright eyes searched Donnan's face, his own face a frank expression of glee. "It matters not. Above and beyond, now I get to be the handsomer of the two of us, which I never would have claimed to be before." Fenella winced at his poor choice of words as Ewan turned to his, whatever they were. "Partners." Her nose wrinkled at the thought of partnering with such a group of miserable, filthy animals like these. They made Angus Cameron look like a gentleman in comparison. "My brother was lost to me and now he's found," Ewan announced. "I believe this means a feast is in order." "Nay," Donnan urged, shaking his head. "We have not the time for a feast." "Why not?" "I have seen nothing of ye for these many years, and now I wish to make merry in your honor." "For one, it is barely early morning," Donnan growled. "A bit early to make merry, would ye not say?" "For another, Fenella and I are in a hurry." As though seeing her for the first time, Ewan turned to her with the same wide smile with which he'd greeted his brother. "This canna be, Fenella. How long has it been since I last saw ye?" 2 years at the least," she muttered. He was the same charming rogue as he'd ever been, and she still saw through him. If he kept talking, kept merry-making, he would not have to answer difficult questions. So he believed, for if she knew Donnan, he would not allow his brother to slip out of his clutches now that he had him. Donnan's firm jaw told her she was correct in her assumption. He would not be deterred. "We must be on our way," he insisted. "I wish to speak to ye, as there is much ye dinna know, but I canna do it with these others around, and certainly not while there's a feast in the making." She watched in silence, her eyes moving back and forth between them. Who would be the victor? Ewan's shoulders fell as he conceded. "Very well then. I shall ride with ye for a piece, for I do wish to know how it is ye lived when we thought ye had not." Just like him, she thought with a bitter smile. Turning things about, making himself out to be the injured party. Though he was, truly. She remembered how grief-stricken both he and Clyde were the day she'd visited, along with her father. Perhaps he did deserve answers, but not nearly as much as his brother did. He turned to his friends, explaining in a low voice what he intended to do. "I shall meet up with ye in a day or two," he promised, mounting a grey mare Fenella would have wagered he'd stolen from some poor, defenseless soul the group had made their victim. It was a thought that turned her stomach, and only made her distrust him more. She allowed him to ride beside Donnan, in front of her. That was preferable to riding behind him, as she wished to be aware of his movements. The two of them glanced at each other from time to time, neither knowing where to begin. Men were sorely lacking when it came to knowing how to say what was in their hearts. This she'd already known, but the Ross men were the worst by far. "Where are ye going?" Ewan asked, the first to speak. "To visit Padraig Anderson. He is laird of Clan Anderson now." "I know that." Donnan's words were clipped. He'd known it for less than an hour, but Fenella held her tongue. "When did ye come back?" Ewan questioned. "Over a month ago. I must admit I was not pleased with what I found." "Wait a moment." "Ye ought to wait a moment," Donnan snarled. Just like that, they were feuding. The peace had lasted minutes. "Both of ye stop this." Birds took wing in the branches above their heads at the sound of her voice. "Isn't it enough that the two of ye are together? Let us ride, and ye can work out whatever it is ye need to work out after we've made camp for the night. While I'm good and far away from ye, if ye do not mind, for I've no desire to listen to this." Donnan scowled over his shoulder, while Ewan chuckled. "Ye haven't changed," he grinned. "Nor have ye," she scowled. It was not a compliment. She had never liked him much, and not merely because his brother outshone him in her eyes. At least they listened to her, refraining from argument for the time being. "Why are ye visiting Padraig then?" Ewan asked, glancing back at her. "And why are ye in such a haste to do it?" Donnan's gaze met hers and she shrugged. It was entirely his decision whether or not to share their tale with his brother. While she did not trust him, she doubted he would deliberately bring harm to Donnan. He told Ewan of his journey to Clan Cameron land, leaving out the part where her father offered to pay off the debt Ewan had left behind. That was something they could discuss later, she supposed. They spoke of the lies Angus told, of his plan to unite the Highland clans when he truly wished to overthrow the larger clans and take their lands. "Ye are sure of this?" Ewan asked. "This is what we're going to speak with Padraig about," Donnan explained. "Perhaps we ought to pay a visit to the Duncans too, their land being so near the Andersons. A day's ride, 2 at the most. They need to know, if they do not already, that there is something going on." "I doubt Philip Duncan is unaware, whatever the case may be," Ewan offered, stroking his fine chiseled jaw. He did look so much like Donnan, down to the wave in his dark brown hair. He rarely misses a thing, that one. And the Camerons have never made a secret of their desire to control Duncan land, either. They've wanted to for years. Even I know that. "Perhaps they'll be prepared for it then," Fenella suggested, hope blooming in her heart. "If it were just the Camerons, I would agree with ye, but what of the other clans who have agreed to join Angus? There is no telling how many already have. I was unable to find out." Donnan cleared his throat. There was little time to tarry. "Did ye kill one of his men?" Ewan asked aghast. "Nay man, though I did strike one, but I didna kill him. It isn't that." A quick look over his shoulder told Fenella he did not wish to speak of anything she was unwilling to reveal. This meant the world to her, though she was loath to express herself in front of the likes of Ewan Ross. Instead, she explained, "Angus wanted me to marry him. I refused. Donnan helped me to escape." "Did he?" Ewan touched his cheek, then pointed to hers. She had not yet seen her reflection, but could only imagine the bruise was quite striking, judging by the look on his face. She nodded. "The bastard," Ewan hissed. "Aye, and he would do worse if he caught us now," Donnan agreed. "Ye see then, why there is no time to waste in merrymaking." "I see," Ewan nodded. "Do ye think they followed?" "I doubt it, as they would not have known I planned to move south. But I would not wish to take chances." "Of course. I'm glad to be with ye then. I would like to see the man willing to do that to a woman." Fenella rolled her eyes behind his back. He would not win her over by playing the part of the valiant hero, and that was just what he strove to do. Win her over. Like an animal could sense when it was in danger, so could Ewan Ross sense when someone stood against him. He'd always been that way, she remembered. He wanted so much for everyone to like him, or to at least seem the type of person others liked and wished to be near. He very rarely did much to gain trust or respect, if she recalled correctly. Time had not changed him. She could not resist. "You're one to talk about what a man does to a woman, Ewan Ross. Do not tell me that group of yours roams the countryside in search of riders in need of assistance." Donnan snorted, but tried unsuccessfully to hide it with a cough. Ewan's gaze remained on the road as he said, "I never bring harm to the women." "You do not believe that what you do brings harm," she challenged. "I know that if I were traveling alone, or even in the company of a man who does not enjoy a fight in which he is outnumbered, I would find it quite harmful if you were to relieve me of my possessions." He looked back at her. "It is none of your concern." There was danger in his eyes. "Nay, perhaps not, but it does bring me concern," Donnan interrupted. "I thought we were to speak of it later, away from her." Ewan jerked a thumb in her direction. "I have a name, Ewan Ross." "Fenella," he replied, sounding out each letter slowly with great deliberateness. "The pair of you sound like two squalling bairns," Donnan muttered. "And I swear on my life, if either of you blames the other one for starting the quarrel, I'll knock your heads together." "You sound like DA." Ewan grinned. And just like that, Donnan laughed, the anger of a moment ago forgotten. Fenella observed grudgingly that Ewan could at least get his older brother to laugh.
Chapter 15. Donnan had the sense that his brother wished to hold back the night, as night meant having to answer for what he'd done. If Ewan thought he'd get out of doing so, he was a bigger fool than Donnan took him for. "Do you recall the time I said lads were better riders than lasses?" Ewan asked Fenella, the three of them seated around a fire over which they'd just roasted fresh hare. The man had done everything but stand upon his head to get Fenella to smile, or at least to be anything warmer than civil toward him, but she was a stone wall in the face of his charm, and along the way he tried to lure both she and his older brother into reliving old memories. It amused Donnan greatly to watch. She nodded, eyes on the roasted rabbit she picked pieces from with delicate fingers. I believe I proved ye wrong that day, if memory serves." "Ye did not." "I did so, Ewan. 'Twas ye who fell from the back of that charger of my father's while ye were trying to show off, and 'twas your backside your father whacked until it shone." Donnan burst out laughing. "That is the way it happened. I remember." "Ye still didna prove me wrong," Ewan insisted. "I proved that I was not foolish enough to ride a horse twice as large as any I had business riding," she replied, smirking. "My DA was furious with ye for that. If Clyde Ross had not whacked ye, he would have. Ye were a devil as a lad, and that's a fact." There was soreness in her voice, which Ewan finally heard and understood. "Ye did not like me then. I wanted ye to. Very much." He still did as well. Anyone with eyes or ears would know it. Donnan did not take well to the way his brother looked at her. There was a light in his eyes that went beyond fond memory. He studied her, watched intently as she raised her hand to her mouth to slide in a piece of roasted meat. This did not bode well. To her credit, she gave Ewan no encouragement. On the contrary, any man with a bit of sense would have given up long before then. If this was how she treated Angus Cameron, no wonder the man felt compelled to strike her, as he was accustomed to having his way with women and would not have known how to behave otherwise. Donnan tried to catch her eye more than once, but she was intent on her food and would not be swayed. When the lass took it into her head to hold a grudge, she would not let go for anything. He had to respect that. Even if the grudge had been against him, and they still had not spoken about their argument prior to running into Ewan and his band of thieves, he would have respected the way she refused to back down. Angus Cameron would have had a terrible time with her for a wife, he suspected. Tossing the bones into the fire, he stood, looking down at his brother. "I wish to speak with ye now. We have much to talk about." Ewan swallowed hard but stood as well. We do." "Please do not go far," Fenella requested. As if he would desert her after what they'd been through. If it wasn't for her requesting they work their troubles out on their own, he would not have left her at all. As it was, they only walked down to the stream, no more than a dozen paces from the fire beside which Fenella stretched out on a blanket. He imagined she felt a great relief at having Ewan away from her, and could relax for the first time since they'd met him on the road. The fact that his brother had made her even slightly uncomfortable gave him even more to be angry about as they faced each other. How much had he longed to say to the man? How could he make him understand what he'd done? He was not a child, he ought to know without being told. Even so, it would give Donnan great pleasure to do the telling. The moon was half full, casting more than enough light on Ewan's face. To Donnan's surprise, he appeared amused. "Let us have it then." As though this were nothing but a case of settling a misunderstanding. "Do ye truly believe this is a matter to take lightly?" Donnan asked, unable to believe what he saw. "I never said I took it lightly. But I know ye have plenty ye wish to say to me, so do say it. I would like to sleep tonight." How could he so flippant? This was not a matter of riding a man's horse without permission. He would not get out of it with nothing more than a beating from his father, perhaps be sent to bed without supper. Yet he behaved as though this was the same sort of trouble, as though he'd been up to a bit of mischief rather than having destroyed his father's life. Before he knew what he was doing, Donnan cocked his fist and landed a blow square upon his brother's jaw. Ewan went sprawling, his feet tangling, his body pitching backward and landing in the swiftly rushing stream. "That is for behaving as though this doesn't matter." Donnan glared down at his brother. "How dare ye speak of what you've done in so dismissive a manner?" Ewan shook his head as though to clear away the fog, then accepted the hand his brother offered to help him to his feet. His well-worn tunic, patched in a dozen places, spilled water on the ground when he wrung it out. "I suppose I deserved that, which is the only reason why I did not strike back," he warned, his voice a low growl. "Dinna think ye deserve any less." He touched tentative fingers to his jaw, wincing upon contact with what would surely be a bruise by morning. "What I did is nothing compared to ye," Donnan hissed. "Ye know what ye did." I know it." Donnan waited. When nothing further came from his brother's lips, he said, "Ye might as well sound sorry for it." Ewan shrugged. "What do ye want me to say? I know I did wrong. Grievous wrong. I punish myself every day for it. Ye might do a lot better facing up to the truth of what ye did, and what came from it. Instead ye ran off and left our father to clean up after ye, as ye always have." Ewan laughed. "I ran off. What about ye? Ye never came home, Donnan, and we thought ye dead. Do ye know what that did to Da? What it did to me? I stayed away to protect ye." His laughter was bitter this time, disbelieving. "Protect us from what?" "From anyone who might come looking for me, that's what. If I came home, even wounded as I was, do you think there would have been mercy for you and Da? I was a deserter. I left before the fighting was through." Ewan's face lost color, turning pearl white in the moonlight. "What are ye sayin' to me? Ye deserted. Is that not what I just said? That does not sound like something ye would do." Donnan did not answer. Ewan stared at him, his gaze heavy, demanding an answer. "Well, what do ye have to say for yourself?" "I dinna believe there is any reason for me to say anything to ye. I dinna know why I did it. Is that what ye want to hear? I dinna even remember the doing of it. What I remember is waking in a cottage, and I spent the 2 years between then and now in that very cottage." "Ye canna remember running?" "Not at all." "Were ye ill?" Donnan tilted his head to the side. I was out of my mind with fever. That is why I dinna remember." "Ye weren't responsible for what ye did then," Ewan announced. "And anyone would tell ye the same thing. Ye didna know what ye were doing, and besides, the war ended when the treaty was signed. We had word ye died in one of the last battles, that ye were gravely wounded and succumbed to the injury. Donnan, they thought ye died, man. Ye could have come home where ye belonged, and no one would have been the wiser. Donnan hated to agree with his brother or even give a moment's thought to anything he suggested, but he could not help admitting to himself how much sense it made. For someone who never served, he seemed to think he understood the way those in command think. There was no longer a war to fight by the time I came of age, Ewan murmured. Which ye know very well. And that would have left Da alone, with no one to help him. Is that what ye had in mind when ye left him alone? With your debt to make right? They glared at each other from beneath lowered brows, and it occurred to Donnan for a moment how alike they were. There were ways in which they could not have been more different, many ways, most ways, but they were brothers, both raised by the same man, taken to the same gestures, the same turns of phrase. The same way of glaring. The same stubborn nature. I never intended for him to be the one to pay off my debt, Ewan sighed, sitting on a fallen log with a thump. The fight seemed to drain out of him all at once. How did ye think it would be paid then? I didna think about it. That comes as no surprise to me, Donnan snorted. I mean that. I didna think he would be the one they would come to for the money. That is the truth. He looked up at Donnan, eyes wide. Ye must believe me. I was afraid, I admit it. I am not proud of it. I wish it were. Otherwise I truly do. Damn him. Damn his black soul to hell. For doing what he'd done, for saying what he said. For making his older brother want to believe him. It was so easy to look down upon their father for not being harder on him, for excusing him his entire life. Yet looking down at his brother, he saw not the grown man who'd made mistakes and wasn't man enough to live up to the consequences. He was a lad of 10 winters, following Donnan around, mimicking everything he did. Wanting to be a man, though Donnan was hardly that himself. Perhaps that was why he'd done the things he'd done, the things Fenella still held a grudge over. The cruel games he'd played, the devilish things he'd said. Because he'd wanted to prove he was capable of it. Donnan's heart hardened. Or perhaps he was a lying thief, who didn't have it in him to be honest, to admit the truth of the things he'd done. Perhaps he didn't think he'd done anything wrong at all. Donnan did not know what to make of him. He sat further along the length of the log, leaning over with his elbows on his thighs. "Da's very ill," he murmured, staring at the ground between his feet. "Ill? How ill?" "He will not admit it, of course, but I believe he's dying. I dinna think he has long to live. I left him nearly a fortnight ago, and he—" Donnan scrubbed his fingers through his hair, sighing. "He looked worse than I've ever seen him. Drawn, weak, a shadow of himself." He could not see his brother, but he heard the hitch in his breathing. "Do ye think he might already have?" "I could not say. But I believe." He paused before continuing. "I believe it would be a blessing to the old man in his last days, if ye would see him one more time. I canna do that. Ye canna be a man." He turned his head, looking his brother in the eye. "Ye canna do this one thing for him. Just one visit. What if they know I'm there? Those ye owe?" "Aye." He'd been waiting to tell Ewan of this. He could admit waiting as long as he had simply to make his brother suffer. "We told ye earlier about Alec Gordon askin' me to find Fenella. We didna tell ye how he vowed to settle the debt ye left behind, that which Da has not been able to pay." Ewan's punch landed on his shoulder. "Nay, ye didna tell me." "I didna wish to discuss it before her," Donnan whispered, nodding toward the fire while rubbing his shoulder. "So, ye see, there is no reason not to go and let him see ye one last time. Ye know he always favored ye." "I know of no such thing," he snorted. "It seems to me ye were the favored son. Because I didna give the man reason to send me to bed, without supper 2 or 3 nights a week." Donnan laughed. "It is always the more difficult child who a parent loves best. I know this. I accept it." Still, Ewan did not appear convinced. His dark eyes narrowed as he stared off into the woods. "I dinna know if I can face him." Donnan's heart sank in disappointment. That is between ye and yourself, I suspect. He stood, brushing bits of pine needle from his tunic. I need to sleep. I've hardly done so in days. Go on then, Ewan offered. I can sit up and keep watch. It is the least I can do for ye. Ye want to do something for me? Donnan asked. Go to Da. See him. Make it right while ye can, or ye may regret not doing so. He turned to join Fenella, then thought twice. And leave her alone, if he still wished to repay me. Leave her alone. Ewan snorted. Aye, and dinner test me, brother. I'm to take her home, keep her safe. That is how I can be certain her father will pay off your debt, and our father can go on to his reward with nothing to fear. She already had a great deal of fending off to do, when she was in the presence of Angus Cameron. She does not need it from ye. I dinna believe in wasting my time, Ewan assured him with a knowing smirk. The lass is already in love with another. Donnan opened his mouth to ask who, then snapped it shut. What a foolish trap to fall into. Ye know not what you're speaking of, he muttered instead. She's been in love with ye since we were bairns. Ye were just too daft to notice. Much time has passed since then. And? He motioned to his face, needing no words. Ewan merely shook his head. If ye believe her to be the type who would care about such a thing, ye never knew her. Ye dinna know her now. Stop being a fool, man. There was so much Donnan wished to say. He wanted to ask his brother how either of them could expect a beautiful woman to love a man whose face was in ruins. How she would ever be able to stomach the sight of him, how she would bring herself to kiss him, much less to do anything else. Instead of voicing these worries and so many others, he simply returned to their camp and made his bed for the night. And in the morning, it was no surprise to find his brother gone. Fenella, however, was shocked. How could he leave without saying goodbye, she demanded, fists clenched as though she would hit him if he were before her. Donnan was almost sorry she would not have the satisfaction of doing so. He shrugged, as he went about the business of preparing to set out for the day. We said all we had to say last night. And Ewan was too much of a coward to face him any longer, not when they both knew he would never return home to make amends. He did not have it in him to face what he'd done. Donnan supposed he could understand, even if he would likely never be able to forgive. For he'd behaved like a coward too. And would likely never forgive himself for it.
Chapter 16. If Fenella could only have one more moment with Ewan Ross, she would have struck him hard enough to turn his face inside out. How dare he run away again? Donnan could pretend all he wanted that it meant little, but she saw through him as she'd been able to see through people her entire life. It pained him in some deep secret place he tried hard to keep away from others. He could not know how she'd listened, straining to hear what they said to each other. Her curiosity had been too much to overcome. They'd been downwind, sadly, but she'd heard a bit about their father and how Ewan ought to visit. She supposed that was what inspired him to leave without saying a word. There was something else she'd thought she heard or half heard, having to do with herself. Perhaps she'd fallen asleep and merely dreamed it. If Ewan had truly told Donnan how she'd been in love with him when they were children, the man did not show it. He was his normal brusque self when they set out. Then again, how did a man behave when he found out a woman was in love with him as a child? She would not know. He did tell his friends they would meet up in a day or two, she reminded him in an attempt to be helpful. He rode beside her, his hood up as it normally was, hiding his face from her. The fact that he still felt the need to hide tore her nerves to shreds. Did he not know he could trust her by now? Did ye hear me? She asked. Of course I heard ye. I did not lose my hearing overnight. It was a struggle, not flying into a rage whenever he spoke that way. She'd always had a quick temper, one of her faults she could admit, but Donnan did not merely inspire her to snap. He inspired her to scream. You might answer me then, she muttered. I dinna wish to speak of my brother. Ye dinna need to comfort me. I have learned to expect little from him. I am certain he wished to meet with his friends. Disdain all but dripped from his voice. I will not speak of him again. I will not complain about it. She rolled her eyes with a soft sigh, wondering again why he insisted upon being so difficult to know. It seemed that whenever he opened himself even the smallest bit, and gave her a glimmer of hope that their journey might be a pleasant one, he would recall having resolved to behave like a brute. Her instincts were something she'd always prided herself on. Why could she not understand him better? He gave her no peace. If ye are this difficult to agree with, it's glad I am we were never married after all, she mused aloud. Donnan sounded as though he were choking. Say that again. She turned to him, wide-eyed. I said. I heard what ye said, lass, he scowled, the lines of his mouth visible beneath the hood he insisted upon wearing. I dinna understand why ye said it. Do ye not remember asking me to marry ye? I do not, he growled, turning his gaze ahead. Are ye certain? It seems to me a man would remember such a thing. I tell ye I know not of what ye speak. He cast an eye her way, glaring through the wall of hair in front of his temple. She knew he arranged it just so, that his injured face might be less visible. Are ye certain it was not another lad who did the askin? Och nay, she grinned. I know it was ye. I could no sooner forget that day, than I could forget my own name. He again made a sort of choking noise. She knew she was supposed to pretend she had not heard. Why? What was so memorable about it? At first, she was certain he could not mean it. That he was merely toying with her, feigning ignorance. When he drew back the side of the hood, and she took sight of the confusion written in his eyes, she knew otherwise. Ye understand very little about the heart of a girl, she informed him as kindly as she could. His lips, already drawn together, dropped at the corners when he scowled. I dinna know why I ought to understand it at all, seeing as how I never was one, he huffed, all impatience. I took ye very seriously, she informed him. Very seriously indeed. Ye didna take me seriously, lass, for it was not I who did the asking. It was. Perhaps you're thinking of my brother. Nay. It was ye. I never cared much for Ewan. Her cheeks flushed the instant the words were out of her mouth. Instead of taking offense, he laughed, and the sound reminded her of sun breaking through storm clouds. It warmed her to her toes. Ye made no secret of it last night, lass, truth be told. Would that he had understood as well as ye did, she muttered. The way he had worked at drawing her into conversing with him. There were times when she'd nearly thrown her food at him, and only the thought of going to sleep with an empty stomach had stopped her. She was far too practical to risk hunger for a brief moment of vindication, no matter how sweet it would have been to see him sputter and gasp in surprise. Why did ye not care for him? Donnan asked, and she knew he was somewhat pleased by the hint of a smile in his voice. It had pleased him to see her treat his brother so. Had he been jealous? No, that could not be. Angered by his brother's persistence, perhaps. She cleared her throat, wondering the best way to put it. He always seemed rather wild. But not in the same way you did, mind ye. I did. Always climbing the trees, jumping from the upper windows into the hay stacked alongside the house. Ye used to bedevil the cook and the stable boys, and anyone ye could manage. But he seemed to mean it really and truly when he played his games. I dinna know if I can put it plain. He wanted to cause trouble, and make the others unhappy. That is what I mean. I agree with ye. I do. He looked at her, this time without the hair in his face. He was never punished as he ought to be. Da was too soft on him. He ought to have learned as a bairn that it wasn't right to do what he did, to think only of himself and what he wanted. It may be that it wasn't his fault thinking as he did. Some are born that way, I suppose, looking out for themselves but no one else. But he ought to have been taught, damn him. Fenella swallowed over the lump in her throat. His tone sent pangs to her heart spreading through her chest. It was wrong of me to bring it up, she decided in a whisper. Nay, lass. He looked away again, closed off as before. It was wrong of me to speak so. It was wrong of Ewan to do as he did. She did not mean behaving as a louse, not entirely. Nor was she speaking of the men he'd taken up with, and the way he earned his living. A shameful thing that, one which she would have liked to box his ears over. The way he had slipped off in the night, and all because his brother had advised him to go home and make things right while he had the time. The way he had left his father to shoulder his burden, and had not the backbone to at least say he was sorry. Donnan snorted. Do you think so? I am only trying. I know what you're trying, he muttered. And I dinna remember asking ye for sympathy, or your apologies. What's done is done. She shivered, turning her face away that he might not see how deeply he wounded her when he spoke in such a manner. When all she wanted was to ease at least a little of his pain. All right then. We won't speak of it. Thank ye. And I'll no longer speak of the times we had together when we were young, she added. Times I dinna remember. Not even when ye fell through the roof of the house, hanging from the limb of the birch which grew alongside? She did not wait for him to answer, riding ahead of him instead so the tears might fall unnoticed. Daft lass, thinking he had saved her from that terrible house because he felt something real. Fooling herself into believing he had come for her, because he remembered how special they had once been to each other. All she'd done was invite heartache. He was not the same Donnan as the one she remembered. He had none of the charm, the humor. There was nothing of the sweet soul she'd been drawn to as a child. Whatever it was that had made him special to her, that had made her youthful heart sit up and take notice of his, had left either during or after the war. War did that to a man. She'd always heard it, but had never seen the proof of it for herself. She'd never borne sorrowful witness to the hardening of a man's spirit. What might he have become, were it not for that? She ran an angry hand over her face when he trotted up behind her, wiping away a few hot, shameful tears before he could see them. You remember that, was his gruff question. Do I remember what? My fallen through the roof. Aye. One does not forget such a sight, or the way your father howled. I didna recall ye being there. That stung worse than anything else. It was as though he had forgotten everything, only recalling what mattered. Ye do not recall? When it was because ye wanted to prove to me how high ye could climb, that ye did it at all? She received no answer, and that was likely just as well. If he did not wish to remember those times, times which she had always held in her heart as the sweetest memories, recollections of days around which her entire youthful life had revolved, it was better not to speak of them. A wound could not heal if one insisted on picking at it. Something which her escort was quite familiar with, she would wager.
Chapter 17. The only sound breaking the stony silence between Fenella and Donnan was that of the woods. Scurrying, scratching, the rustling of leaves as squirrels leapt from branch to branch. Their grace and assuredness never ceased to amaze Donnan. They did not think about what it was they set out to do. They simply jumped, then moved on to the next jump. It was distraction, nothing more. Preventing him from thinking about the sullen woman riding at his side, the one whose jaw was clenched tight enough to crack a nut. He had said the wrong thing again. It seemed to be what he was best at, hurting the lass's feelings. He did not intend to. He simply had little experience speaking to a woman, especially one his brother had accused him of caring for. All morning and the night before, he'd run through Ewan's words, questioning both them and himself. Had Ewan been right about her? Did she love him? Perhaps she had, as a child. She had loved an older lad, one who'd pretended to be worldly and important. One who had promised to be a strapping man, handsome and sure of himself, who would one day take his father's place in Clan Ross. Any young lassie would have taken to him, as she had. And now, she enjoyed throwing the memories up in his ruined face, reminding him of what once was and would never be again. Twisting a knife in his chest. He gave her the benefit of doubting she understood what her words did to him, how her chiding and fond memories stirred him to anger rather than good humor. She would not purposefully be cruel. Would she? It mattered not, and he would do well to keep that in mind. Ewan had a talent for destroying things even when he was far away, that was a fact. He ought not to have spoken at all, for it merely made Donnan's resentment grow. She could never love him. Not the way he was. As a lad perhaps, but not as a man. They rounded a bend in the road, crested a slight hill, and at the top they were able to see a village in the distance. Perhaps another hour's ride would place them on the outskirts. The Andersons are less than a half-day's ride further south, Donnan announced. The village had grown to twice the size it had been when he'd last seen it, but perhaps as many as 10 years had passed since then. He only recognized the place by the square spire atop the church in the center of the village, in which sat the massive bell which gonged to beckon the faithful. "We shall be there by nightfall then," Fenella observed. There was still a sharp edge to her words which set his teeth on edge. It was late morning. Even at such a distance, Donnan could see how busy it was there. In fact, a pair of carts rolled their way, pulled by oxen. They moved to the side of the road to allow the lumbering carts past, with him turning his face away from the men driving. There would be many such men. And women. And children. All of them going about their day, all of them horrified at the sight of him. Once the road was theirs again, Fenella brought the horse up beside him. When he made no movement, she cast a questioning look his way. Well? His mouth went dry. How could he explain? Why did he care what she thought? Because he did. It was as simple and as complicated as that. He cared a great deal what she thought of him. It was cowardly to wish to avoid the village, like so many cowardly parts of him. "I believe it would be best to take that road." He pointed to a smaller, overgrown road that was really little more than a footpath, which they would have to walk in single file. "It will mean not arriving at Porix until later, perhaps waiting until tomorrow morning to present ourselves." Fenella looked at him. She looked toward the village. Then back at him. "Very well. We shall take the other road." She never asked why. He realized she did not need to. She understood him without being told. He was uncertain whether this was a comfort or an embarrassment. "We could travel the main road," he suggested as they continued on, not yet having reached the place where the smaller road branched off from the larger. "It will mean arriving sooner, after all, and I can imagine ye would prefer the comfort of a bed tonight." She shrugged, then sighed. "I do enjoy sleeping out of doors. Did ye not know it?" He was uncertain whether or not to believe this. "I did not." "Indeed. The fresh air always makes me sleep better. When I was young, it would drive my father to distraction when he'd find me out of my bed at night, but he always knew where to find me, beneath the tallest of the pines behind our home." She chuckled at the memory, her head lowered. He caught a glimpse of a soft smile, admired the delicate way she tucked an errant curl behind her ear. The desire to be the one tucking that lock, caressing her skin, touching her hair and her face was like a physical hunger. He desired her, desperately, and suddenly asked himself if it was wise to spend more time alone, just the pair of them with no one else about. While he craved the moments they would share, moments he would never enjoy with any other woman as no woman would have him, he was beginning to doubt his self-control. It was too late. She'd made up her mind. "If ye wish to make haste, by all means, we ought to take the shortest route. But I do not mind going around the village." She brought the horse to a stop where the roads branched and turned to look at him. "I truly do not." He studied her, wishing he had it in him to ask if she took this attitude for his sake. Wishing he were strong enough to ride through the village and stare passerby in the eye, daring them to show shock or disgust, or worst of all, pity. Pity made him wish he could tear their eyes from their heads, that they might never look upon another again, and that they would know what it meant to endure the pity of others. This was another reason why he did not mind spending time with Fenella. She did not pity him. But she was a kind, understanding soul nonetheless. All right then, he decided in a firm voice. We shall take the other road. If ye wish it so. He thought she smiled before turning her face away. I wish it so.
Chapter 18. Fenella's father had always called her proud. Too proud to accept the attention of just any man, for instance. She told him time and again that she could see through every would-be suitor. All they wanted, any of them, was her father's wealth and power among the other clans. There had been one occasion on which Alec Gordon had challenged her. What of it? He'd asked one evening over their bowls of stew. What if the man whose blessing I give to marry ye starts off merely wanting to align our clans? That is how such marriages are arranged when it comes to the children of a laird. I would never agree to marriage with a man unworthy of ye, if that is what ye canna abide. She'd reached across the weathered old table and patted his hand. I know ye would not. What is it then? He'd asked. Not a demand, but not a gentle reproach either. She'd driven him to distraction with her arguments against each and every one of the lads suitable for marriage. I simply have no desire to be wed to a man who looks at me and sees how powerful I will make him. If that makes me prideful, I suppose I am. She had always been willing to admit her faults, of which she knew there were many. Even so, she had never seen the level of pride in any person, man or woman, that she saw in Donnan. He was as stubborn as an ox, as set in his ways as a tired old workhorse who refused to pull one more plough. Why could he not simply tell her he wished to avoid the village? She'd seen the danger in their passing through it on first sight. Far too many people, far too many eyes. It would crush his pride, of which he had so much. Why did he insist on pretending, however? Why did she take pains to protect his pride when he'd been so dismissive of her? He would not protect her pride. He would not go out of his way, hours out of his way in fact as she was, in order to spare her pain or make her a bit more comfortable. He did save her from Angus. Yes, and why? To relieve his brother's debts. Not because he wished to see her safe. Not because he cared for her, and loathed the thought of her being wed to another man. Why did she take such pains to guard his heart then? Why did her own heart ache for him when they'd discovered Ewan missing? It was a lovely ride at least, if not entirely worth the extra time it would take to reach Porrick. Forest as far as the eye could see, rich and dark green thanks to so much spring rain. To the northeast, Ben Nevis stretched high up into the sky, clouds covering the peak. The sky was blue, dotted with fluffy white clouds, and the air was fresh and fragrant with the scent of pine and spruce. It wafted over them whenever the breeze blew, no matter the direction from which it came, thanks to the thousands of trees which blanketed the land. In spite of the weight in her heart, she felt strangely content. What's that? Donnan's curt question shocked her out of the reverie she hadn't known she'd fallen into. What? East side, he informed her, turning slightly in the saddle. He rode in front of her, as the road which wasn't a road could not fit two riders abreast. I did. I wondered why you did it. She shrugged. Do you not think it pretty? Everything, I mean. The trees and clouds. The breeze is so sweet, the air is so fresh and new. Pretty, he muttered, turning away from her again. She glared at the back of his head. I believe it is. I believe there are many things to be glad about. Would ye care to enlighten me? She scowled. For one, I was glad for a moment to no longer be locked away by Angus Cameron, though I'm beginning to wonder if the company I'm in now is much better. He snorted. I had guessed as much. Guessed? That ye did not enjoy being with me. 'Tis all right truly, as not many wish to be in my presence. Because ye are so hideous, she snapped as she brought the horse to a stop. He did the same, bringing the animal around that they might stand face to face. So you've finally come out with it. Why not? It is what you believe I believe. It is what you believe the world believes. I already told ye I think nothing of your scar. It was a lie. Even seeing the thing again after looking at the back of his head for an hour was startling, and she had been with him for days. Lying is not something you do well, he snarled. All right then. She looked him straight in the eye. 'Tis a terrible thing that happened to ye, but I already told ye I do not think it is as bad as ye believe it is. Why is it so difficult for ye to believe? I have seen the way people look at me, or do not look at me, he added with a snort. Do ye know that one of the lasses who worked in the Cameron household screamed and ran away when she saw me? Her heart dropped. Would that the silly thing were in front of her now. She would have liked to wring her neck, whoever she was. I am sorry. That ought not to have happened. I would spare ye that pain. I didna say it pained me, lass, and 'tis not your place to spare me anything. No. It was not her place. She ought not to have said it. Even so. Ye did a great deed, rescuing me. I would not wish to see ye insulted. But ye cannot blame me for the way the world treats ye. The world is full of foolish people. I am not one of them. He opened his mouth, then closed it. I would take care if I were ye, she warned, a hint of a smile tugging one corner of her mouth. There are many things I would call ye, lass, but a fool is not one of them, he assured her with a slight smile of his own, bringing the gelding about that they might continue on. I'm not finished with ye, she shouted. I wish to look upon ye when I say this, Donnan Ross. He stopped, turning about again. Aye, he murmured, one eyebrow raised. Would that he might not look upon her that way. She knew he did not intend to make a flush colour her cheeks, did not mean to make her palms go slick with sweat. The twittering of birds no longer rang in her ears, as the rush of blood drowned out nearly all other sound. How could he think himself horrible when he made her stomach clench as he did? She swallowed before speaking, then whispered, I cannot remember what I was going to say. She truly could not, for everything she'd been thinking disappeared as though a strong wind blew it from her mind the moment he looked at her. It was not until that evening, when they'd made camp for what would be the last time before reaching the Anderson house, that Donnan made a confession. He sat before the fire, his back to the saddle which he'd propped against a tree trunk, long legs stretched out before him. He was the very image of strength, solidity. She could hardly take her eyes from him. Ye know the old woman I told ye about, he murmured, looking at her through the wall of hair he tried so hard to keep in from of his face. Aye. Bronwen. He nodded. She was not always alone in that cottage, ye see. She had a husband once. A daughter. The husband died many winters before I ever stepped foot in her garden, and her daughter had married a man who made his living chopping down trees, cutting them into logs and such. They lived perhaps a day's ride from the old woman. He drew a deep breath which he let out slowly, while Fenella twisted a strand of hair between two fingers, waiting. Chewing her lip. Knowing something dreadful was to come, simply from the heaviness of his voice. I had not been there for more than a month, when the daughter decided to pay a visit, along with her own daughter, who could not have been much more than 5 years of age. I canna blame the child for what happened. I wanted to at first. I wanted to blame them both. But a wee bairn knows nothing of life or of war. She didn't know what to think when she saw me there, sitting in a chair by the fire, while Bronwen made a new tunic for me in the other chair. Och! Fenella closed her eyes, imagining what must have happened. She shrieked really, he muttered. Then began wailing, pressing her face to her mother's skirts. And the mother did no better, gasping and turning away, sounding ill and demanding I leave the place, screaming that I ought to leave her mother alone. Bronwen did what she could to calm the woman, explained to her who I was. It did nothing to help. Fenella said nothing. He shook his head while his mouth twisted up in disgust. Finally Bronwen had no choice but to ask her to leave. The wee lass was still wailing, she would not turn toward me or even look away from those skirts, clutching them to her face. The daughter was furious, screeching at me to leave, telling me I had no place there. That was when Bronwen told her she was the one who had no place, if she could not understand why I was with her. She did. Fenella found herself liking this Bronwen more and more, a pity the woman was dead, for she would have liked to thank her. She'd saved Donnan's life after all. "Aye, she did," he confirmed with a grimace. "I begged her not to. I didna wish to be the cause of the family breaking apart. Not when the woman had done so much for me. She would not hear of it." He looked at her with eyes full of pain. She could barely breathe at the sight of them. Bronwen never saw them again. She told me of the shame her daughter brought her that day. She had raised her better, to be kind to those in need of kindness. I was truly all she had in the world after that day then. Do you see why I could not leave her? Not when she threw her family out of her home because of me. I could not leave her alone, when she was alone because of me. The anguish in his voice brought her to her feet, taking her to him where she knelt at his side. "Donnan, it was not your fault that woman behaved as she did. She was a terrible shrew, and I wish I could spit in her face for it. 2 years have passed since that day," he snorted. "Just the same. And ye need not explain to me why ye stayed with her in the cottage. Who would wish to leave a poor ill woman on her own, after she'd done so much for them? And when her daughter and granddaughter screamed and carried on in such a way, why would ye wish to go out into the world?" Anything else she was prepared to say was lost forever, when suddenly, Donnan took the back of her neck in one of his large rough hands, and pulled her to him, waiting for just the length of a heartbeat before pressing his mouth to hers. She let out a squeal of surprise which turned into a sigh as her hands found his shoulders, fisting the coarse fabric of his tunic. This seemed to be all the permission he needed, as the kiss deepened, and she melted against him. He was not gentle, his mouth moving against hers with an intensity which all at once frightened her and made her want more. All he wished to give. His arms circled her waist, all but crushing her once he pulled her against his chest. His heart beat wildly against hers, a sure sign that he was as thrilled and surprised by this as she. Perhaps he wanted it as much as she did too. Only when he wrenched his lips away did she remember to breathe. The world spun around her, her head swam, her cheeks burned. Her lips throbbed, a dull low ache which pulsed with every beat of her heart. "I ought not to have done it," he muttered. "Nay, do not feel that way," she gasped, fighting to catch her breath that she might ease his mind. "I have no right. Am I not the one who gives the right?" she wondered, her chest rising and falling in sharp, short breaths. All she knew was she wished he'd never stopped. And that she wanted more. Hope gleamed in his eye, quickly to be replaced by doubt. "Even so, I ought to be stronger than I am. Ye dinna know what you want, lost in memory of who we once were." This snapped her out of her fog, the way a bucket of icy water would startle a person out of sleep. "What did you say?" she hissed. He blinked rapidly. "I meant to say, ye see me for who I once was." "Stop." She stood, picked up her saddle and moved it to the other side of the fire, furthest from him. "Do not speak another word to me tonight, Donnan Ross. I was certain I had heard the worst from ye, but I could never have imagined ye were that daft. Ye were the one who kept speaking of the past. That does not mean I cannot see you now. Stop telling me what I do and do not see, what I want, what I think. I know myself. I know what I'm about. Perhaps if ye knew those things of yourself, you would not doubt me as ye do." If she'd been holding anything small enough to throw at him, she would have just then. How was it possible he'd taken her from the dizzying heights of breathless, wordless heat, to hot-blooded rage so quickly? He made a sound as though to argue with her. Or perhaps defend himself, but she wanted none of it. He'd been right after all. He should not have kissed her. For the ache in her chest was doubly painful as she wrapped herself in a blanket and settled in with her back to him, tears coursing down her flushed cheeks.
Chapter 19. 2 riders met Fenella and Donnan on the road leading to the Anderson house. It was not a great house in the way Angus Cameron's was, but it was still a far cry from his father's home. Which made Donnan wonder, was it still his father's home? Or was it his own? How would anyone know where to find him if the man had died over the fortnight since Donnan had left? He pushed this out of his mind. One problem at a time was more than enough, and introduced himself to the 2 men. Both of them eyed him warily when he lowered his hood, but he had expected that. While it was never easy bearing the weight of a man's stare, it was preferable to that of a woman. Women were not as keenly aware of what war could do to a face, a body. They were too delicate to stomach something as ugly as himself. Except for the woman beside him. She was something else altogether, and still left him uncertain. Now more than ever, after the events of last night. "We've come to speak with Padraig Anderson," Donnan explained. "My name is Donnan Ross. This is Fenella Gordon. I come as a friend of your laird." "Donnan Ross?" One of the men, older, roughened by time and hard living, looked to his partner. "Died in the war." "Do I look as though I died to ye?" Donnan asked. The old man grinned, revealing a mouth only half full of teeth. "Do ye want an honest answer, lad?" "We have very little time to waste," Fenella spoke up, exasperation plain in her voice. "This is a matter of the highest importance." "I dinna recall askin' ye, lassie," the man snarled. His partner held up a hand. Now, ye know how himself feels about speaking to women that way." The younger man offered Fenella an apologetic smile. "You'll be forgiven him, I hope. He isn't accustomed to speaking with women." "And ye are Quinn Murray?" the old man asked. "Aye. Ye could say that." The young man dropped a wink in Donnan's direction. Perhaps it was his jovial natural, his easygoing smile, but Donnan could not bring himself to dislike the rogue. Unlike Angus, who shared Quinn's good looks, or Ewan, who shared Quinn's charm, this man Quinn was likable from the start. "Come. We'll take ye up to the house. Padraig will wish to know how this Donnan Ross returned from the dead." Quinn brought his mount around, and the older man followed suit with a scowl which was likely his usual expression. Donnan glanced at Fenella, whose eyes remained focused straight ahead. So she still had not forgiven him. Would she ever? Had he given her any reason to do so? The lass was daft if she thought whatever had flared up between them in front of the fire was anything more than a moment's folly. She had been kind to him, and no one had been that kind since the old woman in the cottage. Though he'd never faced the wild, uncontrollable urge to kiss the old woman. He had never felt such desire to kiss any woman. Or to hold them, caress them, find solace in their warmth and softness. To lose himself. To forget. She would have given him that chance. She would have given him all of her. He would have been the worst sort of animal to take advantage. If that meant she would not speak to him, so be it. He was man enough to withstand her ire. Their arrival provided a distraction, at the very least. Something to which to turn his attention. The nearer they drew to the house, the clearer he could see the men moving about all around. Men on horseback, men carrying lumber and stone, wheeling carts, training with swords and shields. He asked himself how many of those men Padraig had at his disposal, for they might need every pair of hands they could use against the Camerons. As they drew close to the house and its many outer buildings, heads began to turn. He bore the curiosity as best he could, keeping his head high, looking each man in the eye as though daring them to speak a word of ill. None of them did. Padraig's men would not. No one who'd pledged their loyalty to a laird such as him would. Unless time had changed Padraig. Quinn dismounted and hurried into the house to announce their arrival. Fenella's stony silence was louder than any of the talking, neighing, the shouted orders, the sound of the hammer hitting metal again and again at the blacksmith's. The door to the house opened, but instead of Padraig, out came an older woman whose white-streaked black hair hung in a braid to her waist. She was in the act of wiping her hands on her apron, when her gaze fell upon Donnan. He braced himself for what was sure to come. Memories of that fateful day in Bronwen's cottage were clearer than ever, thanks to having shared the tale with Fenella. His mouth went dry, his palms cold and damp. She blinked once. Twice. Then, "I heard we had visitors outside, so I thought I would come out to ask after your needs. You'll have the full hospitality of the house." Perhaps it was her no-nonsense attitude which stunned both he and Fenella. Neither of them answered. "Well, I mean no ill intent, but there is quite a lot of work to be done for new arrivals," the woman continued. "My name is Salcher. I ought to have said it already, but I'm all asunder today. Forgive me." Fenella found her voice. There is nothing to be forgiven. We are both weary from a long journey. Aye, and in need of a good meal and a hot bath to wash away the dust of the road, I would wager. Have ye any belongings? Nay, I was forced to leave them behind. A look at her from the corner of his eye revealed the flush of Fenella's cheeks. If this struck Sorcha as odd, the woman did not show it. No matter. We shall find ye something clean to wear, and ye shall sleep in a bed tonight. Donnan was about to thank her. She still seemed a bit flustered by his appearance, but he respected a woman who could get on with the business of her work even while shaken, when from inside the house came a man he hardly recognized. He'd remembered Padraig Anderson as a lad on the verge of becoming a man. It was a surprise to see a tall, broad-shouldered man striding toward him. I'd heard ye returned home, he cried out, his arms outstretched. I didna know ye would honor me with a visit. Donnan dismounted and clasped arms with his old friend. Padraig's keen eyes swept over the ruins of what was once his friend's face, then beamed. It was a joyous day when I heard of your return. I asked Sorcha to have the kitchen prepare a feast in your honor, and I dinna see why we canna have another such feast tonight. He glanced at Sorcha, who nodded with a sigh. The woman seemed immensely put upon, but still glad to be of service. That was all Donnan needed to see to know his friend ran a happy, prosperous household. Forgive me, Padraig continued upon taking notice of Fenella. I am Padraig Anderson, and ye both are welcome here as friends. Fenella Gordon, she replied with a nod of respect. The daughter of Elect Gordon, he asked, to which she nodded. Donnan had always marveled at Padraig's keen mind and long memory. It was no wonder the house seemed so bustling and pleasant, with a smart leader at the helm. By all means, Sorcha will show ye upstairs to where a room will be prepared. Anything ye wish, do not hesitate to ask. He was a fool to expect a word from her before she turned and followed the woman into the house. She did not even favor him with a glance. He'd hurt her badly. And ye, my friend, Padraig said, returning his attention to Donnan. His smile had faded somewhat, and Donnan knew this was a result of the women having gone inside. Fenella Gordon was rumored to be the intended of Angus Cameron. Why is she with ye? 'Tis a long story indeed. Let it be told over ale. Padraig took his arm, but Donnan hesitated. Ye may wish to bring your most trusted men in with us, he warned. Now the smile had disappeared from Padraig's face. Serious indeed, he murmured. So be it. Minutes later, they sat in Padraig's study. The room was warm and welcoming as the man himself, a far cry from the slovenly nature of Angus Cameron's. Clean, bright, with a sweet southern breeze carrying the scent of the river Nevis which composed the southern boundary of Anderson land. When Alan died, I didna think I had it in me to become laird. Padraig smiled a bit upon this confession, having shared the details of Alan's demise. I would never have told Roderick, mind ye, but he was insistent. He had no wish to take Alan's place. Roderick never seemed interested in such doings, if memory serves. Nay, he never cared much for clan business. As I had already done much of the day-to-day work, overseeing accounts, managing the men, it seemed the best course of action. And it has been. We're better off than we've been in many years. I'm glad to hear of it. The title suits ye well. I hardly recognized ye when I first set eyes upon ye. The silence stretched out between them, and Donnan understood that he had made his friend uncomfortable. Ye need not think much of this, he muttered, gesturing to his face. I'd heard of it, Padraig admitted. And it's sorry I am to see it. But I would rather have ye alive, truth be told. I didna always share that feeling, Donnan chuckled, bitterness tinging his words. I hope things have changed. With that, several men strode into the room, ending their discussion. Donnan recognized Roderick, Padraig's older brother, along with Quinn. Forgive us for taking so long, he apologized as they entered. We were on our way from the house when we met up with Quinn, who told us he wished to meet. No matter, Padraig assured him, then explained to Donnan, Roderick and his wife live in the small house once owned by Sorcha, who now runs the house for me. Bryce and Fergus are both good friends of the clan. I trust them as I trust ye." Now that it was time to speak, Donnan could hardly find the words. He thought of Fenella always in the back of his mind, and what she might be doing just then. How he found himself wishing she were there with him. "It's to do with Clan Cameron," he began.
Chapter 20. Never had Fenella been so comfortable or well cared for. Not even as a child in her own home, which had never lacked for anything she'd ever needed. She'd also never felt more alone, even raised as an only child by a loving but distracted father. Knees pulled to her chest, she rested her chin upon them. The water in the washtub was blessedly warm, the scent of flowers rising from it. The woman who'd filled it must have added something to make it smell so. She imagined her skin and hair would carry the scent later. A lovely thought, but it provided little comfort at the moment. Not when all she could think of was Donnan. Now that he'd met with his friend and they could discuss plans to stop Angus. He no longer needed her. Not that he ever had, but she had at least felt useful when they rode together. Just the two of them. He'd been hers alone. While that had not always been pleasant, she now knew she would miss being with him. Gooseflesh rose over her skin and a sob rose in her throat. How was it possible to be so angry with someone, yet want so much to be with them? He was a fool for thinking she wanted nothing to do with him, simply because of his misfortune. He would continue to push her away, to be cruel and thoughtless because he imagined himself unworthy. She understood this. Why did he not understand? And there was no speaking to the man, no getting through that hard head of his. He insisted on being right, no matter how silly or baseless his notions. But she loved him, as ever. She always had. He would eternally be part of her, as her hands or legs. She could no sooner relieve herself of his presence in her heart, as she could cut off a limb. Would that she could exist in his heart. A sharp rap at the door left her flustered. She wiped the tears from her cheeks with the linen sheet folded here the tub. "Aye," she called out. "I've brought ye a kirtle, lass." Sorcha. A kind woman if a bit overpowering. "Please come in." She wrapped herself in linen as Sorcha entered. "Dinna feel ye have to end your bath on my account," the woman assured her. "I merely wanted to bring this to ye, that ye might have something in which to dress yourself. Feel free to take your time." "I was finished," Fenella confessed, feeling foolish and not knowing why. "Simply lost in thought, I suppose. And allowing my skin to wrinkle." She held up her fingers as proof. "Aye, well, after such a long ride you deserve time to yourself. We women so seldom have any, do we?" She tucked a piece of hair behind her ear in a distracted manner, her eyes traveling the room as if ensuring it was suitable for the guest. And it was. A deep, soft bed large enough to hold 4 or 5 women her size. A window overlooking the southern lands, allowing warm sunlight and a soft breeze. A basin for washing of face and hands, a comb and ribbons beside that she might tie back her hair. "Thank you for this," he smiled, suddenly shy. "Ye need not thank me," Sorcha assured her, but it was with a smile. "My niece, Caitlin, just arrived with her daughter. I told them there was a young lass in the house, and she said she'd like to meet ye." There had been so few female friends in Fenella's life. She'd always wished for a sister, yet the absence of her mother made that impossible, something she had not understood as a wee lass. "I would like to meet her," Fenella whispered, shy once again. "I will dress quickly that I might receive her." And she did, slipping the thin underdress over her head first, then the cream-colored kirtle. A bit large in the bust and long in the sleeve, but it was a world better than the stained, frayed thing she'd worn since leaving the Cameron house. There was a tentative knock on the door, as she combed through her thick wet hair. "Come in," she called, and was quickly greeted by a tiny little lass no more than a few years old. A thick shock of curls colored the darkest black stuck out around her head, and wide blue eyes searched the inside of the room before they found her. "Hello," Fenella whispered, crouching. "What is your name then?" "Fiona," the little lass whispered. "I am Fenella. It is nice to meet ye." When she stood, the child's mother welcomed her with a smile. I am Caitlin Anderson. It is a pleasure to meet ye. Anderson? Fenella asked, taken aback. I married Porrick's brother, Roderick. He is downstairs now, speaking with the other men. But ye dinna live here. Fenella went back to her combing, taking in all of Caitlin Anderson. She'd shared her hair and eyes with her daughter, it seemed, and her belly swelled heavily with another bairn. For some reason this caused Fenella's heart to twinge painfully. She had never begrudged a woman for being with child, far from it in fact. She loved children. Now seeing this woman with her lovely little lass and another one on the way, knowing her husband was downstairs, it hurt. Caitlin took her daughter's hand, leading her away from the open window with a soft warning. Nay, we live in a small house of our own. It belonged to my Aunt Sorcha, but she lives here now. What was supposed to be a favor to Porrick turned into a permanent arrangement. She's quite good at what she does, Fenella chuckled. She had me stripped and in a washtub in the time it took to blink an eye. She needed something to do with herself, I believe, Caitlin mused, her voice soft. She'd been widowed, you see. Ah. It is a good thing Porrick took her on then. He made it out to be a favor to him, but I believe it was a kindness to her he was more concerned with. He sounds like a good man. I heard many fine things about him along the journey here. Aye, that he is. Caitlin sat on the foot of the bed with a sigh. Forgive me, but I am quite worn out. Young Fiona does not seem to understand how her mother has little energy these days. Fiona, on the other hand, danced and twirled in one corner of the room, singing softly to herself. She would not be an only child, and this was a relief to Fenella. She will have a friend soon, someone to play with, she mused. Have ye a large family? I am not familiar with the clan, though I ought to be, since my husband and brother-in-law are always involved in clan dealings. Nay, I have no brothers or sisters. Caitlin cocked an eyebrow. It's a wonder no one has tried to marry ye, being from a strong clan with no brothers to act as heir. They have. She braided her hair with nimble fingers, speaking in low tones that the child might not hear the tale of Angus Cameron. Caitlin's eyes widened, her breath caught. I didn't know this. Does Porrick? He ought to by now. That is why we came. Donnan saved me, and he thought it would be best to come here for help before moving on to the Duncans. A wise decision, Caitlin decided. Though I worry for the men. Her hands rested on her belly, her brow furrowing. And I brought this to ye, Fenella groaned. You are not at fault. It is that dreadful clan. Philip Duncan would have done well to dispatch with them years ago. Fenella only nodded her agreement. Would that Philip Duncan had done just that. A playful smile tugged at the corners of Caitlin's mouth. You became quite close with Donnan, I imagine. When Fenella's cheeks flushed, Caitlin added, I ought not say such things as I do not know you well. I do not mind. In fact, it was a relief to have someone to speak with about him. It is merely the way your voice and face changed when ye said his name, she explained. Ye sounded fond of him. I am rather. When it isn't behaving like a fool, she finished, one eye on the dancing lass in the corner. All men are fools, Caitlin chortled. I've known my husband all my life, and he's as big a fool as he ever was. A good man, a wonderful father, but a fool I would love to kick and slap as I did when we were wee ones. I knew Donnan when we were children too. And did you wish to slap him sometimes? When did I not? They laughed together, but Fenella's laugh faded quickly. I often do now. I did not speak to him all day. Not since last night when I shouted at him. Now I wish I had not done it. There is nothing wrong when the man deserves to be shouted at, Caitlin assured her. I would wager he deserved it. He is stubborn then? Will not let ye near him, even though it seems sometimes as though he wants nothing else but to be near ye. Fenella's mouth fell open. How did ye know? Caitlin's heavy sigh told her she'd been through something similar. I would not wish it on anyone. What can we do to get him to see the light? Fenella shook her head, waved her hands. We could not. If he ever knew I breathed a word of this to ye, he might never speak to me again. Caitlin merely smiled. It was the smile of a woman who had earned her wisdom through years, with a man who could stir her love and her anger in turn. Place your trust in me.
Chapter 21. It is settled then. We ride out on the morrow. Padraig poured wine for them both, while they waited for the rest of the group to gather for the feast. The table had been laid out in white linen, candles by the dozen stretching out along its length. Already there were platters of fruit, bread, sweet cakes and cold meats, and the kitchen lasses hurried to and from through a door between the rooms. Donnan thought he could hear Sorcha giving orders in there. The woman never ceased. Roderick joined them. Ye know the Duncans better than the lot of us. Ye think Philip and Jake will be of a mind to agree with us? Aye, he nodded with a grimace. It has been a long battle between the clans, one which quieted in recent years, but the knowing that they are a threat has never gone away. This seemed to satisfy Padraig as well. He supposed there was no choice other than to trust the pair of them, as they would know their friends' minds better than he would. A handful of the women entered then, the wives of Padraig's brother and friends. Fenella was not with them. Donnan grasped Padraig's and Roderick's arms before they could leave him. I dinna wish for her to know, he whispered. She has been through enough and deserves to rest here for a spell. If she knew our plan, she would demand to come along. The men nodded. He thought he saw them exchange a glance but dismissed it. For moments later, in walked a woman who could only be Fenella. His mouth fell open at the sight of her, yet somehow the act of breathing failed Donnan. His tongue felt swollen as though it might choke him. At least it would mean dying with the glorious image before him fresh in his mind. Fenella seemed to float above the floor. The skirts of the gown someone had clearly loaned her moved about her legs, whispering secrets he would have given anything to know. The fabric was blue as a robin's egg, the cut of the gown snug at her bust and hips. All of the dark, sensual images and questions she had stirred in him on their first meeting flashed once again in the forefront of his awareness. Only more so, for now he knew the taste of her lips. He knew the scent of her skin, of her hair. The feel of her body against his, her gentle sighs. He swallowed hard, willing the heat in him to cool. Her hair shone in its braids and coils, wrapped about the top of her head. Every time she moved, light from the candles and braziers gleamed in her hair, making it look as though she glowed. Good evening, she murmured, casting her gaze downward when she reached him. He could not have moved if the chair he touched was on fire. Nothing in the world mattered more than she just then. Being near her. Marveling at her. Good evening, he replied. You're speaking to me again. She nodded. I suppose I am no longer as angered as I was. It's glad I am to hear it. He lowered his voice. For I canna bear it, knowing you are angered. Knowing I brought you pain. She looked up into his eyes, and he might have drowned in her. What was happening? He was not capable of such thoughts, such behavior. It was beyond him. Men such as himself did not fall in love, and were certainly never loved in return. Yet there he was, all but offering himself to her on a platter. His scarred body, his bruised heart. They had been hers from the moment he set eyes upon her again. Seeing her now merely made something clear which he had tried in vain to ignore. Now that we are all gathered, I believe it's time we ate. My mouth is watering at the smell of this food, Padraig announced. Judging from the laughter around the room, he was not alone in feeling this way. Donnan, on the other hand, had never felt less like eating in his life. He was too enthralled by every move Fenella made. Her soft smile, as he pulled out her chair, the grace with which she lifted her chalice for the speech Padraig was about to make. Donnan fumbled for his own goblet and cursed his clumsiness. It was as though the woman had given him a tonic, turning him into a mindless fool. Padraig beamed at him. My friend has returned, and 'tis happy I am to have him with us, along with our other guest, Fenella Gordon. A long life to them both and much happiness. Why did it sound as though the man gave a marriage blessing? It had to be his overwrought mind hearing things which were not there, for no one else at the table seemed to think it strange for Padraig to choose those words. Not even Fenella did. She smiled across the table, where Quinn told a story which set the group to laughing at the finish. Donnan could hardly hear a word. How had he never noticed the graceful way she held her head? Or the way she moved? Like music come to life. He'd only watched her at work or while in the saddle. There she was, a strong, healthy, no one to underestimate. Here, she may as well have been a queen. She turned to him, her smile widening. "What is it?" she murmured. "You seem troubled." "Not at all," he replied, as sweat rolled down the back of his neck. Troubled was hardly the word. It seemed something ought to be said. Some kindness, something to smooth the ruffling of feathers which had been his fault. He leaned in, catching the scent of some flower or another in her hair, on her skin. It went to his head and made it spin. "The color of your gown suits ye." Her cheeks flushed. "I am glad ye approve. It belongs to Caitlin, but, well, she cannot use it at the moment." He could see why. The woman was fairly ready to bear her child during the feast. No wonder Roderick looked so troubled, even as he'd sounded certain that riding out to the Duncans, then turning north to find the Camerons, was the only choice they had. As for himself, he wished it did not have to be done. Padraig and Roderick both had assured him of the size of the Duncan force, how well trained the men were thanks to Jake's oversight. They might not have to fight at all. But a man stood up when it came to what was right and wrong, and Angus could not be allowed to continue his deceit. If called upon to fight, Donnan would do so. Though he'd sworn never to do it again. He'd vowed to Bronwen that he would never raise a weapon in anger, merely in self-defense. Was it self-defense if he marched on his enemy and started a fight? He much doubted it. Fenella would know what to say. Her sharp insight was a useful tool. He longed to pull her away from the table and ask what she thought, so long as he never revealed how soon the plan would be put in place, of course. Sorcha entered the room to ask if everything was to their liking, propping the door open with her hip. She had taken her meal in the kitchen with the lasses who still came and went, clearing platters and replacing them for a table full of men with hearty appetites. She did not take into account the wee lass behind her who slipped out from the kitchen and ran down the length of the table, throwing herself into her father's arms. Her father happened to be Roderick, who happened to be seated across from Donnan. He tensed, his breath held. Memories of the shrieks, the wails of Bronwen's granddaughter filled his head. For a brief moment, in the midst of eating and listening to stories and being helplessly, dizzyingly in love for the first time ever, he had forgotten his face. Another first, as he had never done so before. Not since the day Bronwen held up a looking-glass that he might take stock of himself. Every minute of his life in the years since that day had carried the knowledge that his face was that of a monster from a nightmare. Fenella's hand covered his beneath the table. She squeezed hard when the curly-haired lass looked across the table. He was a breath away from pushing back his chair and excusing himself, wondering why he'd insisted on bringing shame upon himself by dining with the others, when the child smiled. "My name is Fiona." "What is your name?" He wet his suddenly dry lips, then swallowed. "Donnan?" Fiona looked to Fenella next. "You are wearing Mama's dress." Just like that, the moment was over. The child had gone on to something else, his face forgotten if it had ever been a concern at all. It was only the fact that he sat among so many others which kept him upright, his back straight. He might have slumped forward otherwise, or leaned against the chair's carved wooden back. Sheer relief flooded him, leaving his muscles loose. And still, Fenella's hand covered his. After the meal and the hours of talking, Donnan was certain he would either fall asleep from boredom or from the weight of the food in his stomach. Somehow, the relief of having been observed by a mere child and not considered a danger had given him an appetite. It was when Roderick rose, helping Caitlin to her feet, that the rest of the party began to rise from their chairs. Donnan was quick to pull out the heavy chair for Fenella to more easily stand. "How are ye feeling?" he asked, noting the circles beneath her eyes. I might fall asleep standing before ye, she admitted in a whisper. Aye, as might I. May I escort ye to your chambers? Her cheeks coloured, but she nodded in acceptance. Only when they were outside the banquet hall did she release a sigh. I thought it would never end. Is that wrong of me? Only if it is wrong of me, he muttered with a grin. Aye, it was held in our honor. Your honor. Our honor, he insisted, allowing her to lead him up the stairs. He toasted to us both, remember? I asked myself at the time why he spoke as he did, she confessed, still whispering. I suppose he thought. It matters little truly what he thought. What matters is that ye rest, lass. Ye look as tired as ye say ye are. I thought I looked rather fetching this evening, she retorted with a saucy grin. Now ye tell me I look tired. I canna win. I might as well not speak at all. She laughed, the sound echoing down the long wide corridor. I was not serious. He cleared his throat, hands clasped behind his back for lack of anything to do with them. That strange, breathless, heady feeling had come over him again. They were alone. But they'd been alone for a week. Why did it suddenly matter? It simply did. Just as he suddenly saw her through new eyes, the fact that he was alone with this wondrous creature set his heart racing. This was all so new to him. He had the sense of holding a delicate flower in his palm, or a baby bird. If he held it too tight, all could be lost. The slightest mistake, and he might lose this moment and its strange excitement forever. Ye did look quite lovely, he choked out. And your tunic suited ye as well, she replied. Borrowed as yours. From Padraig. She smiled. I had grown accustomed to seeing ye in the same one every day. A bath and a shave helped as well. He fought off the impulse to run a hand over his newly smooth cheeks. The fact was, he preferred to grow at least some hair on them to hide what he could of the scar as it ran down to his jaw, though that did nothing to conceal the rest of it. As always, she understood this. It does suit ye, she whispered. I can see ye more clearly. I canna believe ye would wish to. I do wish to. Would that ye knew it, Donnan Ross. They had come to a stop, long since, in front of what he supposed was the door to her bedchamber. He longed to open it, take her inside, bury his hands in that mass of brown waves and kiss her as he had before. His lips ached to touch hers, as did his hands twitch with the need to reach for her. She reached for him instead, her hand making a slow journey through the air until it cupped his scarred cheek. He tensed, as he had at the supper table. She did not pull back as she had not pulled back downstairs. She left her hand where it was, a soft smile playing over her mouth. It had been so long since a single soul had touched him. He had no idea until then how he'd missed the contact. Such a simple thing, one too many took for granted. He closed his eyes, breathing deeply, steadying himself as his need for her grew until it all but burst from him. There, she whispered. That does not hurt either of us, does it? Excuse me. His eyes snapped open. Fenella's hand flew away from him. They both turned to find a young woman standing before them, looking as though she wished she could vanish. Forgive me, but Sorcha sent me up to help you undress. Would that Sorcha were a bit less efficient just once. Then again, had the lass not shown up when she had, there was no telling what sort of compromising position he may have put Fenella in. They exchanged a rueful smile as he backed away. Till the morrow then. We can speak in the morning. Her cheeks flushed before she turned and fled into the room behind. In the morning. Oh, but she would hate him when she learned of his deception. He remained there for longer than he ought to have, staring at the closed door, imagining Fenella there. Committing her to memory, that he might look back on the sweetest moment he'd ever known. Farewell, he whispered, fingers brushing the place where her palm had rested against his cheek.
Chapter 22. Fenella woke with the sun streaming through the window. It was well past dawn, later than she had slept in longer than she could remember. Then again, she had not slept in a bed in over a week, and had been up until all hours at the feast. And she'd lain awake for a long time after that. In spite of the exhaustion in every bone and muscle, she could not make sense of her thoughts. They'd run through her head, overlapping one another, causing no end of confusion and delicious anticipation. For Caitlin had been correct. All she'd needed was to remind Donnan that she was a woman, and he had come around. He had even allowed her to touch his face. Unthinkable prior to that moment, most certainly. Yet she'd done it, if only to prove the point that he did not frighten or appall her. It had given him peace. If only they had not been interrupted. She sat up, stretching languorously with a wide smile. It appeared to be a lovely day, and Donnan was somewhere nearby. She could see him again. They could continue where they'd left off. Or perhaps not. She paused in the act of washing her face. Perhaps the beauty and sweetness between them had been a product of the night itself. Of a lovely gown, and attention to her hair. Of too much wine even. That too was possible. She reminded herself of there being only one way to find out. With renewed determination, she tidied her hair and dressed in the kirtle Sorcha had provided before hurrying downstairs. Only half of the stairs had been descended before she first noticed something strange: the silence. There was still noise coming from elsewhere, the kitchen, where she heard the clanging of pots and the raised voices of those working to prepare the next meal, but it was nothing when compared to the activity she'd seen and heard upon arrival. She hurried the rest of the way down the stairs and into the great hall, where they'd had their banquet. The table was empty, the hearth dark and cold. Alongside that room was a study. Also empty. She ran through the entry hall to the courtyard outside, where the banging of the blacksmith's hammer told her something else was the same as it had been. But aside from that, and the sight of a stable boy riding a sorrel mare around the inside of a pen, the grounds were empty. She went to the pen. Where are all the men? The boy, no older than 13 by her estimation, brought the mare to a halt. They went out this morning. That much was clear. Hunting, she asked. Nay. They went out to the Duncans. Before dawn even. She backed away from the fence, nails digging into her palms. He had lied to her, the devil. They went without her. Not only that, but they took everyone with them. The stables were nearly empty, she noted, as she ran past to re-enter the house. This time she went straight to the kitchen, knowing Sorcha would be there. Why did no one tell me they were to leave before dawn? She shouted to the kitchen at large. The room fell silent. Sorcha sat with Caitlin and Fiona, the three of them drinking from steaming cups. Caitlin stood, glancing at her aunt before murmuring, "Fenella, they thought it was for the best." Who thought it? Donnan, no doubt. He wished to leave me behind. For your own good, lass. Sorcha went to her, reaching out to provide comfort, but Fenella stepped away. Do not touch me, for ye knew it too. She glared at Caitlin. Why did they take all the men then? Why did they need that many, if they were merely going to pay a call on the Duncans? Caitlin's head tilted to the side, her eyes soft and shining as though on the verge of tears. Dear, they were not going to pay a call or discuss this matter with the Camerons. They were going to round up all the men Philip Duncan was ready to offer, and advance on the clan. Fenella wrapped her arms around herself, shaking as though the room had suddenly filled with ice. I cannot believe it. Why would he not tell me? What if? That is what we all must face now, Caitlin murmured. Pain was written on her face as plainly as it must have been on Fenella's. The men are willing to fight for the better of all the Highland clans, to put a stop to this madness and move forward in peace. And ye allowed this? In your condition? Och, Fenella. What was there for me to allow or not allow? I cannot tell my husband how to best do what he feels he must do. That is between him and himself, as it is for any man. When Caitlin went to Fenella, there was no argument. She allowed herself to be led to the table, to be guided into a chair. Sorcha pressed a hot mug of what smelled like tea into her hands. Drink this, the woman advised. It will bolster ye. And I am truly sorry, lass. It was Donnan's command that we not tell ye, for he knew ye would wish to join him and did not wish to place ye in harm's way. Isn't it between me and myself what I feel I must do? Fenella looked to Caitlin. Just as it is for a man? I understand what ye feel. Truly I do. When I was riding with Roderick and the others, I was running from an arranged marriage to Alan, the eldest Anderson. I learned then during that ride, that a man can be in more danger when he's concerned with the danger a woman might be in. She leaned forward, meeting Fenella's gaze. Would ye wish to know Donnan had been unable to concentrate on protecting himself, because he was too involved in protecting ye? This sank into Fenella's heart, loosening the tightness in her shoulders, relaxing her fists. Of course I would not, she said. It is for the best that ye remain, Sorcha assured her with a pat on the back. He'll rest easier knowing we're taking care of ye. But she would not rest. She could not. Not until he was back with her. Until she could look upon his face again, and touch his cheek and tell him out loud how she loved him. How she always had and always would. How long ago did they leave? She asked, sipping her tea and willing herself to be calm. This was something she would have to endure. Waiting. Endless waiting to hear any word of their progress. Long before dawn, hours ago, Sorcha replied. I made certain they had food to take along with them. All of the men? Fenella could not help but laugh in surprise. Aye, well, when you run a great house such as this, you must be prepared for anything that comes along. At midday, Fenella allowed herself to be taken out of doors for a walk about the place. All of the women needed distracting, it seemed. Bryce's wife, Alana, carrying a year-old boy on one hip. Moira, who had been married to Fergus for around a year, and was looking forward to starting a family. They'd had no luck as yet, but Moira blushed when she informed them it was not for lack of trying. These women had the surety of their husband's love. They might at least look back upon warm, tender moments. Those with children had them too, as a symbol of their love. Fenella had nothing but a kiss, and a sweet moment in front of her chamber door. The memory of his cheek in her palm, warm, smooth. His eyes closing, as his body relaxed into her caress. Would that be enough for her to live on the rest of her days? It might have to be. To be a child again, like Fiona. Unaware of what went on, the sadness and worry. The women tried to smile and keep their voices light for her sake, Fenella included, but it was a struggle. Fenella looked to the northeast, where the men were riding, wishing she could see them. With her hand over her forehead to shade her eyes, she could make out the peaks of the Grampians, including Ben Nevis. That was where they would stop, where the Duncan stronghold sat. The approaching rider, no more than a cloud of dust at first, made her heart skip a beat. Do you see him? She asked, pointing in the direction of the dust cloud. A murmur of concern rose up among the women. Dear heart, go into the house and tell Aunt Sorcha you need your dinner, Caitlin said, patting her daughter on the backside to spur her into action. Yes, it would be best for her not to be there if the worst was about to happen. The closer the horse came, the easier it was to see the rider slumped over its neck. A wounded man. The women remained silent, holding their breath as they watched to see who it might be. He belonged to none of them, as Fenella found when he reached them, and all but fell to the ground. His right arm was twisted at an unnatural angle, his face covered in bruises. Malcolm! Caitlin cried out. What happened to ye? Patrolling, he gasped, peering at them through the one eye that was not swollen shut. Saw men. Our men? Moira asked, a hand on her chest. He shook his head. Cameron. Hundreds. Crossing through to the south. They want to head off before. Ben Nevis. I barely got away. Fenella clutched Caitlin's arm. The Camerons were going to head off their men before they could reach the Duncans, where they would gather enough support to be a fierce opponent. As it was, without the extra support, the men might be walking into certain death. Donnan. Without a word, she took Malcolm's horse by the reins and all but threw herself up into the saddle. The poor beast would be tired, but there was no warming up one of the stabled horses. This would have to do. She had to catch up to them, to warn them somehow. If only there were enough time. "Where do you think you're doing?" Alana cried out as Fenella turned the horse to the northeast and took off at a full run. The screams of the women faded behind her as she flew along the road, until the only sounds in the world were the pounding of hooves and of her heart.
Chapter 23. Donnan rode at the front of the massive group of men, nearly 100 in all. Padraig assured him there would be several times that many at their disposal once they reached Ben Nevis. He hoped so, as his memories of just what he saw camping outside the Cameron house told him there were many more behind Angus Cameron. His friend rode beside him, and he surprised Donnan by smiling as they travelled the well-worn road. "What are ye smiling over?" he asked. "This hardly seems the time for smiling." "I never have the chance to do things like this," Padraig confided. "Riding out to see Philip Duncan." Padraig scowled. "Ye know what I speak of. It feels as though I'm doing something." "Ye do something every day. I've never seen a great house run as smoothly as yours. From what I heard, ye doubled or even tripled the income to the clan and have invested it wisely. Your men are well trained, they would follow ye anywhere at a moment's notice. That is hardly nothing." Padraig shrugged as though this meant little. "Even so, the others always have the interesting work to do. Such as this. Ye dinna intend to fight, I hope, when the time comes." "And why not? You'll be fighting." "Aye, but it isn't the same." "Isn't it now? When your father goes on to his reward, 'tis he who'll be laird of Clan Ross." "What there is of it," Donnan muttered. He could all but taste the bitterness toward his brother. "I know ye, and I know ye shall make a success of it as I did," Padraig predicted. "Even so, ye happen to be the only son of your father who is bound to do anything for the clan." "That is so." This Donnan knew to be true, for Ewan could not even deign to return home and make amends. The clan would be bound for disaster in his incapable hands. "Perhaps ye ought not do this then," Padraig pointed out. "The future of your clan could be at stake." "Aye, and I'd vowed never to fight again." A glance over his shoulder told him there was no danger of being overheard, as the men were busy talking among themselves. "I am weary of fighting. I've had enough of it to last the rest of my life." "Why do this then?" "Surely not for Alec Gordon. Ye saved his daughter from a terrible future. He shall make good on his part of your agreement, or I shall see to it that he does," Padraig assured him, his voice grim with determination. I know ye would. It is not that, either." "What then?" "Out with it." Another look over his shoulder. "It is personal for me. I might have known." "Ye need not look so smug about it." "Do I look smug?" Padraig stroked several days' growth of stubble. "The reason I grow this beard is to conceal when I look smug." Donnan was not amused. "He struck her," he growled. "Cameron?" "Demanded she marry him, and struck her when she refused. The bruise only just faded to where ye can barely notice it, but every day I saw it, and it reminded me of what he did to her, and how he thought he could place his hands upon her without anyone repaying him for it." Padraig was silent, smugness replaced with a look of anger. He sneered at the image of Angus Cameron's face. "I would like to bruise the side of his face, and much worse for what he did to her. He locked her in a stable, along with anyone else who dared oppose him. If anyone fights him face to face, it will be myself. I shall be certain he knows why I'm doing it, and for whom." "I would not dare get in your way," Padraig assured him without a hint of humor. "I've never had a woman of my own, but I would do the same in your place. I'm certain of it." "She is not my woman." Padraig rewarded this with a withering stare. "Come now. I didn't only meet ye yesterday. From the time our fathers first met, we have been friends. I know ye well, and I know I've never seen ye wish to kill or even harm anyone, except for now when it has to do with her. That does not make her my woman. She is not." She might as well be, if ye are willing to kill for her. And I believe that right now, were that man before us, ye would. I have no doubt. Neither did Donnan. He would happily have murdered Angus right then and there, and not only for Fenella but for everyone he'd locked away. For everything he had planned to do, all the hurt he'd planned to cause. They fell silent, the sound of hooves on the road echoing over and over, until it seemed that was all there was in the world. He could not help but smile grimly to himself. He'd never thought to hear the sound of so many men riding at one time, ever again. Roderick and the rest were behind them, and the thought of them reminded Donnan once again of how Fenella wasn't his. They had women, all of them, and all of them rode in somber silence as they did what needed to be done. At least they knew their women waited for them, thought of them, perhaps counted the minutes until they were together again. He knew Fenella would be furious with him. That was as far as his knowing went. It was his fault. He might not have pushed her away. He might have welcomed her into his arms, might have kissed her again that night instead of making a damned fool of himself. Him and his pride. What good had it ever done? When she had been so willing, so ready, so tender and kind. He'd rewarded her, had he not? It was a wonder she even wished to speak to him after that. But she had. She'd done more than speak to him. She touched him without flinching, without wincing. As though she wanted to. After he dealt with Angus Cameron, he would return and tell her he loved her. And that he remembered the day he'd asked her to marry him, as clearly as though it were yesterday. "Now you're the one who's smiling," Padraig muttered. "And you still look smug, whether or not that beard is in the way," he retorted. Padraig laughed and was about to respond when both their horses startled at a new sound. The pair pawed at the ground and pranced, suddenly taken with nerves. "What is it?" Donnan asked, patting the beast's neck while casting a look behind himself to where Quinn and Fergus had trouble controlling their mounts. He exchanged a troubled look with Padraig, whose head moved back and forth as he surveyed the area. The woods on either side of the road were deserted, or rather they seemed that way and had all the way through. It wasn't a noise coming from the woods which startled the animals so. It was something behind them. A murmur went up over the men, moving in a wave from the rear up to the front of the line. The two rows parted to allow a rider through. The horse was in a lather, all but ready to drop on the spot, and the rider did not appear in much better shape, hair a tangled mess about her head, streaked in dust and sweat, panting so hard she could barely speak. Fenella! He could hardly believe the sight of her, and that she was there before him. She struggled to form words. "Cameron? You must pull back." He was by her side in an instant, helping her from the saddle. Her breath came in great heaving gasps which shook her from head to foot as she leaned against him. "They're coming. To head ye off." "How do ye know this?" Padraig asked. Malcolm was on patrol, he saw them. Her upturned gaze met Donnan's. "Ye must pull back. Now. They wish to cut ye off before ye reach Ben Nevis." Donnan saw the entire plan as Angus Cameron must have conceived it. How he knew they were on their way was not for him to say, though for all any of them knew there could be spies throughout the Highlands working on his behalf. He looked up, found Padraig staring at him. "We cannot allow them to do this," he snarled. Padraig's eyes rose, looking out into the depths of the woods. "It may already be too late," he replied, his voice flat. For now Donnan heard it too. Footfalls. Hooves. Snapping twigs, rustling leaves. They'd arrived. Roderick and Bryce sprang into action, riding down the line to instruct the men to be on their guard, as the sounds from the woods grew louder. Donnan's heart seized as he clutched the woman to him. Would that she were not there. "Take my horse," he shouted, pushing her toward the prancing, nervous animal. "Get far away from here. Go to the Duncans, tell them what happened." "Nay. I will not leave ye." She clutched the neck of his tunic. "I cannot. Please." His hands found her face, smoothing back the hair from her temples before holding her face still that he might look upon her one last time. Her wild eyes searched his. He would never see them again after this day, not when they were so heavily outnumbered. There would be no other chance to tell her. "I love ye," he shouted over the growing commotion. "I've always loved ye. And I do recall asking ye to marry me, Fenella Gordon, and my offer still stands if ye would have me." "I would have ye," she breathed just before their mouths crashed together in a hard, deep kiss tinged with desperation and panic and the sense that they would never have this chance again. Everything he had to say to her, everything he had ever or would ever feel, was in that single kiss. She clung to him, as though he were the only thing keeping her alive. He broke away, pressed his lips to her forehead one last time before propelling her upward, onto the horse's back, then slapped the beast's rump with a roar that sent it galloping on down the road in the direction of the Duncans. She looked back just once, hair waving behind her in a tangled brown banner, cheeks wet with fresh tears which cut lines through the dust.
Chapter 24. Fenella knew. She knew. Donnan reminded himself of this with every breath he took as he stood, shield and sword at the ready, staring into the woods. He would fight whatever came out of there. However many there were. While he would not have the chance to marry her, she knew he'd wished it so. And he knew she'd ridden for hours with the chance of danger all around. What if one of the Camerons had crossed her path, as she rode like the devil himself were after her? She must have loved him, the fierce, selfless, courageous lass. Knowing he had her love gave him added strength, and a sense of calm which seemed utterly out of place in such a situation, with untold numbers of men bent upon his destruction. Padraig stood at his side, his normally calm expression replaced by a snarl worthy of even the most brutal warrior. A surge of pride ran through Donnan at this. "Show yourselves then," Padraig bellowed toward the wood, where branches now swayed near enough to be seen. The enemy closed in. "We know ye happen to be there, Angus Cameron, if ye were man enough to do your own fightin', that is." Donnan knew the man's pride would not allow him to remain concealed after such a statement. Sure enough, a familiar face soon emerged, followed by the handful of men who seemed to follow his every step. What must it have been like for them, Donnan wondered in some clear rational part of his mind. They did nothing without him. Did they not see him for who he truly was? How could they not? When Angus set eyes upon Donnan, his face darkened. "I didn't think you'd have the nerve to stand in my presence again, after what ye did." "To be fair, I didn't know I would see ye today," Donnan retorted. "And if I were to avoid being in your presence, it would not be because I feared ye. I simply prefer to forget ye exist." Shadows of the men he'd brought with him appeared in a long line. A glimpse now and then of a face, a flash of metal as a sword was drawn. So many of them. "I welcomed this man into my home as a friend," Angus shouted, turning his head to the side that his men might hear him. "How did he repay my kindness? By taking what was mine, like a thief in the night. Hurrying her away. Freeing those I held for treason." "Treason?" Donnan laughed bitterly. "Children? Women? They were treasonous. For I saw them with my own eyes, which are just as good as they ever were. Children ye forced to live in their own filth, clinging to their mothers, weeping softly in the night. I heard it. I saw it, ye bastard." "Lies," Angus barked. "All of it." "Who were your men feeding in the stables then?" he challenged. "I saw them going back and forth with baskets. I dinna know their names, or I would call them out right now. But ye know who ye are, whoever ye happen to be." He would have wagered anything that the men were in the ranks somewhere, for he heard a muttering which rose in volume, until it became something close to dissension. "Dinna think ye own this man, or Clan Cameron, anything," Donnan bellowed. "The man has lied to ye. He has played ye for fools. He has no intention of uniting the clans, or else why would he have brought ye down here to stop us before there was any talk of uniting with Clan Anderson?" Padraig raised his voice as Donnan did. "Never did anyone come to me with talk of this. The first I heard of it was from this man. Dinna fight his battle for him. He does not wish to unite us. He wishes to rule us. Donnan screamed. Enough! Angus rushed him without warning, barreling into him headfirst. He struck Donnan's midsection, driving the wind from his lungs and knocking him to the ground. Padraig continued shouting. Dinna be a fool for this man or his clan. Dinna fight his war for him. He merely wishes to rule us, not to allow us to work together. Several of the men who'd stood behind Angus rushed forward, soon met by Roderick and the rest. Metal on metal, that familiar sound as swords clashed. Donnan cared nothing for them. Only for the man standing over him, who drew back his leg to deliver a kick to Donnan's ribs. He rolled away in time, Angus's forward motion knocking him off balance. Donnan landed a sharp kick to the back of the man's knee, and set him sprawling. He took advantage of this, throwing himself on his back, slamming a knee into it before turning him over that they might be face to face. Angus glared at him, his eyes wide and burning with hatred. Donnan struck him with a backhanded blow, fist closed, snapping Angus's head to the side with the force of it. It was not enough. It would never be enough. Angus spat out a mouthful of blood, then laughed. "You think you can make me look as hideous as yourself?" he asked, laughing again. No. But he could try. Donnan took a handful of the man's tunic and pulled him upward, then drove a fist into his face. Again. Again. Splitting the lip, breaking the nose, blackening the eye. All the while, Angus attempted to buck him off, but Donnan was just as large and threw his weight behind him, pinning him down before breaking the bones of his cheek. "Coward," he bellowed, landing another blow. Then another. "Liar. Thief." He pulled Angus closer, screaming into his bloodied face. "She will never be yours. She could never love ye." To his surprise, Angus smiled, his split lips opening to reveal blood-stained teeth. "I never said a thing about love." Padraig cried out, shouting, "Donnan! His dirk!" The warning came a moment too late, as no sooner did the meaning of Padraig's words become clear than a pain shot through Donnan's side and around his back. He snarled through it, reaching around to take hold of Angus's wrist. He grasped it before the man could strike again, roaring with the effort of bringing his arm up and around. Angus reached up, taking Donnan's hair in one fist, holding his head still as the two of them fought for control of the dirk. The blade angled in toward Donnan's throat. Donnan snarled, teeth gritted, the muscles of his arm straining as he fought to hold Angus's arm back and with it the blade of the dirk. The blood-covered metal, his blood, moved closer, a bit at a time. His arm was growing weak. His muscles twitched and ached from the effort. He would die. He might already be dying, blood oozing down his back. Fenella's face flashed across his vision. With another mighty roar, Donnan used his free hand to strike at Angus's face. That one moment of surprise left him vulnerable, his grip on Donnan's hair weakening enough that Donnan was able to pull away and slam his fist into the wrist beneath the dirk. Angus released the weapon with an agonized scream, the dirk falling to the ground near Donnan's knee. Donnan picked it up, still stained with his blood, and added Angus Cameron's to it by plunging it into his chest. Eyes as blue as the sky went wide, bulging from their sockets. Then there was blankness in those eyes. Donnan rolled away from his foe, the pain now evident with every move he made. He reached back to touch tentative fingers to the place where the pain began, and stared at the blood which coated the tips, dripping onto his already stained tunic. He was dying. Truly this time. He would die. All around him, the fighting continued, though not nearly as many of Angus's men seemed to be involved as they had feared. Perhaps they had run away, knowing in their hearts that their cause was a lost one. That they had been lied to. The very ground rumbled beneath his bleeding body, as he sat with his back to the trunk of a tree, and Angus's body on its back beside him. The tree shook as well, leading Donnan to question whether the very soil would split and swallow all of them. He turned his head to the side, looking down the road. He must have been dreaming, or half out of his mind as the life ran out of him. For there were dozens of horses coming toward them at full gallop, fine proud beasts ridden by proud men whose heads were held high. And with them, a woman. The snarled mass of brown hair waved behind her, bouncing as she rode. It could not have been true. The Duncans were too far from where they fought. There was no chance of them arriving so quickly. He knew in some clear part of his mind, the part that was still clear, that he merely saw what he wished was so. That his soul merely wished for him to see her one last time. She was the last thing he saw before his eyes slid shut. Chapter 25. Fenella searched the scene of the battle, the road littered with broken, wounded men. She had never seen such bloodshed, and what was it for? Nothing. It accomplished nothing. Where was he? Donnan, she called out as Jake Duncan and his men continued charging toward the battle. Enough of this, he roared as his men continued to ride through the fighting, cutting like a hot knife through tallow. There will be no more fighting under the order of Philip Duncan, laird of Clan Duncan, unless you wish for the full force of Clan Duncan to become involved. Fenella meanwhile dismounted and dashed into the fray. Fenella! Jake cried out, but she paid no mind to the man whose soldiers she'd met on the road to Ben Nevis. While she was most grateful to him and always would be, he was not Donnan. She needed Donnan. There was Padraig, standing beneath the shadow of a tree, falling to his knees beside Donnan. Her mournful cry caused the men around her to stop whatever they were engaged in, and turn her way. She pushed aside those who barred her from reaching her love, and nearly tripped over the body beside his. She did not recognize the man at first glance, not until she saw his eyes. A shudder ran through her, as she realized she looked upon what was once Angus Cameron. It mattered little, not at all in fact, as she sank to her knees beside Donnan. Padraig spoke quietly to him, as he rolled Donnan onto his side. What happened? She gasped when she took stock of the blood-soaked tunic. Stabbed him, Padraig muttered, his teeth clenched. I tried to warn him, but it was too late. Donnan? She brushed the hair from his face, but he did not stir at the sound of her voice. She pressed her fingers to his throat and found his pulse. He's breathing, Padraig confirmed, though the words sounded grim. And there is still blood coming from the wound. Jake Duncan joined them. He is badly wounded. Aye, Padraig announced, though breathing. He leaned Donnan against Fenella to keep him on his side, and tore the tunic further open at the sight of the wound. Jake handed Padraig a container of water, which Padraig poured over Donnan's back. Fenella's stomach turned at the sight of the hole, which instantly filled with blood until it overflowed. I need something to press to the wound to slow the bleeding, Padraig muttered, and Jake called out to one of his men to fetch something from his saddle. She looked down at Donnan's sleeping face. She could pretend he was sleeping, that his eyes were merely closed due to fatigue at riding all day and fighting a man such as Angus Cameron. She brushed the hair back from his forehead, trailed her fingers along the length of his scar. Would that he would wake and tell her to keep her hands to herself. Anything at all. He could shout at her, be coarse and cruel, dismiss her memories as something she merely made up. Anything, as long as he was alive to do it. Bending, she brushed her lips against his ear. You must live, she breathed. You must, for I love ye and ye said ye felt the same. We must have our time together, do ye understand me? We deserve that. I have waited too long for ye. Already I thought ye were gone once, that I had lost ye, but ye came back to me. Do not leave me now, my love. I beg ye. Her tears dripped onto his skin as she hovered there, whispering words of love her heart had held close and silent for so many years. Everything she had ever longed to confess. He had to hear her. He must hear her. She would accept nothing else. Jake unrolled a canvas pack. My sister-in-law is a healer. Highly skilled. She healed me when I was near death, far worse than this one here, he added with a glance Fenella's way. She never allows me to go out for anything, but especially not something like what we did today, without bringing nearly everything she uses. How did ye know to come? Padraig asked, watching as Jake poured another liquid on the wound. This will clean it, he explained, then said, my brother has spies who patrol the edges of the lands which border ours. We'd heard of stirrings in Clan Cameron, and he wished to be prepared for anything Angus and his lot would bring our way. He heard of the clan making a move toward the area, and wanted us out in force today, in case we met up with them. He grinned, shaking his head with another look at Fenella. Instead we met this lass. A fine rider she is. She told us of what was taking place here, and we came on the run. Donnan would be proud of ye, Padraig assured her with a firm nod of his head. He will be proud of me, she corrected. When he wakes. He will be. And if he is not, I shall give him the devil of a time. But he would be. She stroked his hair, looking down at his dear face, and told herself he would be. I need to sew the wound now. Never my favorite part, I must admit, but it has to be done. She looked away, unable to stomach the sight of Jake Duncan using a needle and thread to close the wound. But it would save her love. It simply had to. Right then. Now a poultice. Jake's hands moved with great sureness, his fingers flying over the pungent powder, which he shook out of a pouch before combining it with a bit of the same liquid he'd used to cleanse the wound prior to sewing. She trained you well, seems, Fenella observed, admiring his skill and deftness. Aye, as I said, she saved me from near death. I watched her mix poultices for me, along with anyone else I've happened to see her heal over the years. It has been a long time since she came to my aid, and it's glad I am to be able to do the same for another. She loved Jake Duncan at that moment. Loved his sister-in-law, whoever she might be. Loved Padraig for staying there, holding Donnan steady while Jake worked on him. After applying a thick layer of green-tinged paste, Jake pressed a clean linen square over all. Then, the three of them worked together to wrap bandages around his torso without disturbing the wound over much. He ought to sleep for quite a while, Jake observed once all was finished. He poured water over his hands to wash away the blood. If he wakes, he ought to drink a great deal of water, some of which ought to be mixed with a tincture to ease the pain. Do not allow him to move if it can be helped. He stood and looked at what had been a bloody scene only minutes before. When Fenella turned to see, she could not have been more surprised to find only Padraig's men there. Where did the Camerons go? She asked, feeling as though she were just waking from a dream. They retreated, Roderick replied as he approached. He was filthy, drenched in sweat, but his face bore a victorious smile. Her heart warmed for Caitlyn's sake, and for the sake of their children. Donnan and Padraig, convinced more than a few of them that this was a fool's errand. We fought the rest, and when they caught sight of the Duncans riding up, his laughter told the rest. How many did we lose? Padraig asked. None. None? Both he and Fenella asked at once. Grant ye, there are wounded men. Bryce took a sword to the shoulder, but the man is in good spirits. It will take more than that to do him in. There was no ignoring the relief in his voice. I'm glad to hear of it, Jake smiled, patting Roderick on the back. The two of them spoke as though they were friends. She recalled hearing Roderick speak of their time together in the army. Turning to Padraig, she asked, what ought we do now? Och, I was about to ask ye the same. He looked down at the sleeping Donnan, left on his side that he might not disturb the wound. Jake broke in. If I might, I believe he ought to complete the journey to Ben Nevis, not now mind you, but perhaps tomorrow. There is a cart somewhere in our line, full of supplies. He might ride back in it, once he is a bit stronger. She exchanged a look with Padraig, who shrugged. If there is a skilled healer there, it may be for the best that he not return to my house. We have no one with that level of skill. We ought to, it has been on my mind for quite a while. He looked down at his friend. Sarah Duncan could not save my brother, but that was no fault of her own. He had already gone for too long with his wounds, and they were far too severe. I know she did all she was capable of. She will treat Donnan well, I am certain. They decided to spend the night right there, in that place, and to leave in the morning. It was already winding down into evening, and exhaustion settled heavily in Fenella's very bones. Jake took a good number of the men back to their land, but left roughly half behind in case the Camerons decided to return. Padraig ordered Roderick to lead the men home in the morning, after they'd had the chance to rest in the wake of battle. She was uncertain whether the man who built the fire was Duncan or Anderson. It mattered not. What mattered was hot food to eat and light by which to observe Donnan, to be certain he still breathed. You must rest, Padraig murmured after several hours. She shook her head. How can I? You ought to. He merely smiled. As you said, how can I? And so they spent the night under a spruce tree, silent except to comment on Donnan's condition, his breathing, the warmth of his skin, whether there was any blood oozing from beneath the bandages. Jake had left the pack full of supplies, and had instructed them to change the poultice and bandages at dawn. Fenella waited with her stomach in knots, looking up at the sky again and again, as though it would suddenly be light and signal the time had come. He did it for ye, Padraig murmured after many hours, causing her to jump in surprise. Och, forgive me. I did no intend to startle ye so. She waved it off, though her heart beat at a furious rate. What did ye say? He did what for me? Fought him. There was no need to explain who he meant. He did. Told me he would, mind ye, he did not start the fight. He merely wished to speak to the men, to tell them what their leader had in mind. He tried to put a stop to as much of the fighting as he could, before the fighting could begin, though he wanted badly to fight Angus Cameron. For what he did to me, she murmured. Aye. For what he did to ye. That is not the sort of thing a man takes lightly, lass. Especially when he cares for a woman as Donnan cares for ye. She blushed at this. I dinna mean to embarrass ye, it seems I dinna intend to do much of what I do, he chuckled, and she joined him. But I tell ye this to say that he intended to avenge ye, even before ye arrived. It was always his desire to pay the man back for treating ye as he did. And he did, she observed with a shaky laugh. It was difficult to believe Donnan, the man she loved so tenderly, was capable of killing. There was a hole in my back, and a blade pointed at my throat, if that helps you know why I killed him. Fenella gasped, looking down to find Donnan looking up at her. You are awake. I suppose I am. I expected to awaken in heaven. His smile warmed her to her core. Perhaps I did.
Chapter 26. Donnan reached for Padraig's hand, which his friend offered with a tight clasp and a smile. Ye did well for yourself yesterday. As did ye, Donnan reminded him. And ye didna nearly get yourself killed. Truth be told, he was still uncertain as to whether he would ultimately survive. It was for Padraig's and Fenella's sakes that he kept his spirits as high as he could. She was beside him in the cart Jake Duncan had insisted they use for the journey to Ben Nevis. Are ye certain it would not be better for me to go with ye? He asked Padraig, watching as he mounted his horse. The Anderson men were moving out, returning home, some of them limping and bandaged, but on the whole much better off than Donnan might have supposed when he heard the entire Cameron force was on the way to meet them. I understand why he would ask, Padraig replied, and the journey would be an easier one, mostly flat land, but I have the utmost faith in Sarah Duncan. She's with child, or so I understand, else she would have made the ride out. He did not begrudge the woman for staying home, child or no child. She owed him nothing. The Duncans, on the whole, owed him nothing. He was the one indebted to them for not only having saved his life, but for coming to rescue of so many others. It was not easy for him to be indebted to another he did not even know. One look into the eyes of the woman beside him served a reminder of how important his healing was, and how very hard she would work at making certain he went. She had not laughed when he'd suggested she might kill him if he did not obey her wishes. Roderick and the others waved and wished them well before beginning their ride down the wide road. Bryce's arm was in a sling, his shoulder heavily bandaged, but he seemed to be in high spirits. They all were, as they'd been victorious. "'Tis a shame," Fenella mused as they started off. Her gaze remained on the retreating men. A shame? That Padraig does not have a woman to return to. The rest of them do, and they're all but bursting with excitement to see their loved ones. But not Padraig. He is a good man. That he is. I hope he finds someone, someday. Donnan's hand closed over hers and she smiled. It was a tired smile which vanished almost instantly. Ye need to rest, he murmured. Sleep, please. I know ye did not sleep last night, and ye rode hard yesterday. She merely shook her head, forcing a brighter smile this time. I would not waste a minute with ye. And if ye need something, I would wish to be awake. I could wake ye. Though it was no use, and he knew it. She would do whatever it was she set out to do, no matter his protests. As she had ridden out behind them, to warn of the attack. He was still of two minds about that, and the tincture both she and Padraig had insisted he drink of before the journey served to dull his mind along with his senses. And yet, he could not help turning it over and over. She had gone out to do what she could to save him, not knowing whether it would be possible or if she would even arrive in time. It did not matter that she'd reached them when she had, for it had been too late. But riding onward from there had brought her together with the Duncans, which had ended the battle. She might have saved many lives, including his own, as Jake Duncan himself had treated Donnan's wound. In the end, all he wished to know was whether he ought to praise her for taking such a risk or warn her against doing anything so foolish in the future. For he did wish to have a future with her. She would need to be alive and well for such a thing to be possible. What are ye frowning about? Are ye in pain? Yes, he was, no matter how much he'd taken to ease it. Nay, lass. Just asking myself if ye were truly in the right, being as reckless as ye were. I have never known a man more stubborn or ungrateful in my life, she groaned. Dinna call me ungrateful. I will be grateful to ye for the rest of my days, lass. I would be more grateful if ye didna take such risks with your safety. I did what I felt I needed to do, she replied, arching a brow. Would ye have it any other way? Nay, which is why I frowned. She laughed before kissing his forehead. Ye ought to rest. Try to sleep, ye will not be able to feel the pain when ye sleep. He doubted sleep would come, as the movement of the cart only served to make the pain greater. Even so, it was better than sitting up in the saddle. Still, he closed his eyes if only to oblige her. When he woke, the Grampians surrounded them. In his surprise, he forgot to remain still, and nearly pushed himself up into a seated position. What do ye think you're doing? Fenella demanded when he howled at the stabbing fire in his back. I forgot, he panted. And I didn't know I had fallen asleep. You have been asleep all the day, she informed him with a half-smile. We are nearly there. Sure enough, the sun had all but disappeared behind the peaks, leaving the sky a peculiar shade of blue streaked with pink and gold clouds. They had been riding since just before dawn. I canna believe I slept all the while, he murmured. Your body needed the rest, even if ye didna believe it did. Her hand covered his forehead. Still no fever, gods be praised. He scowled at her. Even in the dim light of early evening, the exhaustion on her face was plain to see. He could hear it in her weak, thin voice as well. Do tell me ye didna spend the day tending to me while I slept. Her tired eyes hardened. And if I cannot say any such thing, Donnan Ross, do ye plan to punish me? And do ye expect to be rewarded for going all this time without a bit of sleep? He demanded in return. Even in pain, he could not help but be stirred to righteous anger as the cart made its slow rocking way up the winding mountain pass. Her anger was as fierce as his own. Ye must understand something. I love ye. I told ye I did. When I love a person, I cannot rest until I know for certain they're well. I do not know any such thing about ye. How could I sleep without knowing? He growled through gritted teeth and turned his gaze to the sky, which did not argue with him. The remainder of the journey was spent in silence, as he watched the sky go from blue to deep purple, then to black. Stars revealed themselves one by one, pulling his gaze from one to the other until he knew not where to look. He nearly stopped himself from speaking of it with her. She would not wish to speak to him, and certainly not about the stars, then asked himself why he insisted on behaving like a fool. Only yesterday did he believe he would never see the woman again. How much did he long to tell her then? How much would he have given for just a moment in her presence? To feel her in his arms. To talk about the stars. This reminds me of the nights I spent at home before I started out to find ye, he murmured, still gazing upward. He waited, the sound of her breathing all he had to assume she still lived. "How so?" she whispered after what felt like an eternity. "There was so much work to be done. The whole place fell to ruin, or was nearly doing so when I arrived. I cleaned out the stables, the barn, which were all but empty, and took to sleeping out there at night when I was simply too tired and sore to do any further work that day. There was a hole in the roof of the stables, and I would look up at the stars through it before falling asleep." "What did ye think about while you were out there?" "Many things." He chuckled at himself, at the memory. When he recalled how unhappy he'd been, how lonely, the idea of wasting even a moment in anger while this woman was at his side was utterly daft. "Most nights, I thought about how my life would never be what I'd once wished for it." She moved closer, a bit at a time, until she was near enough to cup his scarred cheek. He closed his eyes as he had the first time at Porix, allowing himself to simply feel her touch. "I wish I had been there with ye," she whispered. "Would that I might have eased some of that loneliness for ye." "Ye have now." He turned his head to the side, touching his lips to her palm. "That is all that matters. And back then I preferred being alone. No one to stare at me or be frightened by me." "Being alone and feeling lonely are not the same," she informed him, and he asked himself how she sounded so certain about that of which she spoke. He might have asked, were it not for their arrival at the Duncan Manor house. Fenella's mouth fell open as she took in the size of the place. From where he lay he could make out the crenellated roof, the towers from which guards watched with torches in hand. A man's voice carried to the cart. "Here ye are. I was beginning to fear you'd had trouble." Jake Duncan appeared beside him. "As if you never made such a ride, Jake." A woman's head bobbed up beside Jake's, one whose brow furrowed in deep frown lines. "I'm certain they could not put on speed for fear of tossing him about in the cart, as I told you throughout the day." Then she smiled. "I am Sarah Duncan, and I'm very pleased to meet you." Minutes later, Jake and one of his men, Mackay, Donnan thought the name was, carried him inside on a sheet, one man taking 2 corners at a time. "I can walk," he grumbled, feeling like a fool. What man wished to be carried by 2 other men? Mackay merely laughed. "Would ye like to tell Sarah ye can walk?" "I'm in no mood to hear her shouting the house down." Jake chuckled. "Shush. Ye know how well she can hear." Then he looked down at Donnan. "'Tis best ye do not try to walk. We both know you cannot yet, or should not rather. Remember, I sewed the wound shut. I know how large and how deep it is. And between the 2 of us, I am not certain of my sewing skills." "Where is Fenella?" he asked as they carried him up the stairs, with Sarah calling out instruction to unseen helpers requesting all manner of items. Suddenly there came a cry. Jake, who walked back up the stairs with one end of Donnan's sheet in his hands, winced as he looked down onto the entry hall. "What was that?" Donnan asked, almost certain he knew without being told. "Fenella. She is all right. I expect she is simply tired." Jake's voice betrayed something far more grim. "What happened?" He struggled to sit up. "Do not." Jake barked, reminding Donnan of a commander on the battlefield. "She fell. That is all. Someone will help her to a bed where she can rest." It was at least an hour before Sarah paid a visit to him in the bedchamber where Jake and Mackay had delivered him. In that time a fire had been lit, extra pillows brought in, steaming broth and strong tea left by his bedside. There was more activity outside the door, and all he could do was curse the fact that he was unable to rise and see what caused the commotion. When Sarah arrived, she looked disheveled and fatigued. "Ye ought to be the one in this bed," he muttered, the effects of the tincture which had been added to the broth loosening his tongue. Rarely did he have the courage to speak so openly to a woman, and a strange one at that. "Would that I were." She pressed her hands to the small of her back with a groan, albeit a happy one. "My third. One would imagine I would be better able to take the strain." "Our presence canna help ye," he observed by way of apology. "Nonsense. If it weren't for you, the Camerons might have done much worse." You could have easily taken Fenella home to her father and gone on about your life, but you did not. She patted the back of his hand. You did a good thing. We all owe you a debt of gratitude. Fenella. Where is she? What happened to her? Sarah merely clucked her tongue, as she rolled him onto his side and cut away the bandages. Jake did not do as clumsy a job as he thought, she murmured, the pressure as she wiped away the poultice making him wince. As for Fenella, a long sleep and hot food ought to do her a world of good. I told her to rest, he growled. Yes, well, Highlanders rarely do as told, Sarah chuckled as she continued to work.
Chapter 27. When Fenella first opened her eyes, she did not remember where she was nor anything about why she would be in a strange bed, a strange room. The heavy bed curtains above her head and hanging along the bed's 4 wooden posters were a deep shade of green, matching the green of the blanket someone had tucked carefully around her body. A fire burned across the room in a small fireplace, alongside which sat a chair, and a woman with blonde curls whose chin rested on her chest as she slept. Who was that? Where was she? Think. Fenella closed her eyes, willing herself to breathe slowly and think clearly. She'd been with Donnan. Eyes open again, she sat upright. Where is Donnan? The woman in the chair nearly fell to the floor. What? Who? She looked about herself, and finally saw Fenella. Och, you nearly killed me, she whispered. Who are you? Where is Donnan? Do not fear. The woman rose. My name is Heather Duncan. Jake is my husband. Fenella's heartbeat slowed a bit at this. Jake saved Donnan's life. You saved Donnan's life, Heather smiled as she sat on the bed. Donnan is well, better every day. There was no infection. He ought to be up and around today, perhaps tomorrow. The relief, washing over Fenella, all but knocked her down onto the pillows again. Donnan was well. No illness, no infection. He was going to be out of bed. Today, she whispered with a frown. So soon? Heather winced. It isn't so very soon. It is. He was wounded yesterday. Nay, the day before. Fenella. Heather shook her head. I know this will shock you, but you have been ill for 8 days. Sleeping most of the time. Fenella blinked hard, rapidly. 8 days. You were quite ill, Heather explained, her voice low. Even Sarah did not see it on your arrival. What happened to me? She put a hand to her throat, which was quite dry. Heather handed her a small cup from the bedside table, and she drank greedily. You had a fever for several days, quite high. We bathed you, changed you, even poured fluids down your throat when we could not keep you awake long enough for you to drink or take broth. Och, I am sorry to have been such a trouble to ye all. It was no trouble, Heather smiled. You must have been weakened and exhausted from everything you went through. But what you did? You might have been the savior of our clans. There is no thanking you enough, you or Donnan. He must have worried over me, she murmured. He demanded to see you more than once, but Sarah would not hear of it, Heather explained with a wry smile. They had quite a row over it. Which of them won? Sarah. Which is why Donnan has not been out of bed yet. She threatened to bring in the men, and tie his wrists and ankles to the bed if he did not stop fighting her. The idea of it made Fenella laugh, along with making her wish she had been there to see Donnan sputter in surprise and embarrassment. For he would never cease reminding her he was in the right when he'd insisted she rest. Heather sent for food before helping Fenella out of bed, that she might walk about the room. Was this her normally strong body, so weak and trembling like a newborn foal? She stumbled more than once and needed to lean against the bed and rest before long. Forgive me, she breathed, cheeks flaming in embarrassment. Heather waved off her apology with a shake of her blonde curls, before getting to the work of combing out Fenella's hair and braiding it. You've been abed for many days. You will need time to strengthen. It is nothing to forgive. I am merely pleased to find you awake, and I am certain everyone else will be. You are regarded as a very important person here. No one has ever called me important before, Fenella confessed, closing her eyes as the comb moved through her hair. It was lovely to be taken care of. I would wager Donnan has. You may lose that wager. They laughed together. If there is one thing I've learned, it is of the stubbornness of the Highland man, Heather explained as Fenella dressed. Again, she would borrow the clean kirtle of some other woman. It would be a treat to wear something of her own. Though she had left everything she owned in the world at Angus's home. Not much, but it was all she had. This reminded her. Do ye know anything of the Camerons? What happened to them since Angus died? Heather's brow furrowed as her sister's did when she frowned. You will wish to speak to Philip and Jake over the matter. Riders come in 2-3 times a day to report. Whenever I've heard of a report, chances are there has already been a new report with other information. She would do just that, after a heavy meal which she ate as though it were her first ever. Days with only broth to live on had left her thinner than normal. Heather sat in her chair near the hearth, answering questions and asking many of her own. What made her decide to live among the Camerons? Was it frightening to be with them, knowing they might learn her secret? How long had she been in the stables before Donnan freed her? These events seemed to have happened to another person many years ago. She would rather not have spoken of it, but felt it was the least she could do after the care she'd received. Now, Heather announced, rubbing her hands together once the platters were cleared of the cold roast, bread, cheese and stewed fruit the kitchen had generously sent up, I suppose we ought to make your man's life easier by showing you to him. I jested earlier over the row he had with Sarah, but my heart truly ached for him. He loves you so. A joyous buzzing filled Fenella's head, and seemed to move through her body. He loved her. What would her 12-year-old self think if she knew this day would come? That the one person she loved truly and deeply, with all the strength and devotion of a young lass, loved her in return? It was still slow going down the corridor, lined on both sides by door after door. She recalled dimly, as though through a haze in her mind, how imposing the house was from outside. Otherwise, the memory of her arrival was broken at best. She must have already been ill at the time, and had either refused to notice it or had been too taken with Donnan's wound to care. His door was well down the corridor from hers, leaving her no choice but to lean against the wall for a moment's rest before entering his bedchamber. Would that he not know she still felt so weak. Heather wore a knowing smile, as she touched a finger to her lips and opened the door. Might I enter? She asked in a whisper. For once one of ye asks if ye might enter the room before ye walk in, Donnan grumbled out of sight. Fenella clapped a hand to her mouth to stifle her laughter, more out of relief than humor. He sounded like himself, strong, energetic and brusque. Heather waved Fenella in, then stepped aside to allow her to enter. Donnan's expression was what she might have guessed from his tone of voice, frowning, eyes narrowed to slits. Until he saw her. And he held out his arms from where he sat in bed, pillows behind his back. He looked worlds better than he had, he'd been so grey, his voice barely more than a whisper. She went to him, falling into his arms before remembering the care she needed to take. He merely shook his head as he held her fast, close to his chest. Dinna ever feel as though ye need to apologize for allowing me to hold ye, he murmured against her ear. Besides, 'twas my back that was wounded. As though she could ever forget. Are ye well? She asked, somehow able to speak over the lump in her throat. Better every day. Sarah believes I ought to be allowed out of bed today, perhaps tomorrow. I believe I ought to have been out of bed days ago. She laughed. Heather told me of how difficult you made things. Difficult? Because I wished to see ye. He held her face in his hands, stroking her cheeks. What of ye? They didna tell me of your waking. I only woke this morning. To hear I missed so many days. Och, remember I know of it, he reminded her as he stroked her hair, her shoulders, her back. As though he could not help the need to touch her, to prove she was there. She did the same, running her hands over his hair down to his neck, over his shoulders. When you were wounded. I, waking in Bronwen's cottage without any memory of how I came to be there. Being told of that which I could not remember. 'Tis a strange thing indeed. I caused ye grief, she whispered. Forgive me. There is nothing to forgive, he replied with an easy smile. I will not even tell ye I was right, that ye ought to have taken care of yourself. Ye waited all this time before bringing that up, she observed, biting back a smile. Longer than I thought ye would have. I didna wish to mention it right away. They shared a quiet laugh, gazing into the other's eyes. She'd never felt such a sense of complete peace. It was still difficult to believe that he loved her, and that he would allow her to love him. I never had the chance to ask whether ye meant what ye said that day, he murmured, winding the end of her braid around his finger. What I said? That. He cleared his throat. That you would have me, if I asked ye to marry me. Her heart swelled. I did say that, did I not? Ye did. There was no sense making light of things any longer. I meant it with all my heart, she whispered, her eyes filling with tears. Even now? He asked with a grimace. What does that mean? Now that we aren't in danger? Now that it doesn't appear as though I'm in danger of dying, today at any rate, he added. In moments such as that, when I told ye I loved ye and wished to be your husband, it appeared as though I was about to die. You might have thought the same and accepted me. Anything he wished to say after that died, when she sealed his mouth with her own. He groaned, sinking his hands into her hair, gently nibbling her lips, until her head spun and her breath came in shallow gasps. It would take time, she decided when the kiss ended, and they were both flustered and breathless, flushed and disheveled. Time to heal him. Like the scars on his face, those on his heart went deep. She had all the time in the world, so long as it meant he would belong to her and she to him. Piece by piece, she would help him put himself back together. I meant it, she gasped, utterly undone by him. I wish to be your wife, as I always have. I did climb the tree that day to impress ye, he admitted with a sheepish smile, and then at that moment, he was the lad she'd loved so desperately in those days. All the years of hardening fell away for a brief, shining moment, and he was himself again. I knew ye did, even at the time. She giggled. I had forgotten that, perhaps because the memory of what Da did to me afterward was much stronger. He sighed, stroking her hair again. How could I forget ye? Do not let it worry ye, she whispered with a smile. I never forgot.
Chapter 28. By all reports, the encampment around the Cameron house is no more, Jake announced, sounding satisfied. From what I've been told, those who left their clans to join with Cameron either give the excuse that they had no other choice, or that they truly believed what Angus told them about wishing to unite us. Philip scoffed. A likely story. If I may, Donnan replied, careful not to insult his generous host, I believe them. What their lairds do to them is another matter, but I believe they are sincere. Philip was a fair man, and seemed to take no offence to his guest's dissent. What makes you say this? He asked, sitting back in the chair behind his work table. The surface was covered in parchment, records of the clan's land holdings, ledgers, lists of what each house in the village produced. Philip Duncan was a busy man. It was no wonder, then, that he left the training and use of the clan's men to his brother. I spoke with some of the men, Donnan explained. Only a few, but I observed many of the rest. They appeared overwhelmed, ye could say. As though they'd not been aware of what they were agreeing to do before leaving home. The camp reminded me of what I saw during the war. Men preparing their weapons, discussing strategy. When these lads, and they were lads, the outsiders, all young men, saw what was around us, they looked as though they'd much rather have never come. He thought back to that night in Angus's study. And the man had a way with words, Donnan admitted. He could afford to be generous to the man he'd killed, now that he was dead and no longer a threat. He could convince someone he meant what he said if they were young enough to not question him. Ye know how young men can be. They have ideals. They wish to see things better than the way they are. Whoever the Camerons managed to lure away from home and onto their lands, they did so by appealing to those ideals. Let us unite, let us rule ourselves for the good of all rather than simply the good of a clan. And when the lads arrived, they saw the men preparing for what appeared to be a war, Jake mused. I can imagine it was a surprise. A shock more like. Now the lads were fools, there is no doubting that. But I believe they were misled. Donnan looked from one of them to the other. What of the ones locked away along with Fenella? Has anything been said of them? There has been word of a few returning home, Jake assured him. It seems they escaped without harm. Fenella will be glad to hear it. She was unhappy with me for not bringing the lot along with us. Donnan paused. I am glad to hear it as well. It was not in his nature to express himself in such a manner, but he knew he would need to become better at it if there was a chance of happiness with Fenella. Time would tell how much easier it would become. I'm certain that every one of them would wish to thank ye for freeing them, and for killing the man who locked them away, Philip observed. I dinna think I have the energy to pay a call on every one of them. Donnan chuckled, while in the back of his mind he hoped they would not take it into their heads to pay a call on him. He'd raised his hood that night, and that along with the darkness had shielded his face. If they saw him in daylight, they would certainly wish they had never met him. Time would tell how much easier it would be to trust people as well. Philip and Jake certainly did not seem to mind his scar. In fact, no one in the household had so much as shown curiosity throughout the fortnight he and Fenella had been guests. He had come into contact with an entire household full of workers, along with many of the men who worked outside and around the manor house. Jake must have warned them, he supposed. He could almost forget about his face when everyone he passed in the corridor, out in the courtyard, along the way to the great hall to eat supper, treated him as they treated anyone else. Do ye think this is truly the end of the troubles with the Camerons? He asked. The brothers looked at each other, brows raised. We shall see, Philip said with a shrug. I am uncertain what life would be without the possible threat of a Cameron plot hanging over my head every day. It would be akin to finding out the sun will never rise again, I imagine. One cousin or another will take control, Jake predicted. Would that they all kill one another off as they struggle among themselves. Another laird would use the tumult as an opportunity to grasp more land for his clan, Donnan suggested. I am not another laird, Philip informed him not unkindly. We have thrived with what we have, so much so that others want it for themselves. I will not tear my clan apart thanks to greed, that can be left to the likes of the Camerons and their ilk. With that, he grew even larger in Donnan's esteem. Ye have a keen mind, Jake observed. I believe you'll make a fine leader of Clan Ross. I am not certain I ever imagined myself in such a position, he admitted. I always thought. I suppose I always imagined my father would live always, and I could do as I wished. That does not seem to be the case. I have heard nothing of him, if it eases your mind at all, Philip murmured. I would have received word by now if he had succumbed. Thank ye, that does ease my mind. Though he continued to worry, for what if a messenger was on the road at that very minute, carrying news of Clyde Ross's death? It would do no good to torment himself. He would simply have to find out when he arrived, whether his father was still among the living. Which reminded him of the last reason he'd wished to speak to the brothers that morning. We had best be leaving ye now, he reported with a sigh. We have taken advantage of your generosity long enough, and I intend to do whatever I can to repay ye. As we have already reminded ye and Fenella both, it is we who owed the two of ye. Philip smiled. I consider the accounts even now. While ye could have returned to your home, ye came here to warn us and offer your sword in the fight. It isn't every man who would do such a thing. Just the same, there is only so much a man can take from another man, Donnan insisted. And I do wish to return to my father, if he is still alive. It would do him well to know the land would not be deserted on his death. Ye do not believe your brother returned, then? Jake asked. They had already spoken of him in vague terms, after Donnan had observed how unlike he and Ewan were when compared to the Duncan brothers. It was not easy for him to imagine working alongside his brother for something greater than themselves. Something lasting, as what the Duncans had built would last for generations. I cannot imagine he would have, Donnan sighed. He returned to his friends, like as not. It would have been better if we had never seen him on the road. But then he would not have known ye lived, Philip observed. I would wish to know that Jake had survived. While he was certain this was true, it did Donnan little good to know his younger brother was a common, vile thief on the side of a road. He may have already fallen at the hands of an armed man unwilling to part with his goods, and no one would ever be the wiser. His brother might already lie dead somewhere, with no one to mourn him or even care for his body. It would have been better had they never crossed paths. Ewan did not deserve to know his brother had survived. Are ye certain ye can make the journey? Donnan placed a hand on Fenella's leg, looking up to where she already sat in the saddle. I've told ye 100 times, Donnan Ross. I am more than ready, and I feel stronger than I ever have. Pardon me if I find it difficult to believe ye now, after what ye already told me when we know ye were terribly ill, he grumbled as he mounted his horse. Ye will simply have to believe me, she retorted with a scowl. If I did not believe myself capable of riding, I would tell ye. This did not ease him at all, as she knew how he longed to be home. She had already proven how dishonest she was capable of being when it meant his well-being. Fenella caught his eye and must have noted his scowl. We must learn to trust each other, she whispered. I trust that ye feel strong enough to ride, and that your wound does not pain ye overmuch. I trust that if ye do feel too much pain, ye will stop and tell me of it. He would also need to learn to trust her, not only the rest of the world. It was enough to make him grit his teeth, and in his madder moments wish for solitude once again. Yet was it better to be alone? Lying there looking at the stars, asking himself what his life might have been had he not gone to war. Very well then, he grunted as they started off. I shall trust ye. She gasped, her eyelids fluttering in jest. If ye do that again we shall have a problem, he growled, even as he smiled inside, for while she somehow managed to rub all his rough edges with her quick-witted ways and her even quicker temper, she made him feel lighter and happier than he'd ever been. A worthwhile trade-off, in his estimation. The Grampians loomed behind them as they walked the horses away from Philip Duncan's manor house, a pack of Sarah's tonics and tinctures tucked in behind Fenella, warnings and admonitions still fresh in both their ears. Before them, forests of pine and spruce as far as the eye could see, all set upon the background of a sky lightening as the sun rose. They were going home. Chapter 29. The first thing Donnan noticed upon turning the bend in the road, which came up just before the approach to his father's land, was the pair of men working on replacing stones in the waist-high wall which bordered it. What is this? He muttered, casting a glance at Fenella, who bit her lip as she frowned. Perhaps your father was able to take on a few workers after Da paid Ewan's debt, she suggested. How could he have done it before we returned? Donnan asked. Would he not wish to wait until I brought ye back safely? The apprehension which had eaten at his mind all morning, ever since they'd set out, knowing they would reach Ross Land by evening, now tied his stomach in knots. Fenella joined him in bringing the horses up to a trot. What goes on here? He asked when he reached the men, then looked toward the house and all but fell from the saddle. The workers cleared their throats, shifting from one foot to the other. Whether they knew who he was thanks to his scar or no, he clearly had a terrible effect on them. Fenella saved all three of them. Who are ye? Who asked ye to work on the wall? Himself. One of them pointed to the house. Clyde Ross? Donnan breathed. Nay. Ewan Ross. Again the world tilted. He could no longer linger there, asking questions. Fenella followed, the two of them galloping across the neat thick grass which had been knee-high the last time Donnan saw it. Two more men worked at replacing the fallen stones in the footbridge, and a trio of lads carried buckets from the barn. Milk sloshed from over the tops, splashing onto the ground. If Donnan did not know better, he would have wagered himself in a dream. But Fenella looked just as awed as he, as the two of them dismounted and went into the house through the open kitchen door. She took his hand just before they stepped inside, and he could have kissed her for it. Cook stood in front of the hearth, removing 2 loaves of bread, which she nearly dropped to the floor at the sight of them. "You've returned," she cried out, then burst into tears. Donnan glanced around the kitchen, noticing a lass in the process of cutting potatoes. She turned her face away when their eyes met, but he could not bring himself to care, not when there was so much else to care about. "What is this?" he demanded. "What has happened since I left?" "So many things." Cook stunned him then by embracing him, her tears dampening his tunic. She then turned her affection onto Fenella, who accepted the gesture with more grace than he was capable of at the moment. "Such as?" "Out with it." Fenella smoothed things over, as she was wont to do. "This is quite a surprise. No one told us of these changes." "He came home." Cook wiped her eyes on the corner of her apron, laughing and crying all at once. "He came home. And your father, Fenella, they've worked together to bring everything back." He could not believe it. "Ewan came home. What of my DA? Where is he?" The older woman's smile faded. "He is very unwell. Grievously so. But he lives." Donnan's hands curled into fists as he came very near shaking the woman for taking so long to tell her tale. "Ah, he lives," she beamed. He was out of the kitchen in a heartbeat, barreling through the house and up the stairs to his father's bedchamber. On first glance, it was clear that Cook did not overstate the man's condition. He had withered even further since they last saw each other. He seemed little more than a bag of bones beneath the blankets, his grey tufted head resting against a feather pillow. The man sitting at his bedside jumped to his feet. The two of them stared at each other for a moment before they embraced. "Why did ye not tell me ye were going home?" Donnan asked, emotion all but overwhelming him as he pounded a hand against his brother's back. "I could not wait until morning," Ewan explained, holding Donnan at arm's length. "We had word of what ye did, how ye were wounded. I didna think to see ye so soon. I didna think to see ye at all." Donnan laughed, relieved and still confused by what he'd seen up to then. "What happened here? I never thought I would see such progress." They sat together at Clyde's bedside, their father sleeping through this. Even with the man looking as though every breath could be his last, the fact that the three of them were together again was beyond Donnan's wildest dreams. "When I arrived, DA and I had words," Ewan began, rubbing a hand over the back of his neck, a rueful grin spreading over his face. "Nothing I did not deserve. I know this. There was time to think it all over as I rode here." He looked at their father, sighing. "We came to an understanding. I told him of seeing ye, then rode out to speak to Elect Gordon. He saw to the settling of my debts, then offered additional assistance in bringing this place back to its former state." "Why would he do such a thing?" Donnan asked, both grateful and suspicious. He had never held Fenella's father in anything but the highest regard, but no man offered something for nothing in return. Not a man as shrewd as he. Ewan tried in vain not to grin. "What are ye not telling me?" Donnan demanded. "He offered it as a wedding gift to the pair of ye." "He what?" Donnan was out of his chair before the words were out of his mouth. "Calm yourself, man," Ewan hissed, pulling his brother into the chair once again. "I told him I had seen ye, and that ye seemed to be getting on well. He told me how well he'd always thought of ye, and how he'd wished in the last year or more that ye had survived the war. He had always thought of ye marrying Fenella." "He had?" I canna imagine why, of course." Donnan scowled. Did he ever question what Fenella would think of this? Even a father with no woman to open his eyes to certain things sees when his daughter is in love, and he knew she was always in love with ye. As did I. Are ye the only one who didna know? Donnan slapped him upside the head. Enough of that. I take it things went well for the two of ye? Ewan asked. Donnan heaved a heavy sigh, shaking his head. She detests me. Has not spoken to me in a week or more. If she had not been afraid to ride alone, she would have abandoned me long ago. Ewan stared at him, mouth open. He could pretend no longer. I asked her to marry me, and she said she would. A small voice from the bed. She did. Ye shall be wed. Donnan stood, leaning over his father. The man's smile touched a place in his heart that not even Fenella could. I were to be wed. If Alec consents, of course. I wish to speak to him about it. He will consent. Clyde's thin hand patted his own. It makes me very glad, my son. Very glad to see our clans united. Ewan joined them on the other side of the bed, and Clyde turned his head to gaze upon him. My sons? Together again. It does my heart good. He sounded so tired. It would be a blessing for him to have his rest, Donnan thought, though the idea of his father no longer living was still something he could scarcely accept. He had spent days considering the world without Clyde Ross in it, and was still unable to imagine it. He would have no choice soon. Very soon. We shall work together, Ewan murmured, looking at Donnan as he spoke to their father. We shall right the wrongs I did ye. Ye have my vow, da. And mine as well, Donnan added. We shall build what ye left for us, and the Ross name will carry on with my children. Clyde's smile reminded Donnan of a happy child. A child without care, with nothing whatsoever to worry him. He fell into a light slumber then, one which deepened as the day wound into the night. Frogs sang on the riverbank, grasshoppers chirped. Fenella waited in the kitchen with her father, who had come the moment he heard of their return. Donnan could hear their voices downstairs, not clear enough to make out their words, but the murmuring was pleasant when combined with the night noises from outside. And I wish to wait, he whispered half to himself from his chair at his father's bedside. I told her we didn't need to leave so soon, if she needed more time to regain her strength. Had we waited, I would not be here now. She insisted, I suppose, Ewan murmured. Of course she did. She insists on quite a lot. She shall make ye a good wife. I believe she will. She is strong enough to take me as a husband, she is strong enough to make a good wife. Ye are not the man ye believe ye are, Ewan observed. Ye see yourself as something dreadful, someone who would make a woman unhappy. Just as ye saw yourself as a coward, which ye were not. If what I heard of what took place with the Camerons is true, if half of it is true, ye are far braver than ye believed. Thank ye for that. And if ye are braver than ye believed, what else are ye that ye cannot understand? Ewan asked. Ye are a better brother than I deserve, to be certain. Any other brother would have slit my throat on the road. I dinna know if I would say that. All right. Any other brother would have broken my arms. Better, Donnan smirked. Ye did not. Ye spoke to me, ye tried to make me understand what I had done and what I needed to do to make up for it. No other man in the world could have spoken to me that way, and made me understand, but he did. He looked out the window, over Donnan's shoulder. It was not me, what I did on the road. With those men. Would that I had never met them. I needed to survive, and they needed another man in their group. It worked well at first. But I could not stop thinking about the people we left behind. Fenella said something about that, did she not? Donnan could not remember, but it sounded like the sort of thing she would say. Had I not met ye, I dinna know where I would be now. Or what would have happened here. This was for the best, I suppose. All of it. Ye gave him peace. I gave us both peace. They turned their heads in unison, both of them looking over the bed to where their father slept. Only to find that he no longer slept. He had stopped breathing without their knowing it. Donnan placed his hand over his father's, it was already growing cold, and closed his eyes. He was at rest at last. Ewan called down to Alec, whose stricken face spoke of the long friendship he'd shared with Clyde. Edward too shook with sorrow, while Cook wept as she had earlier in the day. Though their presence was a comfort, it was Fenella he wanted. Fenella he needed. She waited outside the door, her arms opening to him when he joined her. He allowed her to soothe him as he needed soothing. He needed it most terribly. When Alec stepped into the corridor and saw them together, he smiled in spite of his red-rimmed eyes. "I understand there is something ye wish to discuss with me, young Donnan." Donnan smiled in return. Life went on, and this was what his father wanted. What had granted him happiness and relief in his final hours. "Aye," he confirmed with a long look at his beloved Fenella. "There is indeed."
Epilogue. When she was nothing more than a wee lass, Fenella's greatest dream was of her wedding day. She had been to a wedding once. A cousin who married into Clan MacGregor. Her greedy eyes had taken in the crowns of flowers the bride and her sisters had worn in their hair, the silken gown embroidered with gold vines and leaves. The handsome young man who was to be her cousin's husband, his proud smile as he looked upon his bride. The love in both their eyes. She had gone over these memories time and again, until they had worn down, faded as a flower faded after it had been picked and admired for too long. When that happened, she created a wedding of her own. Her groom would be as handsome, her gown as lovely. There would be smiles and laughter and a feast, music and dancing. All of it. All for her. Naturally, the groom in these dreams were always the same person. Never had she truly believed her dreams would come true. She had hoped with all her heart, but she had never truly believed it. Even as her father took her arm, she asked herself whether this was truly happening. Was the cluster of white heather in her hand truly hers? The blue gown she wore made just for her? The silk shone like a lustrous pearl, the gold embroidery she had worked on with her own two hands sparkled. It reminded her of the gown she'd worn the night of Porrick's feast, when Donnan had all but forgotten his name at the sight of her. No other type gown would do. Caitlin beamed at her, as she walked toward the church in the village between her childhood home and Donnan's. A sleeping bairn rested in her arms, another lovely little girl, while Fiona waved from her father's arms. Fenella smiled and waved her fingers in response. Most of the village was there to celebrate, along with Donnan's clan Anderson friends. Her Anderson friends. They were hers now. She no longer had to live alone in her dreams. She had friends, a family. Donnan had given her that. Ewan stood just behind Donnan, wearing the same boyish grin he'd worn for much of his life. He had proven himself to her time and again, to be certain, doing everything he could to prove himself a decent man. There were still times when he drove her to distraction with his jesting and such, but she could give as good as she got. She thought he liked her better for it. Donnan stood at the church doors, beneath the spire and the clanging bell within it. The bell which told the village and everyone who heard its echo, that this was her wedding day. He wore a new tunic of sage green, new boots, but that did not mean nearly as much as his ear-to-ear smile. There he was, standing in the sight of the entire village, and he was smiling. She never would have imagined him capable of it before then. And neither would he, she knew. Yet when they had discussed the wedding, and the fact that the vows would be exchanged outside the church doors in the sight of everyone, he had not hesitated for an instant. He wished for everyone to pay witness to their joy. And they in turn wished joy upon the new bride and groom. Donnan was somewhat of a hero among the villagers, having been the man who struck down Angus Cameron and freed the innocent people he had locked away. While he had at times claimed the villagers created stories about his ruined face, as he had described it, they now wove stories of his bravery and goodness. He was all but a legend by then, someone who had single-handedly slain the Cameron soldiers and claimed freedom for all Highlanders. Och, how he cringed and winced when such tales found his ears. He was as yet unaccustomed to praise, and certainly to acceptance. She would see to it that he grew comfortable in his place as a beloved hero. She would do everything in her power every day, for the rest of her life, to heal his wounds and leave love behind. Life had given them a second, no, a third chance, and she would not allow it to go to waste. Not when she had almost lost him twice. He was just as handsome to her as he had ever been, but never more so than when he took her hand in his own once she reached his side. Lovely, he mouthed, his eyes drinking in the sight of her. As are ye, she mouthed in return, pulling a chuckle from him. But he was lovely, if a man could be. He seemed to shine. How different was this man from the one who would not venture out of doors, without a hood covering his head and face. How different was she as well. A lass who'd only wished to make her father proud, to make him glad to have a daughter rather than a son. He was proud of her today, had been proud since he'd heard of her bravery. It had not seemed like bravery at the time. I have always been proud of ye, he'd told her that night in Donnan's kitchen, as Clyde Ross had breathed his last on the second floor. If I were not proud to have ye for a daughter, I would not have lamented the thought of ye marrying a Cameron. I would not have allowed ye to be so choosy with your husband. Ye would not even have had a choice, lass. Would that she had known that always, rather than questioning herself and her father's feelings on the matter. She smiled up at the man who would soon be her husband. If she had not questioned her father's feelings, thinking he was not proud of her, that she did not matter as a mere woman, she would not have taken the chance of striking out for Cameron land. She would never have seen Donnan. They would not be standing side by side in front of a priest that very day, pledging to love each other and no one else for the rest of their days. It had all gone as it was meant to, from the moment she'd first set eyes upon him when they were children. Donnan and herself. Always.
I hope you've enjoyed this latest production. Don't forget to subscribe and to ring the bell to be notified of new releases.